Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to a Week 13 edition of Pewter Game Day. I am John Ledyard from PewterReport.com, and we are about 58 minutes away from kickoff between the Bucs and the Falcons in Week 13. The Bucs trying to improve to 9-3. The Falcons trying to keep those fading playoff hopes alive. It is drama in the NFC South. All right, not as much drama as you're used to seeing, but Bucs Falcons seems to always somehow bring the drama, no matter how much better the Bucs are than the Falcons on paper. This matchup never really seems to disappoint. We had a very close game going into the fourth quarter back in week 2, then 2 pick sixes by Mike Edwards kind of sealed it and put it away for the Bucs in pretty convincing fashion by the time the final score was announced. But Mike Edwards is not available today. Neither is Antonio Brown. Both those dudes are suspended, and we're going to talk about the injury situation, suspensions, all of that here coming up in moments. Casey Hudson is joining me on the show today. Casey, what is going on here as we are ready for Bucs Falcons and getting the people ready as well?
What's up, guys? I know I'm super psyched for this one, not because it's going to be the most entertaining game, but it's week 13. We're gunning towards the end of the season, which means postseason's looking better and better week in and week out. And it's an opportunity for the Bucs to just put on a good show today, regardless of some of the issues that they have going on off the field. But it's, there's a lot of ways here where we can exercise what the offseason can look like. So I'm actually pretty stoked for 1 p.m. kickoff.
Yeah. Are you at church, aren't you, right now? Are they worshiping in the background?
They are. They're getting ready to wrap everybody up. And so this is what happens towards the holidays when you go to church, folks. It doesn't end on time. And you don't ride with your parents. So this was my good stewardship as a kid today. I'm like, okay, Mom, you win. I'm coming with you. And then she's like, it's just going to be an hour and a half. 2 hours and 45 minutes later, it's still happening. So this is how much I love you, Bucs fans.
Yeah, that's right. You're right up against kickoff here, too.
I found a corner.
We'll get out of here quickly because we got JC and Scott coming on at some point here to talk matchups too on the pregame show. But let's keep moving through this, Casey, because we've got injuries to talk about here, and obviously the Bucs injury situation is looking a little bit better. Ali Marpet will play today, back at left guard. Carlton Davis back for the first time since week 4 from that quad injury. Will play in today's game. Probably start and probably play a lot. They have kind of, Richard Sherman's not going to play, then he plays like the whole game. Sean Murphy-Bunting's only going to play a little bit, then he plays like the whole game. I think Carlton will play a lot. And Jamal Dean also playing. I know, I shouldn't.
A lot can happen in warm-ups, John, clearly. Right. That's where
we already jinxed it, though, didn't we? We said Carlton Dave, the Bucs are going to have their full starting secondary back. Then Jordan Whitehead hurts his calf in practice, and he's out. So it's still, we will have 0 snaps after today of the Bucs starting secondary together heading into week 14, and we'll see beyond. We don't have any, I know some people in the chat have asked, we don't have any update on Jordan Whitehead per se. Michael Henderson asked any update on his injury. He did get an MRI yesterday, we were told, but we don't know the extent of it. It seems positive that they haven't placed him on injured reserve as of this moment. They could have done that easily and then opened up a spot for bring a safety up. Now they're running a little bit thin at safety, though, even with all the injuries, with Jamal Dean coming back and after being knocked out of last week's game, Carlton Davis coming back, Sean Murphy-Bunting's back out there, Antoine Winfield's obviously out there. 4 of their 5 typical starters in the secondary, but no Jordan Whitehead. Mike Edwards is suspended due to this COVID situation with Antonio Brown. Now, both of those guys suspended, so the Bucs are down their number 2 and both their other 2 starting safeties, really. Edwards has been starting the last 3 games in the slot. Even if that was unlikely to continue today, they're not going to have him to replace Edwards. So that's going to thrust Andrew Adams back into the lineup. And then Ross Cockrell, who we haven't even seen at safety outside of the preseason and training camp, will be the 3rd safety today. And they're pretty thin after that, Casey. They're going to have to get creative if something happens with one of those 2 guys.
Yeah, and unfortunately, every game where they've already had to be creative and force people to play in slots that they're not the most confident in, something has still happened, So with Jamal Dean coming back, hopefully he's feeling up to the task of putting the secondary on his shoulders a little bit more, because he's probably the most seasoned guy back there to make things happen. Andrew Adams, though, we've seen a lot of good things out of him in timely situations, so I would
Yes.
hope and think that it could be the same thing. Captain America can come into that secondary and play a big enough role. Luckily, it's not the Bills this week, it's just the Falcons, but it's always those teams that have just enough and just a little, they can kind of get in there and put you to work. So
Yeah,
the secondary's got to heal here soon. Yeah,
it does have to heal. Yeah, and like I said, have not played a minute today, a stop this season as a full starting secondary. That'll continue for another week. Obviously, tougher matchups loom on the horizon, and the question marks will hopefully be answered by that point in time. But yeah, right now, no question. Andrew Adams, big shoes to fill, big opportunity for him to step up defensively. He's the guy that's done that in some pretty big moments. He played 8 snaps against Chicago in relief, and that was a blowout. Played 1 snap against Miami, and that was a blowout. But he played 11 snaps against Dallas. Remember, they were without Jordan Whitehead in that game. So he stepped in and he did play some snaps against the Cowboys. So this is not, and he played well. He stopped Ezekiel Elliott near the goal line. And then last year, Antoine Winfield was hurt and Jordan Whitehead got hurt in the Packers game. And Andrew Adams stepped in with Mike Edwards, and he helped break up that pass on the goal line. And he was targeted a bunch of times, and he made some good plays, some good breaks on the ball. He started a ton in his NFL career. He had a season with the Bucs. What did he have? He had like 4 picks in one. Yeah, he had 4 picks in the 2018 season. He's been a capable filling guy before. He's a luxury. It's great that this team got him back. It's been a luxury to have him as a 4th safety, and hopefully he can help keep things together today a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he could, because like you said, anytime that he's touched the field, he has been helpful. He's been an asset rather than an issue. So I think he can do enough, especially versus the Falcons today.
Right. We'll get to some more of the injuries here in a second, but wanted to make sure I shout it out and let everybody know that today's show is sponsored, as all the Pewter Report podcasts are, is sponsored by our title sponsor, Celsius. Celsius powers active lives every day with essential functional energy. Celsius energy drinks are the truth, folks. You can see all the different flavors up there on the screen. I'm currently on a Wildberry. I finished a Tropical Vibe this weekend. They are terrific stuff. They're unbelievable. They get 0 sugar, but unbelievable taste in these things. It's crazy. Great for you, and you can find them too. You can go to Celsius.com. You can find out. You can click the banner ads at PewterReport.com. Find out and get the Celsius shipped straight to you by using Amazon, and the subscribe and save option too. So it's really great stuff with Celsius. Definitely encourage you, if you're looking for an energy drink without the drop off and without a lot of the bad stuff that you get in other energy drinks, the unhealthy stuff, you check out Celsius. And I think you could look at the chat if you need proof, because many people in the chat have said it's changed the game and turned things around for them for sure. So yeah, it's good stuff. Let's talk a little bit more about these injuries real quickly. Just roll through the rest of the ones for the Bucs. So we mentioned some of the players that are returning and are healthy. Jalen Darden in the return game is not. He is in the concussion protocol. He made good progress last week, it seemed like, but he will not be out there. So it looks like Scotty Miller will be handling the returns for the Bucs. Mentioned Jordan Whitehead and Mike Edwards being out at safety. Antonio Brown obviously still out at receiver. He was injured, so he was going to miss the next 2 games anyway, but he's also suspended now for the next 3 games. Richard Sherman remains out. I don't know how much he would have been used today, but he remains out, and he'll be coaching him up on the sideline. And then Aaron Stinney, who would be the first guard off the bench, is also out. So that will put the spotlight back on Nick Leverett if there's an issue with Ali Marpet or Alex Kappa in this game. For the Falcons, on their side of things, Calvin Ridley remains kind of away from the team right now and dealing with some personal stuff, and so he will not play. And then Hayden Hurst is on injured reserve, their number 2 tight end, and a key part of their offense when they started the season, at least. He remains on injured reserve. Isaiah Oliver, their typical nickel corner, is also on injured reserve. So maybe a juicy matchup for Chris Godwin there. They also are a little bit thin on the defensive line, inactive today. Jonathan Bullard's hurt. Mike Pennell and John Kaminsky are inactive as well. So some of their better run stuffers are gone on that defensive line for this game. And then Wayne Gallman, the backup running back, gone as well. But overall, Casey, the Falcons are honestly in a pretty decent situation injury-wise. The Calvin Ridley absence has obviously been tough for them, though, because we'll look at their offense first. They're relying on that passing attack to get going because Mike Davis has been disappointing. Cordarrelle Patterson has kind of moved all over and been a good gadget player. They have not been able to get their ground game going at all this season. They enter this game 30th in the NFL in rush yards per game and 30th in yards per attempt too. So it's tough for Atlanta right now to do what Arthur Smith wants to do, which is establish that ground game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to take them some time because they completely changed their system, and I think that they need to build in a lot of key positions there. The other thing, too, is that they're not very effective without Cordell Patterson on the field. I think with Cordell Patterson on the field, they average about 6.7 yards in not every play, but progressively. Yeah. Whereas when he's not on the field, they only average about 3.9. So that just shows you that if the Bucs defense can manage Cordell Patterson, that they're already going to eliminate the biggest threat of the game. The other guy to look out for would be tight end Kyle Pitts. I think he has about 661 yards so far this season as a rook. And we saw what tight ends are capable of doing to the Bucs defense if they don't have the right coverage on them. You know, Jack Doyle started to pick up some pretty significant yards against the Bucs defense last time, and Carson Wentz had 306 yards on them. So with those issues in the secondary, you just want to make sure that the Bucs are playing the right coverages to manage everything possible so that they don't get in the end zone as much. Also, in the past 4 games, they haven't gotten above 21 points. So it's not like the Bucs defense is going to be in a bad position to make the right calls to manage their offense. I think that they're probably in prime to do well.
Yeah. No question. I think that those guys are going to obviously have to step up. And I think just in general for this team, for Atlanta, it's all about guys who have not played much and are still kind of emerging, stepping up. Olamide Zaccheaus, so whoever it might be right now for them offensively, they need those guys to make plays. So you're relying on players who really haven't shown, there's not a big track record of them having proven anything. I will say this, Russell Gage has played well for Atlanta, and he's played well against the Bucs in his career. It's been a team that he's enjoyed a lot of success against, particularly enjoyed a lot of success against Sean Murphy-Bunting, who has struggled in the 3 games he's played in this year. 2 of them, he has been, he's really, really struggled. And so the considerations have to be pretty strong for Tampa Bay to look at that corner spot and say, okay, are we just going to play Sean Murphy-Bunting and nickel? Is Carlton Davis ready to handle a full workload? Is Jamel Dean ready to handle a full workload with that shoulder that he suffered last week? Where are we at health-wise with our corners? Because all 3 of these guys have been injured at points this season. And now it's like, okay, who can handle a full workload? Who needs to see their workload reduced? I'll be disappointed if the Bucs if Murphy-Bunting continues to struggle and they continue to play him over Jamel Dean. But right now it's hard for me to comment too much not knowing how healthy is Dean, how healthy is Davis. And so seeing the snap count distribution today will be pretty key between those 3. And you would imagine Ross Cockrell will go back to, being that like 4th corner for them, rather Mike Edwards, who's played in the slot the past few weeks. So all things that we'll have to monitor with the Bucs secondary moving forward. I think that group obviously has a matchup on paper that favors them a lot in this game, but how it plays out in the game will be a different story. The Falcons this season, 19th in the NFL in passing yards per game, and in passing yards per game, and 25th in passing yards per attempt. So the plays down the field just haven't been there in addition to the run game. They're kind of the anti-Colts, Casey. They're kind of the team that, like, if you look at their situation, they can't run it and they can't hit big plays, but they kind of do everything else a little bit. And the Colts were kind of just big plays and running it, and that's what they kind of hung their hat on.
Well, and that's the scary part, too, because it's those small things that you can do well and just enough that can keep you in a game, like depending – for the Bucs, it's all about how they start. If they start strong, I think that they can – they can control most of the game. If they don't, I see them having a stronger second half like they did versus the Colts. But it's just one of those things about how it all starts out. As for what you were talking about just a second ago with Sean Murphy-Bunting and Carlton Davis, it's hard to not want to rely heavily on Carlton Davis. He is, very seasoned in his position. He's a huge asset back there. Sean Murphy-Bunting is somewhat inconsistent to me, in my opinion. He has, great moments. He has quality moments, and then sometimes he just has these fall-offs. His return to the game was a lot stronger than I would have even assumed or anticipated he would have done. But then last week he was kind of, here and there. He looked flustered. He looked kind of out of it. He looked like he was overthinking certain plays and situations. So something wasn't adding up last week, especially in comparison to his return. So hopefully the guy who returned 2 weeks ago is the guy who shows up today, but I can see them heavily relying on Carlton Davis to make a lot of splashes back there for the Bucs defense so that they can manage the Falcons to not do so well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, just in general for the Bucs, like defensively, they need some answers in the secondary to emerge. I think one of those things happened with Jamel Dean this season. Like earlier when he was healthy, he was really playing pretty well, and he's always could probably have his moments, but even if he can maintain that level of play that he had for that 6 weeks or whatever, where he was playing pretty good football, and if Carlton Davis can get back to who he typically is, I feel pretty good. I mean, about the secondary, especially if Jordan Whitehead's able to return this season. But there's still a lot up in the air. I mean, this is still a relatively unproven cornerback group. Sean Murphy-Bunting, Jamel Dean, we just have not learned enough about them to really be able to say who they are as players, or maybe we are with Sean Murphy-Bunting, and the answer might not be what people want to hear. And with Carlton Davis, we know he's good. Can he be great? That's the question. Like, I think we know he's good. That's like his floor now. Is the ceiling great or not? So there's questions with all these guys still. None of them are proven or finished products at this point, I don't think. So how that comes along is huge. And in the meantime, you have Antoine Winfield Jr., who I believe is making that leap you wanted to see from any of those other guys. I think Winfield's making that leap now this season. He's the guy that makes plays on the football all of a sudden this season. He had an interception taken away against the Saints. He's had a couple other near interceptions this season, and obviously has 2 picks in the 9 games that he's played in, or was it 8? I think 9 games that he's played in. So he's a guy that's absolutely on his way, in my opinion, and they'll need him to be a playmaker today. If you're the Bucs. Yeah, and if you're the Falcons, Casey, you want to run the football. You've got to figure out a way that you can do that without dropping Matt Ryan back 55 times in this game, right? That's, to me, something that if you're Arthur Smith, you obviously know you're going to throw the football a lot in this game, but I don't know that you go through this entire week game planning and are like, yeah, we're going to just drop back 55 times, 60 times to beat the Bucs, because I feel like you have to figure out a way to run it, but how? You haven't had any success, and now you're up against the number 1 run defense in the league.
I think their best bet is to run it, because I think that they put themselves in a very unsafe position to throw the ball more, because Matt Ryan is prone to being picked off. A Bucs fan would be happy to see it, and Antoine Winfield Jr., he's probably got the most identity in that secondary over any other guy, and crazy enough, he's the youngest guy out there. So to go from being grave diggers last season and having this image as a whole, I think that when it was time for individual step-ups and individual performances, it just we either saw how talented each individual player really was, or how capable each guy individually really was, or not. So you make a strong point there to say, we don't want to hear the truth about Sean Murphy-Bunting. He's got flashes of greatness, and then it just kind of falls short. So if they can force them to pass the ball, the only reason we're scared to see that is because the secondary is, it is what it is. They're just kind of filling in loose ends and pieces here, and a guy could step up to the plate and make it count, or they can end up, making this a big game. But the defense is now officially only let up 81 yards per game. They've held back one of the strongest running backs, the strongest running back in the league. So they're not going to, I don't see Cordell Patterson being that guy to run on them. Here's the thing that I found interesting, though. I think Cordell Patterson has 400 and something rushing yards this season. Where he's really loading up is receiving yards. He's got 500 receiving yards. So again, he's one of those guys who you can also, not just hand off the ball to, but pass the ball to, and he can be a threat that way as well.
Yeah, he's probably one of the most versatile players in the league. Just you talk about return ability, and now he's even practicing on defense for them, Casey. Like, just in case they need another player. I mean, like, this is, and he asked to do these things. Like, he wants to do these things. I think he played 1 snap on defense last week against Jacksonville at free safety. So it might just be like situational stuff, Hail Mary situations, those kind of things. But it's been pretty remarkable to watch him this season. Not many players like him, and his whole career trajectory. I mean, it's totally fascinating to me. But outside of just from a scouting perspective or evaluation perspective, being just kind of floored by who he is as a player, this is the guy that the Bucs have just really struggled against. When he was with the Bears last year, obviously it was a struggle as a return guy, as a receiver, as a running back. It's been all of those things, catching the ball to the backfield, whatever it might be. He does move around some, but this season last week, for example, he played 23 snaps in the backfield, 3 in the slot, 3 out wide. So he's not all over the place, and he's not playing every single snap. Last week he played 29 snaps. Week before he played 15. So I bet today you see him get up over 30, 40 snaps in this game. That's what the Falcons have to be prioritizing, touches for him, because one of the biggest things about him is that he's hard to tackle. And that's the Falcons they don't have any playmakers on the field consistently right now other than he and Pitts. And so if you're the Falcons, you're looking to create those kind of plays. Right now, you're looking at a Bucs team that, if you're looking for a weakness defensively, they've improved enough or faced weak enough offenses enough to be in pretty decent league standing in a lot of areas defensively. But one thing that hasn't improved much is missed tackles. They're still tied for 26th in the NFL in missed tackles, 81 missed tackles this season. So tackling is still been an issue for the Bucs or has been less of an issue for other teams and still remains somewhat of an issue for the Bucs might be a better way to say it. So if you're the Falcons and you're looking for splash plays, finding ways to somehow get the ball to Cordarrelle Patterson in space is got to be key number one in terms of their gameplay today. And if you're the Bucs, no excuse for not knowing where this guy is at all times. You didn't know where he was all the time. They did a throwback pass to him in week 2. You didn't always know where he was. Devin White left him in coverage, went to try and sack Matt Ryan when Ryan got out of the pocket instead of staying on his guy, allowed him to score a touchdown. Winfield missed a tackle on him on a 10-yard touchdown run. Doesn't happen very often. So that's the key for the Bucs. If you want to stop the Falcons on offense, stop Cordarrelle Patterson. And the other thing, Casey, pressure Matt Ryan. That's been somehow difficult for the Bucs under Todd Bowles. And Ryan is stationary. The Falcons' offensive line hasn't been great. There was the first year, I think, where Shaq Barrett and Jason Pierre-Paul just went crazy the first year under Todd Bowles and sacked Matt Ryan so many times. I think they had 20 total pressures between the two of them in the 2 games. It was just crazy what those 2 guys were doing. But if you fast forward a little bit, the last couple meetings, especially earlier this year, it wasn't until the end of the game. They impacted him a couple times. He throws 2 picks. But even this season, it doesn't make much sense. They have one of the worst offensive lines in the league in a lot of ways, especially in pass protection. And yet they've only given up 21 sacks despite not having an elusive quarterback. So the biggest thing, they'll go max protect a lot. They'll keep their tight ends in to block. They're non-Pitts tight ends. They'll use Pitts as a wideout, keep their other tight ends in their backs in to protect and to block. That's why Patterson doesn't play more than he does, I think. And that's where the Falcons right now are kind of making their living on offense, being able to give Ryan enough time to find checks down and find guys that can run after the catch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw versus the Colts that the ability to get in there, that, the pass rush can be stronger. They can not overly blitz a team and kind of lose certain coverages out there. So you would hope that they're going to build off of that performance. But when you look at Matt Ryan as well, he didn't even break 200 yards versus the Jaguars, and the Jaguars don't really have this esteemed defense that should have caused any, very specific issues versus him either. So if they can, it's about them showing up. I mean, even with all the issues that the Bucs defense has had, not even just focusing on the secondary, but even, that interior kind of being here and there, not finishing strong, not making tackles, not getting inside. It's about them showing up. And at this point, it's that part of the season where there should be no other excuses. Everybody's bodies are on the line. They have to show up. And this is the game where they really have to get in there and get to Matt Ryan. I think the last time they sacked him 3 times, but like you said, they kind of let up in some other areas when they were focusing on the sack.
Right. I think that's one of the keys, right? Finishing those plays against the guy who isn't that elusive. There should be no excuses. I think Devin White missed one or 2.
Joe Tryon should be in there all over the place today. I should hear Joe Tryon-Chironka's name 17 times. And Shaq Barrett should definitely be getting another, sack or 2 today as well. This should be one of those. This should be a practice field game.
Yeah, I mean, it
Not
should be.
Completely underestimating the Falcons, but that's what it should be with this roster and the names on it and the portion of the season that they're in. This should be a practice field game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at just what the Falcons have gone through at their guard spot, at their left guard spot. I mean, Jalen Mayfield has been. I actually asked some people at PFF, is he the worst graded guard y'all have ever had, since you started doing grades? Because his pass blocking grades are just absolute dirt this season. And he's playing. He's getting better in the run game, I think, according to their grades anyway. And when I've watched him, I think he's adequate maybe in that area. But in pass protection, he has been kind of a sieve. So they're just kind of helping him all the time. And obviously they spent a high pick on him, so they want to make sure that he gets playing time and his chances to develop. But that's going to be one of the keys to this game. Can the Bucs get there with 4 when those opportunities present themselves? But also Atlanta, like I said, they're going to love to max protect. So it is going to be on the coverage to hold up some too. It is hard to get to the quarterback quickly when a team is putting 6-7 blockers out there. And Atlanta has survived that way basically against Tampa Bay over the last couple seasons. They've survived the pass rush for at least a while. Then it gets late in the game. Falcons have to throw in every down. They have to get more options out in the routes. And that's when things start to break down for Atlanta. So coverage has to hold up pretty early in this game for the Bucs. But there's always some fun matchups on this side of the ball, at least. On the other side of the ball, the Bucs have really just completely dominated this matchup, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But first, I got to talk about the penalties just situation in this game, because we've talked about it with the Bucs. Obviously, the league rank in penalties has improved some. They're 18th in the NFL in penalties going into this game. The Falcons are 11th. But both of these teams are way worse than that ranking when it comes to pre-snap penalties, the kinds that are most avoidable, Casey. The Bucs are 29th in the NFL in pre-snap penalties. The Falcons are tied for 25th. And the Bucs are 26th in terms of penalty yards that they've surrendered to the other team. So just crazy discrepancies. And this still remains true. Going into this game, the Bucs are 32nd in the NFL in penalties called against their opponents this season, and they're 31st in yards where they've benefited off of penalties from their opponents in games this season. On the other side of that, the Falcons are tied for third in benefiting from penalties from their opponents, and second in the NFL and benefiting from penalty yards by their opponents. So the Falcons have gotten all this penalty help, like almost more penalty help than any other team in the league, yet are still, a losing record going into this game and struggling. The Bucs have faced at the bottom of the league in that way. So will that have an impact on the game today? The fact that the Falcons have, that's been consistently the trajectory for both teams this year.
Seriously. And I mean, all you could really say to that is hopefully not, because how many times is Bruce Arians going to preach discipline? I don't know how you teach discipline in practice other than just getting your head in the game. So at least the 2 returning games, the penalties have minimized. There was only a few pre-snap penalties, but yeah, it just comes down to discipline. And knowing those statistics that you just said there, as a player, I would go into this game really acknowledging the fact that you can either hand them an opportunity to get down the field by making undisciplinary mistakes, or you can really cut them at their knees and hold them off from getting anything just through penalties and penalty yards alone. So that's a mental game all the way.
Right. It is, exactly. And you're on the road, and I know it might be a little bit loud, but there's no excuses. This is the time of year you've got to start getting this stuff right. You're coming off that COVID season where you're empty stadiums. Okay, but everybody else in the league is figuring it out. You got to figure it out too. You want to be a winning team. You got to figure out how to stop handing your team, the other team, opportunities, especially when that team can't hold a candle to you in terms of talent. You can't let execution keep shooting you in the foot, and mental mistakes keep shooting you in the foot in these games. If you're looking for an opportunity to watch these games, or even let's say you have plans for the Bucs games and you want to, I'm going, some of you are going already out in Atlanta, I know, for this Bucs game that are listening. You're watching us before you even get this kickoff even happens. If that's happening with you, great. If you already got your plans at home, great. But Whiskey Wings is a great place to go after the game and to be able to just kick back, relax, have a beer, have something unbelievable to eat. I had their barbecue sliders the other day. They were unbelievable. The food I've had here has been absolutely outstanding to me. I've loved it. And so Whiskey Wings, great place, Temple Terrace. Head on down there, watch the 4:00 games after the Bucs game, watch the night game down there, hang out, great atmosphere, indoor, outdoor bar. It's clean. It's great service. It's everything. I mean, I've been so impressed when I've been there. They just have a great system going on there. So Whiskey Wings Sports Bar and Grill in Temple Terrace. Make sure you check them out, whiskeywings.com. You can check out and see all the specials that they have, and maybe get the family out there for a night this week, or take in some football or some other sports during the week as well out there. Always a really good time. All right, Casey, we're flipping the script. We're talking about when the Bucs have the ball. Chris Godwin and Mike Evans have just absolutely dominated the Falcons in their careers. This is Mike Evans' statistics against the Falcons have been outstanding. Obviously, he got hurt last year in the second game, the last game of the season, regular season. After he had like 43 yards in the first quarter or the first 2 drives or something. Chris Godwin went on to just terrorize the Falcons in that game. Earlier this season, Mike Evans had a great game against Atlanta. Chris Godwin scored in 6 straight games against the Falcons. Both of these guys have just had outstanding careers against Atlanta. What are your expectations today for the Bucs wide receiver group and for Tom Brady? They've been fine. It's been, Gronkowski had a big game. They've been going underneath a little bit more. The average depth of target has dropped. There hasn't been as many splash plays as we saw back week 1, week 2 when the Falcons and Bucs last played in Raymond James Stadium. But it still feels like Atlanta's a team that maybe the splash plays could get going against once again.
Yeah. For me, I think it's going to be another big day for Leonard Fournette, realistically. But when it comes to Mike Evans, Chris Godwin just knows how to have fun against this team. And Mike Evans, I think, finally got a touchdown versus the Falcons this season. Was this the team where he had plenty of yards, but wasn't finding the end zone? I'm almost positive.
Which one? Evans?
Yeah.
I think he scored twice. I think he scored twice in the first game. He didn't have a ton of yards. I think I'm checking right now.
But he hadn't scored against the Falcons, I think, or hadn't
Yes,
found the
that's
end zone
correct.
versus
Going
the
into that
Falcons.
game,
So
yep.
yeah, so to finally get those 2 touchdowns this season, I think he's definitely going to build off of that. He just, this is one of those teams where he's faced off with them plenty of times, and to be quite healed and whatnot, I think he's just going to build off of his first performance. Chris Godwin enjoys playing against these guys. And then Scotty Miller. I know that there was a lot of things and people are waiting for me to praise Scotty Miller, but his return last week, it wasn't the greatest, most outstanding return. He did have that one DPI, which was very helpful. But him being on special teams, I think, is going to be incredible. I actually prefer him being on the return over Darlin, as controversial as that might be.
Wow.
Sue me.
Wow. Well, if he has a return touchdown today, we're clipping this and we're putting it on social media, and you'll get your clout. If he fumbles, we're also clipping it and putting it on social media.
If he fumbles, my name is not Casey Hudson. If he goes off, case in point, I'll send you guys my Christmas presents. No, but seriously, I think that this is going to be a game where Scotty Miller can kind of step into bigger shoes, step into a bigger role. We haven't had that speedy receiver just yet with Antonio Brown being out. So I think that if they can get things going with Scotty Miller, use his speed, that they're going to be able to do some great things back there. Because what do they have secondary-wise? Terrell and Harris. There's one other guy I'm forgetting. They do well in the secondary. I think they all kind of had a heyday versus the Jaguars. 4 or 5 combined tackles for each individual. I mean, so they have enough strength in the secondary to not make it the easiest situation for the Buccaneers. But again, you have guys on your roster like Mike Evans and Chris who just know this team inside and out, who have faced off against these guys so many times where they think they know how to capitalize out there on them. I think it'll be another big day for Mike Evans. It's been a couple of games since he's had an opportunity to really get going, and I think today could be an opportunity for him.
Yep, I agree with you. It definitely could be. This has been a matchup that's done well for all these Bucs receivers, really. And, no Antonio Brown hurts. He's also had great career success against Atlanta, but he will not play in this game, obviously, due to the suspension and due to the injury. So Tyler Johnson will have an opportunity to step up. It just hasn't really happened for him yet this season, really. I mean, honestly, the Bears game was okay. Like, there were some good things, but there has not been a consistent – strong performance by Tyler Johnson. He hasn't found the end zone this year. The team has expected a lot more out of him the last 3 weeks, and he just has not delivered. It's not complicated. You can watch the tape.
He kind of hit a decline in a way. And
doesn't get open
he started
very
to pick up. Yeah, he started to pick up a little bit, and then he just started to hit this weird decline where it doesn't seem like they trust him and they can rely on him as much out there. I don't think we'll see much Tyler Johnson just because of the return of Rob Gronkowski, and we know that that's Tom Brady's comfort zone. So if things aren't firing off with Mike, if they're not firing off with Chris, and if things are still connecting with Scotty Miller, we know exactly where that ball is going to go, down the center to Rob Gronkowski.
Yep, it's been a comfort zone for the Bucs over the last couple of weeks. They haven't struggled to find plays. It's been Gronkowski's really stepped up the last 2 weeks since coming back from his injury. Another key factor in this game is going to be third down defense. Going into this game, Atlanta has the 30th ranked third down defense in the NFL, and the Bucs have the 3rd ranked third down offense in the NFL. So very, very important that trend continues. The Bucs, the 7th ranked red zone offense this year in the NFL, 66%, which is very high, The fact that that's 7th in the NFL is hilarious. We are getting near the end of the regular season. That would have been the best in the NFL for several years in a row there in the 2015, 2016. That would have been that high up there. Now it's 7th. But the Bucs are 1st in the NFL in red zone attempts and in red zone touchdowns this season. So they're 1st in those categories. The Falcons, on the other hand, have struggled on both sides of the ball in the red zone. They actually have as many red zone trips as the Bucs have red zone touchdowns this season. And on defense, the Falcons are 25th in the NFL in red zone defense. They're allowing teams to score 65.9% of the time. The Bucs score at 66% of the time. So almost basically the same statistic on opposite ends for both of these teams. Is so clear strength in terms of the Bucs. If you want to put Atlanta away, got to be able to finish in the red zone. And you said it. I mean, it could be another big day for Leonard Fournette, and that's an area of the field. Obviously, he scored 4 times in last week. 3 of those came in the red zone, 1 receiving, 2 rushing, and then obviously scored from 28 yards out to win the game late against the Colts. But it could be another opportunity for him, Casey, because the Atlanta run defense has not been great either this season. 24th in the NFL in rushing yards per game allowed. So they've kind of struggled in all phases on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I think they've let up about either 173 or 183 yards. So for Leonard Fournette to do what he did versus the Colts, and even the week before when he was pretty cued in on, and you can just see he's just become a stronger running back in terms of being able to get those, not only get those first downs, but to really climb in for those extra yards. He's strong. So I could totally see today being a 100-yard performance for Leonard Fournette. And we just saw how he built off, performance after performance after performance the last leg of the season last year. And then, of course, it became playoff Lenny, but not just to build off the hype. I think this is another game where he can just completely dominate and get the Bucs in prime positioning for Tom to either go to Mike Evans or Rob Gronkowski or Chris Godwin.
Absolutely. Getting that passing attack on court, getting everybody going is going to be key for the Bucs today. A chance to do that against the Falcons defense that has struggled a little bit, obviously, but this, especially in this matchup, I guess I should say. So we're going to step out here, Casey. We're going to bring in Scott Reynolds and JC Allen here to talk about the matchups to watch in this game. So they're going to talk about some of Scott's key matchups to watch. They'll bring you right up until about 12:50 or so, a couple minutes after 12:50 maybe. And then Paul Atwal and I will jump in here and we will be with you throughout this game. So you don't have to change streams or anything, keep it right here. Paul and I will be with you throughout this game. And so we will actually be taking you through the game, giving you play-by-play, live analysis, all of that stuff. While the Bucs play the Falcons, they'll be watching it alongside you. You'll have score updates and play-by-play and all the good stuff that you like. So we're excited for that. So stick with us through that. But now Casey and I are going to step out. Scott and JC are going to step in. But first, a message from our friends over at Immuni Financial.
At Immuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track, so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Immuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Well, JC, we got to get to Colorado, man. We got to do it. We got to save money with Immuni Financial and grow our money. Really, that's the thing. Is their investments. Managing your family's wealth means more to Immuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage, and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With over 40 years in the Tampa Bay area worth of experience, let Immuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Give them a call at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864, or visit immuni.com. JC, I have had the good fortune of investing with Immuni Financial this year, and without getting too personal, I have seen my investment portfolio grow by leaps and bounds. These guys know what they're doing. Highly recommend it. It's never too late to save money. It's never too late to invest, to establish, a retirement savings account. Certainly, if you have kids out there, whether they're infants, toddlers, preteens, teenagers, whatever, start that college savings fund now. Visit immuni.com and call them and make an appointment to see them. It's great. It's free consultations, and it's a great way for you to plan ahead and stay ahead with Immuni.
Absolutely.
JC, happy football Sunday to you.
Happy football Sunday to you. And what a week it's been. So
yes,
ready for the game, ready to get rid of some of these distractions and just focus on what really counts. And that's a team on the field.
Speaking of the game, Pewter Game Day in just 21 minutes. That's where John Ledyard and Paul Atwal are going to be taking you guys all the way through the game, from kickoff to the final whistle. Hopefully another Buccaneer victory out there for you Buc fans. And that would mean a season sweep for the Buccaneers yet again of the Falcons. Last year, JC, it wasn't easy, right? They went to Atlanta with playoff aspirations. I think it was week 15, week 14, something like that, and week 15, and fell behind 17-0 in that game. Did not look at all like a Super Bowl contender by any means. But we saw them hit the pedal to the metal, stomp the gas, and race out to 31 points in the second half. If you remember, Tom Brady went nuts in the second half. Devin White I believe had a pair of sacks or 3 sacks in that game in the second half. Really kind of took over the fourth quarter defensively, and they outscored the Falcons 31-10 in the second half to win that game 31-27. And I said this on the show on Wednesday on the Pewter Report podcast. For whatever reason, JC, and I'm going to let you sound off on this, the Falcons, despite not having weapons, despite being depleted, there's no Julio Jones this year. There's not going to be a Calvin Ridley today. But for some reason, the Falcons have scored 27 and 27 points in those 2 games last year and 25 points at Ray J in week 2. For some reason, they seem to stick around and make it interesting, do they not?
They are. They're like that. They're like a mosquito. They're just, they come around and they just stick around. And you look at in week 2, last year, obviously, as you mentioned, but week 2 still, the Bucs get out to an early start at home, and then the Falcons come roaring back, score
28-25 at one point.
Yeah, 28-25 before, Mike Edwards, who will not be playing this week, made 2 great plays to really put them ahead. But this is a Matt Ryan-led football team, and with Matt Ryan, you never rule him out. I mean, he's a former MVP quarterback for a reason. They're missing a lot of key help. They do have a healthier offensive line this week, but I don't even know if that makes much of a difference the way they've played. But it's not a team that you can just, a divisional opponent that you can just say, oh yeah, they're gonna go in there and they're gonna dominate. I would love to see the Bucs go out there and put up 40 points, hang a 50 burger on them for the first time this season. I just don't see it because for whatever reason, even if they're trailing, the Falcons will still give you their best shot. They're one of those, like I said, annoying teams that don't go away. They just keep buzzing around you until you swat them down. And that's what the Bucs are going to have to do is swat them down early and keep that pedal on the gas, like you mentioned, like they did last year.
What's kind of crazy, though, is the Falcons, it's like Matt Ryan has earned the nickname Matty Ice, especially at home, where he's played really well in the, I was going to say the George Dome, it's the Mercedes-Benz Dome. He played better in the George Dome than he did the Mercedes-Benz Dome for sure. This year they've won 1 home game, and I think the last time they were at home they got stomped by the Patriots 25-0. So that they have not played nearly as well at home. I think their only home win was against the Giants earlier in the season. So they've really struggled in Atlanta. And for the Buccaneers, you look at their road woes. Were they cured? Were they healed of the road woes last week?
Not convincingly.
Not convincingly, right? They scored 38 points, which is the first time they've gone over the 30-point threshold on the road. That was something they did almost with ease last year. 8 of those road games, they scored 30 points or more in half of them, right? We saw, you mentioned a 40 burger. I mean, we saw 45 points in Las Vegas, over 40 points in Carolina, 47 points against Detroit, right? I mean, it's not like they've hit 30 or 31. They were like putting over 40 points.
23.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they've done that at Ray J, right? They were still averaging 38 points per game at home. They just haven't been as dominant on the road, and we'll see if this trend continues. Because honestly, JC, I think it's going to have to. I think it's going to have to continue. And I think they're going to have 3 opportunities to put 30 points on the board or more today, at New York against the Jets, and then also at Carolina before they will eventually have to probably go on the road for at least 1 playoff game, right?
Yeah, and you look at it now, it's Tom Brady football. it's December football, and he's got another game up in the cold with the Jets. He's got another game on the road against the Panthers, and then they've got 2 home games against the 3 home games against the Panthers, Bills, and Saints. So this is when Tom Brady turns up a level and a notch, and he said it last week. This is where some teams start to give up hope, and some teams start to do less. Well, this team needs to do more. And I'm sure that's been, even with everything that's been going on, that's been the message sent. Hey, we can't take any of these teams for granted. We've had struggles on the road. We've had struggles scoring points. We need to do more right now, starting in December, if we want to be that number 1 seed and want to be in the place we want to be in the playoffs.
Well, let's get to some of these key matchups to watch. We're going to roll through these pretty quickly because this is the second time these teams have matched up. Rob Gronkowski versus Duron Harmon. These guys were Patriots teammates. Harmon was known as a ball hawk in New England, but only has one interception this year. JC, the Falcons, they're really bad against the pass. They don't pick off a lot of passes. They don't get a lot of sacks either. So let's talk about that. In addition to Donovan Smith versus Dante Fowler, not enough interceptions, not enough sacks. The pass rush and the coverage have to work in concert. The Falcons aren't doing that. Fowler only has 3.5 sacks to lead the team. One of those came against Donovan Smith in week 2. I think Brady held on to the ball too long. And JC, that's the only sack that Donovan Smith has given up this year.
Yeah, he's been on a different level. And even if it was Tom Brady's fault, Donovan Smith's fault, whatever, Donovan's going in there and he's going to try to make up for that and stonewall Dante Fowler all game long.
Yeah.
He's been playing in an incredible clip and should really make a Pro Bowl. As for Gronkowski and Deron Harmon, we saw what Gronkowski was still able to do. 2 touchdowns, 4 catches, 39 yards. That was second game of the season. Still not really quite, in football shape as much as you want to be.
He's coming off a 100-yard game last week.
Exactly. I really think that it's going to be a long day for the second. Now, AJ Terrell's come on. He's had some really good games. He's also had some clunkers. So it's consistency with him. What AJ Terrell are you getting? And then, as you mentioned, Fabian Morrow, too, with Mike Evans on that list. Yeah. It's if that's the matchup, I'm excited if I'm Mike and Tom.
Yes. Yeah, advantage Mike Evans. He had 5 catches, 75 yards, including 2 touchdowns against the Falcons. One of those was on Morrow, who, I think he beat like a drum in that game. So obviously they're going to try to mix up the coverages on Evans, but at the same time, as was pointed out earlier on the pregame show, Chris Godwin has scored a touchdown in each of the last 6 games against the Falcons. So both of these receivers really, and you look at Mike Evans, 10 touchdowns in his career against the Falcons, more than any other team. He only has 5 against the Saints and 5 against the Panthers, but against the Falcons, he feasts. And JC, I got to tell you, speaking of feasting, you can do some feasting at MyBookie, where the point spread is 10.5. I'm not sure if I trust that quite yet. The Bucs have not done a very good job, as Matt Matera points out, on the road against the spread. So I'm going to stay away from that. I did go with a lot of individual prop bets, though. But if you want to do some betting, the place to do it is at MyBookie. They've got a special offer when it comes to doubling your money. So everyone's trying to cash in on the next best crypto. But if you want a guaranteed way to double your money, do it at MyBookie. Use the promo code Pewter. It's real simple. Sign up at MyBookie. Use the promo code Pewter, and your first deposit is automatically doubled immediately, all the way up to $1,000. How's that for a quick turnaround on your investment? With the playoff race heating up, the college bowl season right around the corner, double your firepower at MyBookie to get in on the action on the most important games of the season. Build your own props, which I did a lot of today with the Bucs. Create multi-game parlays. Take part in the host of the MyBookie Cash Prize Contest. It's the best time of the year to watch and bet on sports because you know who the winners are going to be by now. Don't miss out. Double your first deposit using promo code Pewter, and keep your eyes peeled for more exclusive holiday promotions coming soon at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anywhere, anytime at MyBookie. JC, going back to this game, right? Here's some more key matchups on the defensive side of the game. Shaq Barrett, who finally became Sack Barrett again. We were waiting, right? Against Caleb McGarry. McGarry has been awful as a first-round draft pick. He's been average as a right tackle, but certainly not getting the return on investment there. That is a matchup that Shaq should win. You're going to see Shaq playing on the right side too. He and JPP and even Joe Tryon and Anthony Nelson, they'll switch sides. But I think this is a really winnable matchup, certainly for Barrett, who's got the speed. McGarry just does not redirect well. He does not have ideal footwork for pass protection.
No, I mean, we should see the return of Sack Barrett here again this week. Maybe even another forced fumble, maybe getting that triple crown again.
Yeah.
This offensive line has been terrible. Patchwork. They finally got a couple of good pieces back, but even that, the pieces they do have, it's a really bad offensive line. So right all along the line, there's no reason, no excuse that they shouldn't be able to put multiple sacks on the board this game.
Totally agree. Antoine Winfield Jr., who was a hero last week, right? He had an amazing interception against Pittman, going up against 6'4", wide receiver that really has some hops, and you look at Kyle Pitts. I mean, this is a 6'6" receiving tight end. And the thing with Pitts is they're going to use a bunch of different players on him. I think that you're going to see with Jordan Whitehead out, probably less of the safety, Andrew Adams replacing him. Andrew Adams I think he's a really good free safety and run support. I don't know if I like Adams this much in man-to-man coverage, certainly against a player with Pitts' caliber. But you know what? I'm fine with using Antoine Winfield against him because he showed last week that he's not going to get big boyed. He does have some ups, some hops, and I think that you're going to see some of the linebackers gets a piece of the action against Pitts, but also Winfield is going to be out there too.
Yeah, they're going to use a variety of creative matchups to move Pitts all along the offense and try to create different mismatchups. And yeah, Andrew Adams, I like him, and he might start the game, but I think we're going to see a lot of Ross Cockrell this game. I think he's going to come in with the way he performed in the preseason and his coverage ability. And when you have a tight end like Kyle Pitts, you need someone who can cover him and stick with him. And Cockrell, I think, is a guy to put in there over Adams. But it's going to be interesting to see how they cover Pitts and how they try to get Pitts open in different looks.
No doubt about it. Devin White versus Cordero Patterson. Patterson, as John pointed out, is really just one of the most versatile players. I really appreciate his game. I remember, just watching him in the season opener against for the Falcons and just quickly realizing that Mike Davis was not the answer, and this guy's going to be more of a threat. That's why I said, listen, in week 2, he's on this list to watch here. And sure enough, he scored 2 touchdowns. Did more damage, certainly, as a receiver that game. Had a nice 30-yard screen pass. Actually had, I think, a pair of 24-yard receptions in that game. Devin White gave up one of those where he didn't know which way to go, whether it would be to cover the receiver, Patterson, or to rush the passer. He decided the wrong option, and Patterson lit him up. So I think that when you look at Patterson, the Falcons just are not going to be able to run the ball. Patterson averaged less than 2 yards per carry, but he will do some damage as a receiver in this game for the Falcons.
Yeah, and it's going to take the second level too, playing up to their talent as well. I mean, that second touchdown that he scored was essentially on Antoine Winfield Jr., so not being able to make the tackle. So, with a guy as explosive as he is and the way he can beat you in multiple facets, everyone's just going to have to make sure they're tackling and wrapping up and being aware of where he is also at any time because of the way they use him in multiple roles.
Totally agree. Oh, boy. Vita Vea versus Jalen Mayfield. Now, as John said, Mayfield is probably one of the worst guards in the league, if not the worst. This guy has given up 7 sacks and around 20 pressures this year, including over a dozen quarterback hits. And he's just not good. They continue to start him. Is he getting better? He's getting better in the run game. But it's one of those things where he needs the center help every single play just about to be effective and not give up those sacks, pressures, or hits. You're going to have to do that if you're the Falcons. Have Matt Hennessy double Vita Vea with Jalen Mayfield, because leaving Vita Vea one-on-one with Jalen Mayfield is not going to end well for Matt Ryan. And so what that is going to do is that's going to create some one-on-one opportunities on the other side with Chris Lindstrom versus Ndamukong Suh. Or on nickel situations, maybe Joe Tryon versus Lindstrom.
Well, just blitzers too up the middle.
Exactly. Yeah. So this should be a game. And listen, Vita Vea, I think, has been disappointing this year when it comes to pass rush. I know he's created opportunity for others with the pressure, but you're paying a guy that's a first round draft pick. You're going to be paying him a lot of money with regards to his 5th-year option. And then if you're looking to pay him another contract extension, which is coming, right? He is valuable to this defense. But I'd like to see this guy. I think Vita Vea, if he can learn to shed blocks better, once he drives the guard or the center back into the quarterback's lap, if he can shed and finish, I think that he could be a Pro Bowl caliber nose tackle capable of getting over 5 sacks. I think it's disappointing so far that he only has 1 this year, and both of those were half-sack games earlier in the season.
Yeah, I think he can turn it around against Jalen Mayfield, who's really struggled. As you mentioned, he's turning around a little bit in run blocking, but that's when you're attacking an defender. Having to drop back when you've got guys of this size and this speed, it's been really tough for him this go around. And having a guy like Vita Vea, even if he's not 100%, I really think that he's going to be able to cause some havoc and probably I think he can get a sack today. I really do. I think he can get a sack today. But though at the very least, it's going to be a very, very short window for Matt Ryan to be able to get rid of the ball today. But Bucs should be able to pull this out.
It's one of those things too where it's been a bit of a head scratcher, right? Because the Falcons' offensive line is not very good. It's underachieved. What you got there, JC? What are you rocking? Is it the blueberry pomegranate?
Blueberry pomegranate. Got to get the energy going.
I get the tropical vibe. I saw somebody in there earlier in the chat saying, I need to get tropical vibe. Yes, you do. This is a top 5 flavor for me. It's up there with the orange, with the orange sickle. It's up there with the Fuji apple pear. The tropical vibe is where it's at, folks.
I needed to heat a couple extra milligrams of caffeine today.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Got elves and stuff.
I had a coffee
every night.
and a Celsius, so I'm wide awake and good to go for today's game for sure. But yeah, I do think that I'd like to see the Buccaneer pass rush really come to life. I want to see Shaq Barrett continue to become Sack Barrett, especially away from Raymond James Stadium. I'd like to see Joe Tryon Shoyinka get into the sack column again. He was very close against the Giants. Had Daniel Jones just come out of his grasp there. That was a blown opportunity. And I do want to see Vita Vea own Jalen Mayfield because I think that's something that can and will and should happen in this week's game. So I'm expecting the Buccaneer pass rush to come to life. I think the biggest key, and I've said this on Wednesday's Bucs Falcons preview podcast, is for the Bucs firepower to get out there and light up the scoreboard early, get out to an early lead, and then tee off on Matt Ryan. I think that if you allow the Falcons to hang around, that's not good.
Yep, don't allow them to get that running game going at all. You got to get after them. The guys, we got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. They got to get on the board and not be invisible early on, and that's the way they're going to win this game. So, there's only one thing left to do is go out there and play that game, and make sure you keep it right here for the Pewter pregame with John and Paul coming up next.
Pewter Game Day is next, folks. For JC Allen, I'm Scott Reynolds. Enjoy your Bucs game, and I'll be back at halftime to wrap up the first half with John and Paul.
Welcome to Week 13, Pewter Game Day, Bucs versus Falcons in Atlanta. The Bucs trying to get to 9-3, and we are moments away from kickoff here and moments away from Paul Atwal joining us on the stream. This is sponsored by Celsius, powers active lives every day with essential functional energy. Celsius energy drinks are the bomb, folks. So if you haven't checked them out, make sure you do. Bucs Falcons is going to get underway here in a few minutes, and Paul Atwal is going to be joining me. We'll break this thing down. We'll carry you throughout the game today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to have live analysis and reactions and breakdowns of player performance and more throughout the game today, Bucs against Falcons. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Appreciate everybody jumping in here and being in here for the chat today. This is going to be a show where the Bucs, can they hang on to chances for the 1 seed? Can they make those kind of things happen today? Can they show their dominance against a weaker team? There's still a lot of questions. This team has played well, but not as well as we know that they can play. So that's going to be one of the keys, I think, in this game today is, can this be a team that puts away and buries bad teams early on? They've let too many hang around, too many teams that were at least worse than them hang around this year. And this is a really good opportunity for the Bucs to take advantage of a matchup that on paper they've got a clear advantage on. So We're moments away from kickoff here. Just running through some of the injuries once again for you. The Bucs are without Jalen Darden today in terms of return. Scotty Miller will handle that. Jordan Whitehead and Mike Edwards at the safety spots are both out. So it will be Andrew Adams and Ross Cockrell today at safety, helping out with the Antoine Winfield, obviously, in there as well. Antonio Brown is out. Richard Sherman and Aaron Stinney out as well for the Falcons. No Calvin Ridley, no Hayden Hurst, no nickel corner Isaiah Oliver, and John Bullard, the defensive lineman, also out for Atlanta today. Paul Atwal jumping in here and joining us on the show. Paul, what's up, man? This game just a couple minutes away from starting here, and man, it's going to be one of those games where you definitely want to see the Bucs get a victory, but you want to see it be a convincing victory too.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a pretty cool opportunity for the Bucs just in terms of the schematic matchup, because we've seen the Bucs kind of really become this underneath kind of passing attack recently against all the 2 high coverages they've been playing. But when you look back at that week 2 matchup, I think that's one of the coolest games of the year offensively, because Atlanta played a ton of 2 high coverages, but the Bucs figured out ways to attack downfield. So I'm curious if they can get that element of their passing game going again, where, okay, sure, you're playing these safe coverages, but we're still finding ways to get chunks down the field.
Yeah, I think that is going to be one of the keys. Like, I know that the Bucs have kind of adjusted some things and done what they've had to do against some defenses that are dropping people out and playing cover 4 and things like that and keeping the ball in front of them. But the reality is you've got to find explosives in today's NFL. And they've done a good job of still doing that, especially compared to league average. But if you're a team that is built around downfield passing and you can't do it, you can adjust for a while, but you still have to find a way to get back to what it is that you do, unless you're going to completely reshape what you're doing. I don't think they are. So they still have to find a way to get explosives down the field, whether it's calling certain concepts that are already in their offense more or adding concepts to their offense. What do you see being the recipe for that, Scott, as they come back here for kickoff?
Scott.
I'm sorry, I called you Scott. I'm sorry. Total insult.
It's all good. I was like, wait, am I not saying something? I'm like, is there 3 of us in here?
Insult there. No, I'm just kidding.
It's all good. Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I just want to give the disclaimer that I don't have an issue with them going underneath the way they have. Sure. I actually think it's one of the I'm glad to see it, because it was one of my kind of issues with it last year. They struggled against these coverages. But in terms of what I want to see for them to get back to the explosives, it's going to be attacking the middle of the field. And that's what they did in week 2. It was a lot of levels concepts where you have 3 guys attacking the middle of the field at different depths and drift routes. So lots of in-breakers, kind of in that area behind the linebackers. And one great way to do that, John, of course, play action. You draw those linebackers in, you attack, you gain chunks up the middle. And that's kind of the main, if we're going to simplify it, whereas with single high defenses, you can get those explosive plays along the sideline, right? Like a go route, something like that. That's a lot harder against 2 high, but you can find those chunks in the middle of the field instead. And the Bucs, they already have all that in their playbook. It's already all there.
Right. And the Bucs are actually going to start with the football. Giovanni Bernard will handle kickoff returns with Jalen Darden out. And I believe Scotty Miller will handle the punt returns, at least last we heard. That was going to be the answer with Jalen Darden out and Jaden Mickens obviously on the Jaguars. So I'm seeing them line up here, Paul, for the kickoff right now. And kicker just made contact and sent the ball down.
You're a bit ahead of me. I'm still – they're showing Arthur Smith right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got a – slightly different setup today, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. We'll see how it plays out for you. I see Brady coming to the huddle right now and see how far behind you are for me.
I'm seeing the kickers put the ball down on the little thing, whatever it's called. Wow. All right, you want to just pause, wait for me then, I guess?
Yeah, let me backtrack here 15 seconds or so. We'll be probably a little behind y'all, which is kind of by design. We don't want to be necessarily ahead of y'all either. So,
and the kick just happened.
Okay. I'm seeing the Bucs.
What's that?
I'm seeing them at the line of scrimmage. I have a pause there at the line of scrimmage for their first.
Okay, sure. I'll let you know right when they cut to that. Right now they're showing Brady in the huddle. They're kind of on the ground level camera.
They come out to.
This is weird. I wonder if I'm having internet connection issues right now, because it's kind of cutting out.
Fear this newfound rushing approach, and they're able to run the ball.
All right, now I'm seeing the line of scrimmage.
Okay. I've got Brady going under center on 1st and 10.
Yeah, he's alerting. He's tapping his head.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, we're like on the same seconds here.
Oh, sweet.
Look at that. Play action pass. Brady back to throw, finds Leonard Fournette underneath, and Fournette's going to get up the field, and he's going to have 15 yards before he's out of bounds at the Bucs 40-yard line. So good start. Bucs get 15 yards on first down, and they pass on first down as well. So out to their own 40-yard line.
I'm not sure what the coverage there was, John, but last week when I wasn't on the live stream, I was spamming the group chat because what the Bucs have had so much success with is play action and then short dump offs to Fournette and Gronk, especially off of play action, because the defense just becomes so vertically stretched. So when Gronk either blocks and then releases, or Fournette comes underneath after the play fake, there's no one close to him, and they just gain these easy 10 yards over and over again.
Right. Here's Brady from the shotgun on first down. Blitz coming off the slot, and it's dropped by Chris Godwin. It would have been about a 5-yard gain, it looked like, there on first down, and he drops it. Brady had to throw quick because there was a corner coming off in terms of protection there. They messed something up, or he had to get the ball off quick and drops it underneath.
Yeah, juke route there by Godwin. It's, their execution on that hasn't been as good as you would think it would be. To the bottom of the screen, it was just regular old Haas juke, and to the top, it was both verticals. I like Godwin on that juke route, but they just haven't been able to execute it as well as you would think.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady from the shotgun, drops back to pass on 2nd and 10, finds Godwin over the middle again, and he's got 5 yards there. So it's 3rd and 5, coming up here for the Bucs offense.
So Bucs just coming out throwing the ball, and they're going up tempo, are they? They did substitute, but it looks like they're getting lined up quick without a huddle.
Yeah, here's the Bucs trying to move with a little tempo here on 3rd and 5, their first third down of the game here. Remember, the Bucs are 3rd in the NFL in third down conversion percentage. The Falcons defensively are 30th. Here's Brady back to throw, guns over the middle to Godwin. He's got the first down, 11 yards for Godwin. He's down to the 44-yard line of Atlanta. The Bucs threatening a little bit here, trying to get into at least field goal range here as they move into Falcons territory.
Falcons playing these little zones, the soft zones, and there the Bucs just go with maybe their most used concept, tiered, just 2 little square ends at 5-yard depth.
Yeah, and Brady back to pass again on 1st and 10, and still no rushes. Fournette makes this catch. Brady got it out to him quickly, but he is not going to have any gain on that play. Foy Oluwakan gets out there to make the stop, so no gain on that play on 1st and 10.
Funny enough, they actually went back to tier at the top of the screen this time, but Brady checked it down to the other side.
Yeah, I'm going to bump up a little bit here. 2nd and 10 for Brady. He's working from the shotgun. And again, they're going to throw. 4-man rush is controlled. Brady over the middle of the field. Looked like he and Gronkowski not on the same page. Gronkowski kept moving, and Brady wanted him to sit down there. They're talking after the play. An incompletion on 2nd and 10 is going to bring up 3rd and 10 now. And the second third down of the game so far for the Bucs on offense.
Yeah, you nailed it, John. He's really letting Gronk hear it too. Gronk was open, but Brady expected him to stop as he was letting the ball go. Sit down in that soft spot, as is often the rule against zone coverages. Against man, you want to keep moving. Against zone, you want to settle down where that soft spot is.
Right.
And now the Falcons showing man.
I'm bumping up here a little bit because I think it's too far behind for everybody who's watching. But Brady he's got 6 yards on 3rd down and 3rd and 10. So on 4th and 4, the Bucs are going for it here, lining up to go for it on 4th and 4 from the Falcons' 38-yard line on the first drive of the game. They still have not run the ball one time, and doubt it's going to start here on 4th and 4. Here's Brady back to pass. 3-man rush is controlled. He goes underneath and finds Leonard Fournette for the first down, a 5-yard gain. And so the Bucs convert on 4th and 4, make it 6 yards, and they're down to the Atlanta 32-yard line with another 1st and 10.
Okay, this is hard. I mean, because I haven't even seen the 4th down play yet. So,
yeah, sorry. We were behind the viewers a good bit there. I saw the comments there saying we were like way behind there. So here's Brady on 1st and 10, dropping back to pass, throwing to Mike Evans, who makes the catch for about a 3-yard gain. And so it's going to be 2nd and 7 coming up here. And I'll pause and wait for you to catch up here. I'm sure it'll catch up some during the commercial break for you. That's usually how these things go. But yeah, it's interesting going out after running the ball the way that the Bucs did, and boom, it's pass. Like it's clear that they feel like they have an advantage throwing the football in this game, and they want to get that passing offense going. No runs so far here. And so it's pretty impressive start working around the field and in some 3rd down situations. And here they are now in 2nd and 7. Brady trying to get everybody lined up.
I just saw the quick little hitch to Evans on 1st down there, or it might have been a smoke. But yeah, the Bucs have been crazy efficient passing against the Falcons since Brady has gotten there.
Right. And here's 15 yards to Evans now on a slant, and that on 2nd and 7. So that's going to set him up first and 10. Falcon 14-yard line as Evans gets down inside the red zone there on the slant pattern.
This is a really interesting. I mean, John, you and I are as pass heavy as they get in terms of what we want to see.
Here's another throw on 1st and 10. Godwin's going to carry, and he's going to pick up 7 yards. And yes, Paul, this is nuts. Already 11 throws.
Yeah, on that screen. But it's curious because, I mean, I would love to see them go under. Yeah, I just saw it.
Did you see the screen? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'm pausing to be a little more closer to where you're at. But, yeah, no doubt
I would
about
love to
it.
see them, I would love to see them under center and use more play action that way. But, I mean, I'll take this too, by all means.
Yeah. Here's 2nd and 4. Brady from the shotgun once again. 3 receivers out there. I think Perryman's out there. Brady's going to throw quickly to Godwin, who makes the catch and has the first down. Tackle's made very quickly, but Godwin catches it for 4 yards. And so the Bucs will have another first down now at the Atlanta, 3-yard line, I think Godwin got to is where they'll spot it. So 1st and goal at the 3 for the Bucs offense.
John, I said the same thing on the opening drive of the Giants game. It cracks me up. Like the way that they're calling these opening drives, it reminds me of Amendola and Edelman, just the way that they're scheming it up.
Yeah. Oh, Brady lays one out for Fournette, who pulls it in with one hand at the goal line for the touchdown.
And I think that was play action.
Throw. Yeah.
Look at that. They call it, 12 straight passes, and then they call a play action on the 13th one, something like that. So forget about establishing it. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly right. That was crisp. And then you see what great concentration by Fournette. Brady laying this one out really nicely for him. That soft ball, he's able to pull it in and score the touchdown in the front pylon of the end zone. And so now Ryan Succabon to kick for the extra point and make this a 7-point game to open things up. And if you're the Bucs offense, you go right down the field. You have a couple third downs. You have to convert a 4th down. By the way, we should give great credit to Bruce Arians for the aggressiveness there. I love that. Right outside of the Falcons' 38-yard line. That great aggressive play call to start the game. And Brady threw the ball 13 times, completed 11 of them.
Yep, that arm's not going to fall off. You can't be too worried about taking hits. It's a quick game. He's going to get it out. Just do what's best for your team. And that was a phenomenal opening script. And look at how they got it done. It wasn't just a bunch of Fournette checkdowns, though they took that when they needed to. They found ways to attack the middle of the field, right? Those slants, that Gronk one that wasn't completed, but you saw the process there. He whatever the play design was, it got him wide open over the middle of the field, like we just talked about just before kickoff. So good process. They're finding ways to beat these two high coverages other than just screens and other than just running. Those are both important parts of how you beat these coverages, but they can't be the only part. And now we're seeing the Bucs go the total opposite way. Right. I mean, just sometimes they're just so fascinating. I can't wait to watch the tape on that. Yeah,
how do you even go up with a game plan like that? It's just like, we're just gonna throw it every play. To start. By the way, go ahead. I was just going to say to people in the chat, people are saying we're too far behind or whatever. We're trying to be behind. I'm streaming on YouTube. I don't know what Paul's streaming on. He's in Canada, but more than anything, you guys can just, if you're streaming or whatever, you can just hit, if you're streaming as well, obviously you can hit pause, just allow us to catch up.
Yeah, because I'm as far forward as I can be. So I can't go any forward.
Right. So am I now. Yeah. So and we're on commercial right now, but we'll catch up a little bit as we go. And I've moved out to being as close as I can to be with y'all. But if we're behind it, A, that's good because we don't want to ruin it for you before you watch it. But B, you can just hit pause if you're streaming too and be on the same page with this. If you're on cable, I know it might get a little bit tougher. But DVR, you can still do it. How's that work?
Yeah.
I haven't had cable in so long, dude. I've been streaming for so long now that I don't even remember the rules.
Normally it's like the Bucs games are on TV here, so usually I just pause it. But today I'm streaming off the internet. That's why it's further behind for me than it usually is.
And it'll usually catch up with commercials, because they don't have as much commercials to run. Usually it'll cut in some at certain points there. So Falcons gonna have their first chance on offense here. This is a Falcons offense that has not done much well, especially in recent weeks. They have turned the ball over too much. They have not taken that many sacks, but against New England, they did take some sacks. Another team that dials some interesting things in terms of the protection, having to sort things out. They're inexperienced on the offensive line. They have not been able to run the football well, and that's really what they want to do as an offense. They want to, that's what Arthur Smith wants to do. To his credit, he hasn't forced it in terms of them running the football, but it's a struggle for them because they also don't have that many answers in the passing game either, Paul.
Yeah, and I doubt today's the day that they get their run game going as well against the Bucs. But I was rewatching some of the week 2 defensive tape. I didn't get through the whole thing again, though I did watch the whole thing before. But I thought the Falcons offensively had some good answers to what the Bucs did. It was just they didn't execute quite the way that they needed to. Like there was like a big play, early in the game where Matt Ryan just didn't hit the open receiver right over the middle of the field. Then there's just like, one guy misses a block, and it's kind of like that kind of game for them. But I thought, just as far as the X's and O's went, they had a pretty decent approach.
Yeah. Here's Ryan on 1st and 10 from his own 25-yard line after Pinion sent the kickoff into the end zone. Man in motion, and Ryan pitches to Cordarrelle Patterson, who runs off the right side, has a nice little hole and gets about 6-7 yards maybe on 1st down. So 2nd and 3 or 4 coming up here for Atlanta from their own 31.
Yeah, you're a solid 12 seconds ahead of me, I think.
I'll pause here real quickly, but talking about Atlanta, it's just what if wanted to do offensively this season has just not worked out at all. They've been reliant. Okay, we drafted a young offensive line. We want that offensive line to kind of be our backbone, to be our bread and butter. That hasn't happened yet. There's some promise of some of these guys. Chris Lindstrom's played pretty well, so there's possibilities here, but there's certainly nothing that this offensive line's on its way, I think. And then in the running game, haven't been able to find a solution either in terms of who's carrying the ball or anything really. So here's the Falcons on 2nd and 3. Here's Ryan from the shotgun, going to throw quickly to Cap Pitts, and Dean comes up, makes a great tackle, got some help there by Andrew Adams, and Pitts isn't going to gain a yard. One-on-one there, and Dean flew up to make the stop. So 3rd and 3 is coming up here.
Is Carlton Davis active today?
Carlton Davis is active. He is out on the field. He's out there. Sean Bunting's out there, and Jamel Dean's out there as well. So you're seeing the Bucs starting 3 corners out there together on the field for the first time this season.
I couldn't spot him on the previous play.
Yeah.
Got worried.
Here's Ryan. He's back to pass throws underneath. He's going to have the 1st down. Levante David in coverage there. Just a real quick hitter for the 1st down to Cordarrelle Patterson, I believe, over the middle of the field. And now it's 1st and 10 for Atlanta. From their own 44-yard line, it looks like.
And the Bucs are in their normal cover 3 zone there that they play a ton, but the difference there was they actually tightened up with how they presented it pre-snap. Usually so often we see them way off. A little tighter coverage there made it a little harder for Ryan.
Yeah, here's Ryan on 1st and 10. Takes the snap, throws quickly to Patterson again. Concerted effort to get him involved, and Devin White's out there for the tackle, but Patterson runs through his tackle to pick up 6 yards. So that could have been a 2-yard gain, but White with kind of a softer tackle, a little bit of an off-balance tackle, and Patterson's able to pick up and put them into 2nd and 4. So really exactly what Atlanta wants to do. Don't let the blitzes work. Don't just drop back, but you can't run the football all day, but you can't just drop back 55 times either. So you got to have basically quick passes that operate basically as runs. As Ryan goes under center, once again, it pitches out to Cordarrelle Patterson, and he's going to have some room to work with. Several missed tackles up front, and Patterson is off and running, crossing the 20 and getting down to the 17-yard line. Shaq Barrett tracked him down, but a 39-yard gain for the Falcons on the ground. And the tackling's already, you can see it becoming an issue for the Bucs because they had him in the backfield, or maybe not in the backfield, but shortly after the line of scrimmage there. Nobody could break down and make a stop. Jason Pierre-Paul got absolutely wrecked out of his gap, and that made things really hard for everybody else in terms of the angles. Levante David totally lost the angle because of Pierre-Paul basically giving it up front.
Yeah, I mean, so this is really surprising, right? It's kind of going back to the last drive against the Colts, and now this opening drive, getting the ground game going against the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
Bit jarring.
And Pierre-Paul out of the game after that mistake, and we'll monitor his snap count, obviously. But here's Mike Davis over the left side. He's going to have a ton of room, and he's going to score from 17 yards out. So a humiliating start for the Bucs defense. Once again, we've said that a lot this season, a group that has pretty consistently come out not ready to play this year. And the Falcons 53 yards rushing on 3 carries to start that opening drive. That's pretty embarrassing stuff. Tackling's a part of it, but also the run fills on a couple of those runs, the first and third ones especially, were really, really bad.
Yeah, really surprising, right? Just in terms of you're talking about not being in the right spots even, and you hardly ever see that, right? I mean, this is such a in the run game, such a disciplined defense. They're always where they need to be, and then they have the athleticism on top of it to make it even better and get those stops in the backfield. But not the case on this drive. It's really weird.
Yeah.
I have such strong confidence in their run defense that I'm like, I don't see this being sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't, but that one was Devin White got totally cut off there and couldn't scrape over. They turned the run back inside as they should. Sue, JTS, and Levante David all got play side and turned the run back inside, but Devin White got completely sealed off. And so when you're playing with any sort of a lighter box at all, everybody's got to make sure they're in their gaps, and White got completely sealed off on that play. So they reached him very easily. Not sure if that was completely his fault or if a lineman had a clean release to him on the second level, but no way White could get over there because he got completely blocked out at that second level. And then the safety fills, that could be an issue we come back to in this game too, with the Bucs playing so much safeties. Their safeties playing, or Andrew Adams, a guy who hasn't played very much. I think he's played 17 snaps this season, is going to be out there a lot this week. So
the one where you're talking about
White being defense, pretty much exactly the opposite of the offense.
The one where you're talking about White being out of position, was that on the toss or was that
on the touchdown? The last
that one was like an inside handoff, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, they stretched it out and they banged. He kind of hit that bang read where he punched it right in that. I think it was the A gap, and they spread him out a little bit. But guys are getting outside when you're outside zone like the Falcons. You're looking to get outside of those blockers are trying to hook you and get you outside. So you've got to rush if you're play side, and you've got to get play side on those guys. But then when he puts his foot in the ground and sticks it downhill, the backside guys have to be there for the support to make that tackle. And White just wasn't there. There was no second level there at all on that play because he got Hennessy just completely obliterated him from the play. He had wasn't even remotely involved in the play because of the block. So rough start for the Bucs D, rough start for Devin White.
Talk to me a little bit about the rules there. So you're talking about what the front side is supposed to do. Like, would it be a fair summarization to say the front side is basically trying to force the running back inside, and then that's where the backside is supposed to come help, basically?
Yeah, it would be easier with diagrams, but just as much as I can, so for outside zone, so when the Falcons are a very outside zone heavy team, you're going to bounce that outside if that end gets compromised. JTS set a really strong edge there, came off the field a little bit, so no chance he could bounce it. That run has to go back inside. So he's either going to bang it like right inside, vertical basically, or he's going to wait and kind of cut and bend it back. So it's those three rules basically. You're going to bounce, bang, or bend it. And he just chose to bang it there. And as soon as he made that choice, the play side guys have to get where they are. So Sue doesn't get reached. JTS doesn't get reached. Levante David got up and didn't get reached. And then it's the backside guys have to come down. So either the backside defensive tackles washing somebody down and he's in those gaps and the guy has to keep cutting it back, or the play side or the backside linebacker comes over and he makes the play. But neither of those things happen. I didn't get a good look at the D line, but I saw White definitely got cut off there. And so that was the reason for the wide open gap. But safety's still got to come up and make stops. So not putting it on one guy for sure, but not a great start for the Bucs run defense. Oh, we're going to get an all 22 angle look at it. So you can see here, I'm sorry if I'm not on the same page as everybody, but
I think you are actually.
Sue is in that gap. He actually might have a case for getting held there. Sue might, because he's in that gap actually. But you can see how Devin White's just completely cut off. No chance at making the play. Winfield comes across, but because the hole is so big, the running back can just drift to the sideline. So that's a harder angle for Winfield rather than just playing it vertically. Right. But yeah, you could see Hennessy's getting dapped up from his coaches for that block on White because that was the one that sprung it. Yeah, here's the Bucs, 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Here's a handoff. Leonard Fournette's going to go up the middle, and the first run of the game gets not very far.
You had to know that one was a run. You had to know a run was coming there.
Yeah. We need to get back to some balance here.
Yeah.
So 3-yard gain for Fournette up the gut on first down. And so 2nd and 7 is coming up for the Bucs offense.
Keeping it up tempo, John. You see Brady just shouting out the calls, not really huddling up.
Yeah, I like this. I like that. I like keeping it up tempo.
Falcons showing single high. It's going to be one of the rare opportunities.
It could be, yeah. Looks like they might send some pressure, and they don't, so they don't rotate either. So single high, and Brady's going to go deep to Chris Godwin, who goes up and gets the catch. Did he pull it away from Richie Grant? Yes, he did.
I wonder when's the next time we'll see single high from the Falcons, because that's why you don't do it against these guys.
That was a great catch there as he went up over Richie Grant and pulled it down on 2nd and 7. That's a 25-yard gain and moves the ball out to the Atlanta 47-yard line.
It's an inside fade concept. And you got that quick little in from Evans. That can be a hitch. That can be a quick in. Same kind of concept. Against single high, you love that fade, though.
Yeah, here's Brady on 1st and 10. Back to pass. Going to throw and incomplete for Evans. Again, look like not on the same page there. Brady's only had 3 incompletions. One was a drop, and 2 others look like the receivers and quarterback not on the – one was to Gronkowski, that one to Evans. Look like not on the same page.
Yeah, I would love to see a replay of that one. I think Brady just missed it, to be honest. It looked like an inbreaker from Evans, and Brady just missed behind.
Yeah, threw well behind him there.
Yeah.
And here's 2nd and 10. Bucs are operating here from the Atlanta 47-yard line. So not too far from where they went for it on 4th down, but on just 2nd and 10, you know the pass is coming here.
Yeah.
And it is. Brady back to throw. Falcons rush 4. Brady has all kinds of time. He's going deep down the field. He's got Mike Evans there, and he's out of bounds. Looks like he tapped in. Out of bounds at the 11-yard line of the Falcons. So
they're going to try to line up quickly
again inside the red zone.
They're going to try to snap this one before anyone can get another look, but I think he got both feet in. Huge play along the sideline. Was that an out and up? No, it's just kind of a fade.
And they do get the snap off. Fournette up the middle is going to get 4 yards, so first down to the Atlanta 7-yard line. And the Bucs can get a first down before they get a touchdown here. So 2nd and 6 at the Atlanta 7. They can get a first down at the 1.
I mean, what a start for this passing attack. 13 of 16 for 136 yards and a touchdown. Leftwich calling a great game so far. Let's see what he's got in the red zone.
Yeah, here we go. Brady from the shotgun. Signaling out to Tyler Johnson, it looks like.
Changing the routes, changing the protection.
Yeah, Brady from the gun. Takes the snap. Looking all kinds of time. Throws for Gronkowski in the back of the corner of the end zone. Incomplete. And there's some conversation about a flag here. And there is going to be
not
one.
Playing through it. He's looking for the flag. I think he got it, though. But
he did. He must have gotten held, and I wonder if that slowed him up.
Right, because I could change my mind from looking at it again, but it kind of looked like Gronk stopped on the play once he felt like he got held. They
actually jammed him. The second guy jammed. First guy might have held him, but the second guy, Terrell, there looked like.
Well, the first guy had his hands around his waist and his midsection from behind him, so you can't do that.
Right, and then there was contact down the field as well. So you
and I was too harsh on Gronk. He just there was no way he could have gotten there.
Got held up a little bit. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 1st and goal for the Bucs offense from the 3-yard line of Atlanta.
Okay, and would love to see them just punch it in here.
Yep. Do they go to Lenny? What is one rush? 2 rushes, 7 yards. 2 rushes, 7 yards for Fournette in this game. Here's the Bucs from the 3-yard line of Atlanta.
Evans is one-on-one on a fade. If you want to send him to the sideline or anything like that.
Yeah, here's play action. Brady's rolling out on the boot, and he's throwing Cam Braid in the front of the end zone. Touchdown. Braid went up and got it over Deion Jones. Not an easy catch. Brady put it in a perfect place, but Braid still had to go up and get it. That's not something Braid always does, and he reeled it in there.
John, you hinted this months ago in the group chat that you think that Byron Leftwich might know that you don't need to run the ball to use play action, but he just didn't want you to know that he knows. And he's kind of showing it. He's kind of showing it here today. I think we've got 2 or 3 play action calls and only two actual rush attempts. So
been a good start for sure for the Bucs offense.
Would love for Byron Leftwich to become the new analytics darling in the NFL.
That's right. Well, if he ever does, he's never going to tell you. He doesn't want you to know. Here's Suckup's extra point, and that hit the upright. No good. So the Bucs lead is only 13-7. And the way this defense is playing, it's still pretty early, but you're definitely a little bit nervous.
Yeah, they've been in some shootouts with these Falcons.
Opportunities. Yeah, it has. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how much the Falcons have struggled. The Bucs have been in shootouts with them.
Yeah. So, I mean, the good thing is the offense has held up their end, and the Fox ticker is wrong there. It's showing 14-7, so that's cool. But you're gonna need
to actually get our ticker going now that there's a score in this one.
Oh, right on. But yeah, fascinating start, John. I mean, this is the confusing thing with this team, and like there's days or there's series, not even necessarily full games, but there are drives where you're like, okay, man, these coordinators, they are taking it to another level. The stuff that they're doing, especially, I mean, it's hard to see on TV, but especially when you put on the tape after, and then there are other drives where you're like, you're getting in your way so much. Like you're screwing up such basic things. So it's weird, right? Because it makes it hard to form a proper opinion, John. And you and I have gone back and forth on this, but the fact of the matter is there are elements to what Leftwich does that are fantastic. And then there's other stuff that's just total head scratchers and that clearly hold the team behind. And it's the hard thing is to figure out where does that leave you? Like when you add it all together, what's your final opinion? And I think that's kind of where we sometimes tend to differ. But overall, I think our assessment of what we're seeing is somewhat similar.
Yeah, right. Well, this is what I've always kind of come back to is that if the Bucs offense can get And Brady, don't get me wrong, he could do some things better, especially in recent weeks. I've said that to you. I texted you about that this week when we were watching the tape. I think there's things he can do better. There's also
I wrote about it.
Excellent at. But even if that were the case, Brady is doing things better than pretty much everybody else in the offense, other than the offensive line. I won't put them in that category. They've been unbelievable. Last year, that was the issue too many times. Brady was doing things better than the rest of the players in the offense. When you can go out and you can have Mike Evans making a toe tap sideline catch like that, where Brady's trying to keep him away from the safety. If you can have Chris Godwin go up and moss a guy, and Brady gives him the shot at 50-50, and he goes out and makes that play. When you have Cam Brate go up and get the ball in the red zone, now you're talking about guys, a team, everybody's playing in sync. Too many of those opportunities have gone by the wayside, whether it's drops or just guys not making tough plays, guys not reading the defense right, guys not getting open. We talked about the beginning of the game last week, right? Mike Evans doesn't look for the ball on the first third down of the game. Got to know that, got to make your sight adjustment and look for the ball there. Like, you can't make that mistake. Gronkowski falls out. Everybody's like, oh, that pass was almost intercepted. I don't think it was almost picked necessarily, but it was still knocked down. It could have been a huge play. Gronk falls off his route, allows the DB to get underneath it. Those kind of mistakes, a lot of people don't notice on the broadcast. They just see an incompletion or the defender hit the ball. Scotty Miller messes up his vertical route, right? Runs inside. Bruce Arians said later, can't do this. And that results in an interception. People might want to blame Brady, but those are the things the skill players have control over. If they eliminate those mistakes, Brady's not going to come out and lose you a game. Like, if those guys are balling and not making mistakes, I mean, they're going to win most of their games. Like, that's just how it's going to happen. It's not that complicated of a formula, but they just need the receivers and the weapons on the offense to be better. It was an issue at times last year, especially in their losing lull in the middle of the season. And I think now we're seeing what it looks like when those guys kind of ball out and play at a high level like this.
And you see how much more comfortable he is in the offense, right? Like, they've already run way more no huddle snaps this season than they did in the entirety of last year. Like, the stuff that they're doing, especially the last 3 weeks where they're really getting up there quick and Brady's just calling out the quick one-word plays and whatever. They weren't doing that last year at all.
Right. Here's Atlanta from their own 25-yard line. Ryan play action over the middle of the field as Kyle Pitts for a 12-yard gain and a first down. So Atlanta's offense picking up right where they left off, only this time with a passing game, getting a first down right off the bat, and they're moving the ball out to the Falcons' 37-yard line.
And just tacking that quick middle of the field, challenging those linebackers in zone coverage. It's kind of at times been the weak point of this defense in the passing game. Not so much Levante David. I mean, he's one of the smartest players I've ever watched on tape, to be honest. It's kind of it's weird watching him sometimes.
Levante David.
Yeah. He just sees stuff before it happens. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah, he does. It's criminally slept on, and you can see as the Falcons run for 6 yards on first down, this is a rough start for Devin White. He is getting manhandled out here. This is not good, and the Falcons have had tons of space to run in so far. This is the bread and butter for the Bucs defense, and yeah, you see the quote by Bruce Arians there, nobody runs the ball on us. I don't care who the hell you are. Well, it certainly wasn't true on the first drive of the game, and it wasn't true on that play as Patterson carries for 6 yards on 1st and 10. So again, you're in a great second down situation, 2nd and 4. A lot of plays open to you right now in terms of play calling perspective. We'll see if the Falcons offense
and it's not like they're playing
happen.
light boxes, John. The Bucs are still playing their normal coverages.
Yep. And here's Ryan play action, back to pass over the middle of the field, and that one's dropped all the way out to the Bucs 40-yard line.
That was a great fake too. That was a really convincing fake. You could see that the second level was totally out of position. That was a wide open area of the field or in the middle. Maybe the pass might have been a bit low, but I mean, that's got to be a completed catch.
Right.
Rough break.
So that's an easy one. And that's a big gain too. That would have moved the ball out to the Bucs 20 or Bucs 40-yard line. And Tajay Sharp drops it. And you talk about the limited resources the Falcons have in their weaponry. There's an example right there, especially with Calvin Ridley and Hayden Hurst not available. And so here's Ryan from the shotgun. Bucs sending 5. Ryan looking. Sue gets there and gets him down. Coverage sack for Ndamukong Suh. They contained Ryan. They turned him back into the pocket. Sue got off the block and made the play. And the Falcons are going to have to punt now with a 4th and 9 coming up.
And did you notice, by the way, John, there on the isolated side, I'm not sure which receiver that was isolated to the top of the screen for the Falcons, but the Bucs, Carlton Davis, just one-on-one, lock him up. I don't think it was man across the board. But what the Bucs love to do, or a lot of teams do, is if it is 3-by-1 and they're playing zone to one side, with Carlton Davis, they'll put him as that single receiver on the one side and say, okay, everybody else is playing zone, but you're just going to play man, and you could take this guy one-on-one. They don't have anyone else. Like, Carlton is so much, he's far head and shoulders the best corner on the team. It's not even close. Yeah. So for them to have him back and be able to do those type of things, huge.
Right. And there's Giovanni Bernard has actually fielded that punt. So it's not Scotty Miller. It's Giovanni Bernard back there for punt return duty. And I'm going to look here as I think it's going to commercial to see when the last time Giovanni Bernard fielded a punt was. But he returns that one just for 1 yard. So it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own.
That'll give me time to talk about what I want to talk about. That 50-50 ball, the inside fade to Godwin. The reason I was just particularly happy with that is so it was really close to a Haas concept where, except the only difference is the outside guy has that quick in instead of a hitch route. That same play last week, John, Brady had that same defensive look, that single high look, and it was Evans on the inside fade instead of Godwin, and Brady didn't throw it. And I wrote about that. I'm like, that can't happen. He throws that ball all the time. It's one of the rare times where I've actually ever felt like, or not ever, but it's one of the rare times where you see like an X's and O's process error from Brady, which is very rare. But came right back to it. I wrote it in my article as well. I was like, I think this is just variance because guys make mistakes no matter how good you are. Sometimes you just make the wrong decision. It just happens. And I don't think that this is going to be like, I don't think we need to reevaluate how Brady's going to play the rest of the season. I expect him to go back to being terrific. And I honestly think he was quite good in the last few games anyway, despite those mistakes. But it's really cool with that exact example because he had that same look, that same concept. He got to basically, fix that mistake, and he got it on the second drive of the next game. So really cool.
You talked about it this week in your piece too. Yeah, it was a great play to have to kind of dot up there. And actually, you texted me about it before you even wrote about it. And as soon as you texted me about it, I don't even know if I got a chance to respond, but I was thinking of the Mike Evans slot fade in the NFC Championship game on the first drive of the game against the Packers. And I was like, oh yeah, that's the same route. He always throws that. And then you wrote about it and you put that play in, and I was like, yes, like that's the concept. And Brady's going to come back and get it the next time.
Yeah. So that one in the NFC Championship game, it was just normal Haas. So it was that hitch route on the outside instead of that quick square in. And that's the same thing they had last week. And against that, when you have that single high coverage, you want to throw that fade. And that's what they did in the NFC Championship game. They actually threw a bunch of inside fades because the Packers played a bunch of single high. Weirdly enough, it didn't work, obviously. But yeah, the Falcons, I think that's going to be one of the very few opportunities that you get to attack a single high coverage this game. I think they're going to play a ton of cover 2. John, you texted me before the game. They don't play very much cover 4. They don't play very much cover 6. So it's just old school kind of cover 2 zone. So it's going to be a lot of that stuff over the middle. But it's cool that once they did get that one opportunity right away, they found the exact route, the exact concept to go to, and they took advantage.
Yep, knew what they were doing clearly there, no question about it. And so here's the Bucs taking over in this situation at their own 20. Now, here's the situation. Defense gets a stop, although, yes, it was aided by a pretty big drop by Atlanta. Can the offense then continue to do what they've been doing? When the Bucs have struggled in games, they've lulled off. On the one side of the ball rises up, makes stuff. They've lulled off on the other side of the ball. And even the Giants game was an example of that. They allowed a Giants touchdown basically with a drop interception that kind of puts them back, the defense back in a tough position. So this is where I think where it gets frustrating for me sometimes is when this team doesn't continue to put the pedal down. And I don't even mean that's from a play calling perspective or aggressive perspective, although they did run on first down there. Here's Brady throwing out to Ronald Jones in the flat. Jones is going to go outside and go out of bounds. Didn't even get a yard, lost half a yard on that play.
That's a designed pass to Ronald Jones, which I don't like. The way you could tell is the wide receivers were all blocking already. That was basically like a screen or like a swing screen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why
you could be more aggressive there.
Yeah, I don't understand designing targets for Ronald Jones when you have Evans, Godwin, Gronk. Like design targets for those guys, right? And Ronald Jones is not a particularly good player in the pass game.
Right. But still, Ronald Jones' vision on that play, where are you even going? He just kind of goes out of at least get upfield and fight for some yardage there. I don't understand. Those are good. Brady on 3rd and 8, good protection over the middle of the field. That one looked like it was off Gronkowski's fingertips there over the middle of the field on 3rd and 8. So that's going to be an incompletion, and so the Bucs are going to have to punt here.
Yeah, that's a frustrating
drive. See how close this throw was. Gronkowski over the middle of the field. Looks like he got one hand on it only, so maybe a little bit far for him, or maybe he knew that 22 was coming there.
That was super close. I mean, it's a matter of inches. He got a hand on it. I mean, if he's super frustrating.
Big shot coming across the middle there if he grabs it. Here's Pinion punting it skyward, and back to return it is Avery Williams. Take it at his own 20 and return it maybe to the 24-yard line. And so the Falcons will take over an offense. But there was maybe a scrum for the ball there. I don't know if they're might not.
We are seeing similarities, John, to the game plan that they had in week 2. And it's just in a broad sense of attacking the middle of the field with the passing game. Yeah, it's been an element that's not been it's not been as big of an element as maybe you'd hope in the last few weeks, but they've done a good job with the underneath stuff. But so clearly there's something with the Falcons specifically where it's not just the coverage, because they've seen these coverages against other teams where they feel maybe with the personnel, there's something specifically that they're attacking in the middle of the field against the Falcons, more so than even other teams.
Right. Here's the Falcons with 39 seconds left in the first quarter. Still 13-7 game Bucs lead. They're
Look at Carlton Davis up top there.
Yard line
Tight
here, yes.
one-on-one.
And there's a missed tackle in the backfield by Antoine Winfield, look like, and it's going to be a 5-yard gain on first down, I think, for Cordarrelle Patterson. So 2nd and 5 coming up here, and we'll see if the Falcons take this down to the end of the quarter. They can if they choose to.
You're immediately seeing differences in just the pre-snap looks, John, from the Bucs defense with Carlton back in there. We're gonna get plenty of snaps of that soft coverage because they did that all of last year too with Davis in there, and they've done that today at times, but it's not every single play, which was kind of the case, it felt like, for the majority of the season. They just have a totally different level of confidence in him as a corner, and just putting him out on an island, doesn't even need safety support necessarily.
And it's funny, first game back, that they would feel that way, but I think part of it's also Atlanta, what they're trying to do. But an embarrassing start for the Bucs defense, to be honest. I mean, 5 carries for the Falcons for 74 yards and a touchdown. That is unbelievable. The Falcons are averaging 14.8 yards per carry. Obviously, a small sample size, but embarrassingly bad start for the Bucs defense, and especially in an area where they're supposed to be very strong. In fact, Ryan is 4 of 5 for only 24 yards, but he had the big gainer dropped, so his only incompletion has been a drop too. So they did get the sack on Ryan on his 6th drop back of the game, the coverage sack, but it's been pretty rough for the Bucs defense. They're lucky this thing isn't worse, and now the Falcons have the ball on their 3rd opportunity of the game to try and put points on the board. But you go back to that Bucs offense, and again, it's controllable stuff. They have Gronkowski open in the middle of the field, maybe throws a little high, maybe I'd like to see the high shot, maybe Gronkowski slows up just a little bit, but the timing's just off.
Well, hey, John, the most controllable thing, John, is the 2nd down play call. To me, that's the
first down play call.
Well, they're gonna run it sometimes. So I otherwise I would just say that every time. But like the 2nd down one, it's like that's the most controllable thing. Like, don't call a swing pass to Ronald Jones on 2nd and 10. Whereas to me, like the 3rd down one, whether it's on Brady or whether it's on Gronk, I can live with that a little bit more because those type of mistakes are gonna happen. But whereas like you can just choose to never call a swing screen for Ronald Jones on 2nd and 10.
Right. That is not a tough decision. You don't have to pray about that one very long before you know this is the right call. Don't throw designed swing screen passes to Ronald Jones.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's Giovanni Bernard, like I understand a little bit more there, but
yeah,
just in general, you're doing what you want down the field. Like, you don't have to play these games, man. Just go after them.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's one drive, and also the Bucs offense is obviously off to a good start, so I don't want to be too critical. But now, big opportunity for the Bucs defense here, obviously, as the second quarter is going to get underway here on a 2nd and 5. Atlanta has from their own 30-yard line, and really, man, Bucs defense, I wonder, they aren't used to getting run on. In fact, I don't think I've really seen it, so they aren't used to getting run on. So if this were to continue, and we're obviously only 6-7 carries in, I wonder if they change some of their structure or do some things different. I mean, they're already playing with the 7-man box, so they start sliding a safety in there more consistently. Those are things they're going to look at, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can't believe I haven't actually looked out for it, but what they do a lot on first down is they'll play a bare front and they'll match with base even if you're playing 11 personnel. I'm curious if they've been doing that today. I would imagine they are. They don't usually do it, or they don't always. They're doing it right here pretty much.
And Ryan is blitzed and he throws, and Carlton Davis might have knocked that one away, or it got through and went through Kyle Pitts' hands, but it's incomplete on 2nd and 5 to start the second quarter. I don't know if Davis got a hand on that one or not. Let's see.
Either way, he made it tough.
He made it tough for sure. Yeah, he did get a fingertip on it, it looked like, and deflected the ball just enough to get it through Pitts' hands there. So now 3rd and 5 is coming up for the Falcons offense.
I was playing Madden the other day, John, and I saw that Carlton Davis was an 83 and then SMB was like an 80. And I'm like, look, there's no way that's the gap, okay? It's a way bigger gap. Carlton Davis is just a total different dude.
That's insane. I'll put that in the ball, but that's unbelievable to me. They're not even in the same realm.
I'm not even saying that Carlton needs to be higher. Like, he can be higher or SMB can be lower, whatever. However,
you said SMB is an 80 in Madden?
Yeah, and Carlton Davis is an 83. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, like, fine, Carlton Davis can be an 83 if you want to scale it that way, but then SMB needs to be way lower. Yeah.
How is SMB at 80?
Yeah, exactly.
That's amazing to me. One of
Yeah.
the worst corners in the league.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and 10 coming up. Falcons got a penalty. False start on Jake Matthews, 3rd and 10. And these are the situations last week that killed him against the Colts, killed him against Washington. Got to get off the field in these spots. Quick snap for Ryan. Joe Tron-Shoyinka has Matt Ryan and can't get him. Ryan gets away and gets the first down to Russell Gage, 19 yards. And if there's one knock on JTS, and it's hard to hate on this too much, but is tackling. He just has to get people on the ground. There's nothing even wrong with his form. He just has to get people on the ground. It's kind of an unlucky thing, but what a move to beat the center there, and then just can't get Ryan on the ground. Got to be able to finish that play.
Yeah, and good job by
Matt Ryan is Fran
up.
Tarkenton the way that the Bucs defense is.
Yeah, right. It was the same thing in week 2, right, John? Wasn't it the same thing?
Couldn't get him on the ground. Bizarre. Here's a short gain. Mike Davis for 1 yard here on 1st and 10. Ball, by the way, is at the Atlanta 44-yard line after that 19-yard gain. So it's 2nd and 9 coming up here for the Falcons.
You know, John, the other thing you were talking about how a dominant run game might affect this defense. They already bite hard on play fakes, and I'm wondering if
You see that last one where both linebackers ended up just like, screw it, we'll blitz.
Yeah.
on the completion of the pit.
They're basically just like, screw it, it's a play fake. We're just green dogging, basically.
They literally bit up real hard, and they were like, we're just – here's Ryan, play action on 2nd and 9. Barrett with the pressure. And again, they tried to go back to the same play. Maybe it looked like their same route at least with Patterson that they went to with Pitts, and Carlton Davis is there. The throw's wide and it's incomplete. And so now you're getting 3rd and 9, right? So
Carlton
3rd
Davis
and 10,
again,
3rd
though,
and 9.
Changing the play on that same type of route, whatever the concept it was that cross-field route, and Carlton Davis just keeping up. I mean, not necessarily completely blanketed, but certainly making that a very tough throw.
Yeah. So 3rd and 10, couldn't get off the field. Can you get off on 3rd and 9? Here's pressure coming. Ryan throws. Kyle Pitts makes the catch. Can have the first down with ease. Runs through a couple tackles. How much is he picking up here? We'll see. Is he getting into the end zone here?
No, they marked him out.
Yeah, they marked him out, I think. It's hard when you're watching without sound, but
yeah, I just happened to see the
just trying to leave body language.
Yeah. Yeah,
he just certainly had the man.
Yeah,
3rd
the body
and 10,
language
3rd
of
and
someone
9,
with a touchdown.
like
and
getting shredded by one of the worst offenses in the league.
After all that praise, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but was it Carlton that missed the tackle at the reception, or was that somebody else right when he caught it?
Cockrell missed something. I have to go back and look. I'm doing chat, my phone in this at the same time. So here's Ryan on 1st and 10, back to pass, pressure coming. He throws quickly, and it's going to be complete to Pitts for a gain of about 7 yards, it looks like there. So it's, again, 2nd and 3, and they're winning first down pretty consistently throughout the game. Sometimes in this drive they got to 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. The Bucs defense couldn't stop them there either. So it's just, these are when I go back to the missed opportunities on offense, in large part because the Bucs defense, in my opinion, is just so bad schematically that I think they're going to have a hard time stopping people this season. And so when you miss those opportunities offensively and aren't as crisp as you should be offensively, it gets a little bit tougher. The Bucs defense is totally reliant on splash plays, basically, to make an impact. It's tough to live. Here's Ryan, handoff. Cordarrelle Patterson is going to fall forward, or actually be knocked forward by Cam Gill, who's in the game. He's going to gain 5-6 yards on 2nd down, so it'll be 1st and 10 again.
Yeah, playing cover 1 there, John. So I was curious if it were a pass rep, if they were going to rush 5 there, or if they were actually going to play a middle field zone player, which is something I want to see them do more when they're playing cover 1. They seem to always just rush 5, especially because so often they're doing it out of those five-man fronts, kind of. So
here's 1st and 10 for the Falcons offense from the 14-yard line of the Bucs. Ryan is working from the shotgun, empty backfield for Ryan. 4-man rush for the Bucs. Ryan back to pass, pressure coming from behind him, and Cam Gill gets the sack. Beat Jake Matthews for a loss of 8. Cam Gill is coming on a little bit, Paul.
Yeah, he's playing a little more than, he's gotten in there quite a bit today, hasn't he, already, John?
Yeah, a couple snaps on this drive, I think, at least.
Yeah.
Ryan might have been a little deep in the pocket there, but Gill making a great play, getting by Matthews, who's one of the better, I would say, at least a mid-tier left tackle in the NFL still at this point in his career. And
Ryan,
it's going to be 2nd and 18.
He'll give you those, he'll give you those back-breaking sacks when you really need them. So, I wrote it in my predictions. I expect it to be a factor today.
Yep. And here's Mike Davis up the middle on 2nd and 18. He's going to have 11 yards. So puts him in a manageable 3rd and 7. And the Bucs defense is just getting gashed. They are totally reliant on splash plays to make an impact once again this week. And
they really are, John. I mean,
getting worn out.
Like, I know all those turnovers last week, but I thought they were horrible last week, honestly. Like, because it's so many of the turnovers are offensive mistakes more so than defensive, like forced errors. So it's been rough, man. And like now this is, we're looking at 5 quarters in a row of really rough defense. And, but yeah, I mean, it's not been great all season, really.
Right. 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, and 3rd and 9 converted on this drive by Atlanta. Ryan,
Bucs showing a zone.
Going to call a timeout here, maybe. Falcons play clock was running down, and so they're maybe going to call a timeout here.
Like, to me, John, this is when I would like to see them be more willing to play tight man coverages. And they're pre-snap. They're showing a too high, soft zone look, maybe cover 2. But, against that type of stuff, teams are doing a good job of just designing quick little underneath hitters that are getting yards after catch, right? But I would like to see – but it's – I haven't looked up the data on this, but it feels to me like so much of the time where the Bucs do go to tight man, it's on like 2nd and short, where it's like, okay, sure, it's a fine play call, but 2nd and short, they're going to end up converting one way or another anyway. So it ends up being somewhat inconsequential. Whereas like, I would like to see them use it more on 1st down, maybe on these 3rd and mediums to 3rd and longs. So let's see if they give the same pre-snap look as they did on the previous play before this timeout.
Right. Here we go. 3rd and 7. They've already given up 3rd and 10 and 3rd and 9. Last week, what was it? 3rd and 7 and plus 4 or 5 times, felt like last week. It was just crazy how bad this defense was in those situations. Here's Ryan throwing over the middle of the field. Complete. Russell Gage makes the catch. He's going to be down to the 1-2 yard line, maybe. 1st and goal for the Falcons. And they're in position to take the lead, Paul, in this game with under 10 minutes left in the 2nd quarter.
This offense has so little margin for error just because of they can't ever take their foot off the gas, basically. And, if they have a single 3 and out or any sort of drive that ends in a punt, you're kind of on the edge of your seat.
Right. It's just tough, man. It's tough when you're the Bucs. You really have to you have to basically score on every time if you're the offense, even again, especially when you start facing better opponents. As Ryan throws this one away, went play action and tried to throw out the back of the end zone here and threw that one away. And there's going to be a flag down here. Ryan was talking to the officials about a roughing here. I mean, Nelson barely touches him there. I mean,
oh, come on.
You got to be kidding me. They're calling this? Oh, my goodness. I mean, I don't even think Ryan flopped that hard. He was already a little bit off balance because he was throwing up his back foot.
I get it. There's no reason to hit the quarterback there, but it's not like he just kind of pushed him. I get it with the way the rules are, but it's just I don't know, man.
It's I mean, you just got to not touch the quarterback. So it is still done by Nelson, but that's just embarrassing for the league. But 1st and goal, so that played scrap it basically, or 1st and goal once again for Atlanta. Here's Ryan. He throw again on 1st goal, and he's out of the pocket. And Nelson dove at him there pretty low, and we'll see if there's a call there. You can't do that either, I guess. So looks like nothing there. And so 2nd and goal coming up as Ryan throws incomplete.
Yeah, that was weird. No call there.
I mean, pushed. I think that's what they were saying, but that is going low on the quarterback. They call that a lot too.
To me, that play is endangering the quarterback way more than the previous one, right? And because the ultimate goal is to keep the quarterbacks healthy, which I 100% get, and I totally agree with. NFL games are just way worse when backups are playing. But think about the plays that are actually making a difference.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a fumbled snap, and Ryan has it, but he's going to be knocked backwards for a loss of a couple. So 3rd down and goal now from the 3. So the Falcons lose 2 yards.
Yeah, really.
I don't think that doesn't count as a sack, I don't believe. But Notch was the one that got in there and made sure Ryan was down. Ryan just couldn't quite secure it.
So good goal line defense so far.
Yeah.
Obviously got to hold up one
aided
more
by
play.
The fumbled snap.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, pretty good coverage on a couple of those play action attempts, though. I mean, I know one of them got called back with the roughing, but that was still a good defensive rep.
Yep. And Jamel Dean at the bottom of the screen that's where Matt Ryan is going to go with the football here. And Dean knocks it away from Cordarrelle Patterson. So going to get off the field on 3rd down unless the Falcons want to go for this from the 3 yard line. See if they're aggressive or not. They should, for sure.
They really should.
Slant pattern by Patterson. Yeah.
But just
what a great play by Dean.
slant flat combo, just really common concept there. And Dean, I mean, that's an amazing recovery on it, or just an amazing way to make a play on it, because that just from the positioning that Patterson was able to get, you'd think that's going to be a catch, but Dean able to get his hands around without committing a penalty, really just sharp execution there at the end.
Yeah. So the Bucs defense does get a stand in the red zone. Good coverage with their backs against the wall on the goal line, and way to overcome the penalty by Nelson that gave the Falcons one more opportunity down there after they had been incomplete on first down. Gave him a new set of downs.
All right. I haven't looked at chat all day. I got to catch up here.
They're mad at Todd Bowles.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah. And they think it should be 49-17, Derek says. That's what should be the final. Well, we'll see. It's 13-10 right now. 8:39 left in the second quarter. Bucs have had 3 drives offensively, scored a touchdown on 2 of them, went right down the field, went 3 and out on the other one. That's the most Bucs thing you'll ever hear. That combination to start the game. It's either all or nothing with the Bucs on offense, it feels like most of the time. More red zone touchdowns and more red zone attempts than any other team in the NFL this season. And the Falcons, obviously the red zone offense, we said that would be a big area where this game's kind of won or lost. You saw some of the limitations there. They entered the game 14th in the NFL in red zone offense. The Bucs 7th right now in red zone offense percentage-wise in terms of converting trips into touchdowns.
7. They started the season super hot though, right? And then they kind of tapered off a bit. Is that right?
The Falcons?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Bucs red zone offense.
Oh, red zone offense has been good for the Bucs pretty much all season. They were 9th in the NFL last week. That was the last time I believe that was the lowest. I'm sorry that they've been this season. I believe was 9th. So, by the way, to everybody that's in the chat watching, we thank you. We appreciate you. Great turnout so far for this show. Keep it up. Spread the word. Send the link if you like it. But also, man, let's all hit thumbs up and let's all hit that like button on this, and let's get more people in here. Let's get this YouTube SEO bumped up so that we can bring in even some more people onto the show. So we appreciate y'all. Hit that thumbs up if you like what you're hearing, and give us that, and then we'll keep this thing rolling for you guys as we get here midway through the second quarter. It is 13-10. The Bucs lead midway through the second, and offensively for the Bucs, don't think I've seen anything conceptually that's necessarily off in terms of they're doing this, they're taking away this, you've got to do this now, but stay aggressive because right now it's working for you. And everything that you're doing on offense is working by being aggressive. A lot of vertical concepts are working so far on this one.
Yeah, and vertical over the middle of the field specifically, right? Yeah. Like they're calling those multiple. I think there was like one concept there where they had like a post on the inside and just a dig behind it. So that type of stuff where you're creating multiple layers attacking the middle of the field in that 10 to 20 yard depth. And I think that's going to be the best way to consistently move the ball and then take those checkdowns when that stuff happens to get taken away. I would like to see. I don't necessarily want to see more runs, but they need to be able to run better against 2 high defenses, right? They really haven't. I don't know what the numbers are exactly today, but I don't think they've ran it very well at all.
And they have not run it well at all.
Yeah.
They have 4 carries for 11 yards, 2.8 yard average so far. And it's been a lot of duo. So I know they run it the most. I think it's their worst run concept. I don't understand. You have all this versatility in your offense. Some games it takes them forever to get to their other stuff. And so we'll see how they come out here on 1st and 10 from their own 25 as that ball goes out of bounds and are out the back.
By the way, I mean, it's been a drive or two now, but we did see them use a bootleg concept on the goal line. It feels like they used a few bootlegs at the beginning of the season, then didn't see it for a while. And I want to see them
getting back to it now.
Let's see it here from your own 25. Screw it.
Wow, they've only used them in the red area, I think.
I know exactly, right? But fake the wide zone and then boot back the other way.
Yeah, here's Fournette up the middle. No go there on first down. 2 yards maybe. Again, just pounding it in the A-gaps, but what's worked for them has not been that. So it's
right.
Yeah.
You would like to see them avoid third downs, right? Just with more first down success like they did against the Giants, especially.
Right.
When you can get those controlled underneath passes.
Right. Here's 2nd and 8. Brady, great protection over the middle of the field, and Gronk just dropped it right in his gut. Right in his gut, and Gronk dropped it. So now they're at 3rd and 8.
Really rough.
Gronk gets a first down on that play.
What's that?
He probably gets the first down there. He turns it upfield with his momentum. I think he gets a first down there. So tough start for Gronk. Coming off his best game. Maybe his best game as a Buck. His best game as a Buck, probably.
Last week.
Now 3rd and 8 for the Bucs offense seems like a big play right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to me, I can live with those type of mistakes more than I can live with, like, a bunch of first down runs.
I don't want to see either. I hate both of them. Here's
for sure,
Brady
of
on
course.
3rd and 8. Play clock winding down. He gets the snap off. Falcons send pressure. Good pickup by Giovanni Bernard. Mike Evans makes the catch along the sideline. Contested grab for 15 yards for Mike Evans, and he's going to be pushed out of bounds of the Bucs 42-yard line. So first down for the Bucs.
They did it again, John. They went back to single high, and because they were sending that pressure, so they just wanted to send 5 and then play man behind it with a single high safety. Evans was in that condensed split, isolated to the left side of the formation. He has that out route. There's no support there for the defense, so you're just leaving Evans one-on-one, and Brady and Evans are going to connect on that over and over again if you give them that.
Yep. And here's
give
a
him that
first and
look.
10 for the Bucs. Yeah. I agree. And that was good coverage too, honestly, but Brady just trusting his receiver. Quick throw to Godwin. He's going to get up the field on the quick hitter, and he's going to pick up 6 yards, it looks like. So 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bucs offense.
And by the way, I know some Bucs fans at times are like, oh, why isn't Evans involved more? It's because of the coverages that defenses are giving them. So the Bucs are saying, hey, instead of forcing the issue, we're going to let them, put that attention with those 2 high safeties, and then we're going to take advantage of the other stuff that we have on the other side of the field. It's a lot easier when you have AB, though, and he's the one that's taking advantage of it as opposed to, say, Tyler Johnson.
Here's Fournette trying to bounce around and picks up 3 yards, end up improvising, but there's a flag down. It looks like this is in that area of holding. So we could see a hold here on 2nd and 4.
Yeah, it does look like they're backing up.
Yeah,
what, 2nd and 14 probably?
Donovan Smith called here. And that might have been hard because Fournette, I think, was going outside with the run and then kind of cut it back inside. And so when the defenders were trying to get back inside, Smith ended up holding them, trying to prevent that. Just kind of a little bit looked like the play broke down. Oh, we're going to get a good shot at it here. Let's see. Donovan Smith. Yeah. Looked like no, he allowed the defender to dip back inside of him and kind of grabbed him and turned him. So a little bit of he dropped his eyes there, I think Smith did. So some bad technique. So now 2nd and 14 for the Bucs from their own 38-yard line.
More man coverage here.
Yeah. Brady back to pass, has great time, throws over the middle of the field, got Chris Godwin, and he's got the first down. 17-yard gain to Godwin, and the Bucs are rolling on offense. Another first down.
John, it feels like anything the Falcons do, the Bucs have answers. Going back to even last year, I know it's a totally different defensive coordinator, different system, but man, something about just the way these two teams match up on this side of the ball, the Bucs have all the confidence, and they just have every answer.
Yeah, play action. Brady back to pass. Good protection. Throws underneath. Leonard Fournette makes the catch. He's going to bull for it, and Jones is going to knock him down. But Fournette's got the first down. 12 yards to Fournette. Deion Jones planted him. Little LSU on LSU crying right there.
Again, you see how different those underneath passes are with play action than without it. And Brait was wide open there as well. I don't know if he chipped at the beginning of the play, but Brait and Fournette with both wide open at around 5-yard depth and with no one near them. So you take that 5-yard pass, turns into a first down so easily off of play action. For the Bucs,
here's Fournette on the run too, and Fournette's going to bowl somebody over and pick up 6 yards on the play, it looks like. And so 2nd and 4 coming up for the Bucs offense. The clock is winding, 5:35 and counting left in the second quarter. Bucs up 13-10, trying to turn this drive into points here, a critical drive here. As remember, the Bucs got the ball first in this game, so the Falcons will get it first coming out of the second half. So assuming the Falcons are going to get it back here with some time on the clock as well, they have the opportunity to go back to back. A big drive coming up here for the Bucs. Big finish to this drive coming up here. They're trying to run some clock, I'm sure.
More single high here, John. Let's see if the Bucs can take advantage on the outside.
Here's Brady back to pass. He gets hit as he throws, and that one's going to be incomplete for Perryman. Threw outside. Terrell made a nice break on it. Brady threw it outside and pretty safe there, it looked like.
Right, yeah. So that's what becomes, impossible for defenses when AB is healthy, right? Because
I'm just looking at that play. That was almost a strip sack. I mean,
yeah, I don't know how he got that off.
Yeah, Donovan Smith allowed him to come inside of him. That was crazy because Agundaje is like has barely played. Like he Notre Dame, he's not even played that much. And Smith a little bit of struggles on this drive for sure. Haven't seen much of that from him. 5:01 left in the second quarter. 3rd and 4 for the Bucs.
Let's see if they send another man blitz here, John, as they've been doing.
Yeah. Brady back to pass. Late pressure comes. He throws over the middle field. Rob Gronkowski makes the catch. Touchdown. Caught it about 10 yards out and ran it in.
It looked like they bluffed the blitz, John, and then they dropped back into coverage. And Brady had enough time there, even though the pressure came in late, finding Gronk over the middle. This guy can only have a bad game for so long, John, before he gets it going.
That's right.
And he comes out quick.
Yeah. Look at this throw by. They sent the late pressure here with Dante Fowler, I believe. They had him outside the receiver, and then he basically just gears up there, but Brady beats the cover. Gronk beats the coverage. He got held up considerably at the start of that route.
Yeah.
For like the first 5-10 yards.
They did only send 4 though, John. There were 3 guys on the line. Rest of them dropped off. And then, like you said, another player from the outside coming in late.
Right. Brady just picking apart, shredding the Falcons right now. The Bucs are up 20-10. They've scored touchdowns on 3 of their 4 drives in this game. And the second quarter has just under 5 minutes left in the second quarter. So big couple minutes coming up here, but you got to love what you've seen from the Bucs offense so far, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evans did a good job on that play too. His quick little out route, he didn't get the ball, so he stayed alive and cut it upfield and impromptu turned it into an out and up, and he ended up getting open too. But Brady found Gronk naturally within his progression, didn't need to go backside. So just awesome execution. And yeah, like you said, man, they're really in a rhythm against this defense.
Mm-hmm. They are. This is a team Brady's obviously had a ton of success against. He's looked terrific today. Just run through the numbers quickly. Brady, 20 of 26 for 216 yards and 3 touchdowns already in this game. And half those 6 incompletions have been dropped. So you've got not doing much on the ground so far, 5 carries, 17 yards. But Chris Godwin has 8 catches for 81 yards. Evans 4 for 69. We talked about it. Both these guys feast against the Falcons. Neither have scored yet, but both have been extremely productive so far in this game. Fournette 5 catches, 36 yards. He's averaging 7.2 yards per catch. And Gronk's had a little bit of a rough go of it. Maybe short arm that one a little bit over the middle, or maybe Brady was a little high on the throw, but they didn't hook up there. And then he had a drop later after that, but then 1 catch for 27 yards, and it's the touchdown there to end this drive. Brady also has the 1 catch for 3 yards and the touchdown as well. So, but it all starts with the protection. I mean, Brady's just had all day for most of these throws. We saw Smith got a little bit leaky there, and the late pressure definitely got Brady to get that ball off on that drive, but it didn't matter. He's in the zone, he's comfortable, and he's finding plays down the field as a result. So the Bucs lead 20-10 with 4:54 left in the first half. And the Falcons are going to have an opportunity here now. This is huge for Atlanta, right? If they could score here, they get the ball back in the second half. They've run the ball well, so they're counting on being able to control some clock in this game. I'll run through the numbers for the Falcons here too. Matt Ryan's 8 of 13 for 89 yards. He's had a couple drops. And then Cordarrelle Patterson, 5 for 62 on the ground, and Davis 3 for 29. So the Falcons in general, 9 carries, 91 yards. That gets even better when you don't count Matt Ryan's whatever that was on the fumble there on the snap on the goal line, because that means they have 8 carries for 91 yards so far in this game. So they've done whatever they wanted to on the ground, and even down 10 here, no reason to get away from that. They need to keep going to that if you're Atlanta.
Yeah, if they can continue that success, because on the other side, John, if the Falcons aren't able to move the ball here, the Bucs are going to have plenty of time to put together another drive before the end of half. So it can go both ways here.
Yeah. No, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's exactly right. That's what I meant to say to finish that thought is, yes, defensively, it's huge too. If you can get a quick stop, there's an opportunity for the Bucs to put more points on the board here before the half. So, this is a huge drive for the Bucs defense too.
And the way this offense is rolling, if they do get the ball back, you're going to feel like they're going to get points one way or another.
They certainly should. Yeah, certainly should. No question there. So 1st and 10 for Atlanta. They're going to start, it looks like, from their own 25-yard line here. So, yeah, 1st and 10. Here's Ryan from the shotgun. And Bucs do send 5, and Vea gets through. Nobody blocked him. Nobody blocked Vita Vea, and he got a sack. It's 2nd and 18 coming up here for the Falcons.
Wow.
Looked like Devin White and Vita Vea got through on that blitz.
We've kind of gotten off sync a bit. I'm about like 5 seconds behind you.
Okay. Vea broke through there, and you can see Vea celebrating the sack, and that's good to see from him. He's one of those types of sacks, the quick sacks, the ones that aren't coverage sacks and aren't the quarterback stepping up into him, and the concept gets him open a little bit there. And here's Ryan going to hand off to Cordarrelle Patterson on 2nd and 18. Wow. Trying to run some clock maybe? Interesting. And that's going to bring up 3rd and 14. So now just huge. They gave up 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 7. You have to get off the field here if you're the Bucs defense. This is a huge point game. You get the ball back to your offense, they go down and score. They can run the rest of this clock. They can take a 17-point lead into halftime. You have got to get off the field in this situation.
This defense, kind of the way they're structured and the way they call their plays with all those blitzes on first down because of the 5-man fronts, they want to make a splash play on first so that they can get into these second and third and long situations.
Right. And here's Ryan scrambling, and he's going to pick up a couple yards and be stopped. There is a flag down. It looks like it's in the secondary, and it looks like the Falcons offense is staying out there.
Oh, geez. That's been the trouble, John, is even when they have created those splash plays on early downs, they haven't been able to finish the deal. So becomes a pretty problematic way of playing defense. If even when things go the way that you plan for them to go, if you still can't finish.
Yeah, frustrating. Carlton Davis is going to be called for the hold here. Let's see it. Yeah, looks like a legit call. I mean, he just bodied that receiver. Jeez. Maybe it's a little bit further down the field than it should be. But goodness gracious, that's a rep they'll show in the room and say this is what toughness looks like in press man coverage.
Yeah.
Maybe I think it was at like 6-7 yards that he held him. He honestly bodied him so bad. I think it's why the official noticed it. And maybe there's a little bit older.
Another fumble at the snap. Ryan falls down on it.
So Falcons blow first down, but they're running some clock here at least. And they're going to have 2nd and 11. 2nd and 11. You got to get off the field in these 2nd and 11, 2nd and 18. I mean, the Bucs have just, as this game has gone on, they've started to win more first downs. They were losing first down early in the game. Now they're winning first down and losing second or third down.
Right.
It's just, oh my God. 2nd and 11. You've got to be able to get off the field in these situations. Ryan back to throw, going to have completion, and a missed tackle by Winfield is going to allow Gage to pick up. Look, they're going to give him like 2 yards short of the first down. Should have been 5 or 6 yards to go for a first down. Just bad tackling allows him to get in a 3rd and 2 situation.
Yeah, very frustrating. I can't believe they're tackling poorly. Just such a fundamental part of the game, and it's been a season-long trend, John.
Yeah, it has been. I mentioned it. They're tied for 26 in the NFL in missed tackles. So, in other words, a lot of missed tackles. And so now it's 3rd and 2 for Atlanta, and they're running some clock. They're going to run this down to the 2-minute warning here. So, if you're the Bucs, you're in a hard spot. If it's 3rd and 6, maybe you take the timeout. And you try now 3rd and 2. The percentages are in the Falcons' favor, so you don't want to take a timeout and give them more plays to try and reach the end zone. And you can't trust your defense because they've been pitiful. So,
and you did see that coverage there again, John, where the Falcons are in 3-by-1 formation. The Bucs are playing zone, but with Carlton Davis on the backside, isolated against the one receiver, he's just playing tight man coverage. I mean, he's not had a perfect game, but again, it can't be, overstated how much he changes this defense. They just obviously they haven't been able to put it together and actually have a solid game, but they do look very different, or not very different, but there's definitely like a pretty significant wrinkle that he adds.
I mean, yeah, maybe conceptually in terms of what you can call. He's been fine. And I don't have much of an issue with that. It comes at an unfortunate moment, but again, like that's pretty freaking great press coverage. If it's a little bit too much, you can dial back to physicality a little bit, let the guy off. But that was, I mean, he just devoured the Falcons' best receiver that's out here anyway on that play.
Right. Yeah.
It just comes at an unfortunate moment. But yeah, Davis has been great. It's just in general, like the defense is still bad, like because the concepts are still bad. Like everybody said, when they get their talent back, this and this will change. But I just don't know if that's the case now. A couple drops have hurt for sure Atlanta, but Bucs defense did do a good job rising up in the red zone in the last drive. And now it's a huge 3rd and 2 here. We know the percentages are against them, but it's still huge play in this game.
Yeah, it seems like honestly that the coverage is better. Again, we've been saying this all season, but coverage has been better than the pass rush. There have been a few sacks, but one of them at least was a coverage sack. The one with Vea there, okay, I'll give that credit just from a design standpoint because, like you said, it was a schemed sack. But just in terms of winning their actual matchups on a play-to-play basis, the pass rush is kind of getting beat too often, right? Just week after week, and the secondary is having to hold up for a really long time, and it's hard to blame them.
Yeah. It's they even if they had great talent, I'm not sure it matters. Like obviously Atlanta doesn't have great talent in their offense, and they're just shredding them. So it's not like they're being out talented. Like that's not the issue. It's just what it is. The scheme, it's weak. It's been the same. It was the same thing almost all last year. It wasn't until it changed in the playoffs that we saw a different team. And so it's hard to understand why people would have expected that to change again this year.
And I think last year it was specifically they changed once they played the Saints, and that's because they were playing Breeze and his limitations. Yeah. And I think the changes were more necessity. It wasn't. I don't think it was like they were hiding anything for playoffs. I know fans talk about that a lot. I think that's just wishful thinking. They're not hiding anything.
Here's Quadri Olsen out of the backfield for the first down on 3rd and 2. So 8-yard gain for the Falcons, and they are rolling once again. New set of downs and 1:48 and counting left in the half. So now they're trying to get in field goal range or in range to score a touchdown. And so their offense is moving at a fast clip. Here's Ryan from the shotgun. He's going to hand off to Olsen, who's going to get 4 yards there. Now, the Falcons just not really sure what they want to do. Are they like, you just got a new set of downs. There's 1:30 on the clock. Like, just go for it, fellas. Like, this defense has been bad all game. Back them. Like, it just feels like they're just not quite sure if they want to be aggressive. Now they're going hurry up. But what was the point of that run? Running clock off. And here Ryan back to pass, 4-man rush. Vea finally breaks through, but there's a guy wide open in the flat as Russell Gage. He's going to have the first down with ease, and he's going to get out of bounds to stop the clock. So easy one there. 1:10 left, and they have the ball at the 43-yard line of the Bucs.
Yeah, just these soft coverages. No one anywhere near him.
Yeah, just letting it happen, honestly. Yeah. Got to rely on more 4-man rushes in these situations, for sure.
But I agree with you.
First
it
and 10
is
for
the play
Falcons.
calling.
Yeah. And here's Ryan back to pass, throws middle of the field, and that one is dropped, it looked like. Zacchaeus. Looked like Winfield maybe knocked it out, but I think it was dropped.
Winfield was driving down from that high safety spot.
For sure.
He read it well, but if they time that up a little better, like if Ryan can anticipate the cut and throw it just a few milliseconds earlier, that's a completion.
Right.
And that was kind of the issue that I saw in their week 2 tape is Ryan at times, I was surprised. He was just not anticipating throws the way you'd expect a veteran quarterback to do.
Part of that's probably the new offense too. I'm guessing like that was his second week playing in that offense. And so that's probably a big part of it as Falcons pick up 4 yards on 2nd and 10. So huge 3rd and 6 coming up here for Atlanta. They're at the 39-yard line. They're at their own, or at the Bucs 39-yard line. So depending on what happens in this play, if you don't get the first, maybe you go from 4th. I mean, but
this is where Ryan loves to take a sack. This is like he can't wait to just go down for a loss of 8.
Yeah, Falcons 5 of 8 on 3rd down. Here's Ryan. And Devin White up the middle, missed him, but he flips it to Mike Davis. But Winfield is there for the stop behind the line of scrimmage. Going to be a 3-yard loss on the play. So 4th and 9 now for the Falcons. They're back to the Bucs 42-yard line. Great play by Winfield. Levante David got there to help make the stop. So now the Falcons offense is going to come off the field here.
So what happened there with the miss? Was it just a matter of throttling down again, John, like you talked about with White before, or was it something else here?
Yeah, throttling down. I don't think he was going to make that tackle. I mean, you could see Ryan still standing and White was on the ground. I don't think he's going to make that tackle if Ryan didn't get the throw off there. But Ryan did flip it quickly as White had a hold of one of his arms there. But yeah, again, it's not throttling down. But also your eyes, like Devin White's eyes are so bad as a tackler a lot of the time. Like, he's got to kind of be able to see a little better and square up a little bit better. And he's kind of out of control too many times when he's coming in. I mean, we've talked about it. I don't know if people realize how many times he's taken out one of his teammates this year with tackle attempts, but I have video of it. I might have a video compilation that drops at some point this year.
It's in the drafts.
Yeah, it's in the drafts. Let's put it that way. Here's the Falcons. What are they doing here? This looks like trying to run some sort of fake with Josh Rose. Is that Josh Rosen out there?
What the hell?
And they're trying to get the Bucs to jump, and instead they're just going to take a delayed game. That was weird. They had the punter way back there. But Josh Rosen was on the field.
You want to set up a 4th and 3, like off the penalty? Like what?
Yeah, maybe if 4th and 3, they probably go, or maybe they kick. Can they get a? Who's got a pretty big leg? I don't know.
It's what I think it's one of these. They probably just wanted more space for their punter.
Yeah. Giovanni Bernard back. By the way, I looked it up. Giovanni Bernard has never fielded a punt in his NFL career, unless Pro Football Reference is wrong. So this is one earlier in the game was the first time ever for Giovanni Bernard fielding a punt in an NFL game. I'm going to look up college next. Shaq Barrett broke through and almost blocked the punt.
Oh,
wow. And Bernard fair catches it at the 7. So the Bucs offense are going to take over at their own 7. 44 seconds left in the first half. 1st and 10 from their own 7. They have 2 timeouts. What do you do, Paul?
Oh, if Aaron's track record is going to tell us anything, he's going to be aggressive here. And I expect him to definitely come out passing. And I like that approach. I like it
love
too.
The approach. I'm not sure if they'll do it though. At their own 7, I would do it for sure.
Oh, are they at their own 7? I didn't realize they were that backed up.
At their own 7, but still, you move the ball so well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I think this is a situation where you got to be conservative as an average team, but it's where the skill of the offense changes the strategy. Where it's like, okay, you have a top offense, so this is going to change how you should handle these type of situations, in my opinion.
Right.
Because at the very least,
saying go deep in the chat, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give you a look that you can go deep, but I think you can
use the sidelines.
They'll give you soft stuff. I think they're going to play 2-high coverage. They'll be able to get stuff over the middle. So, and they're going to kind of force you to burn your timeouts. But I do think you have enough time here to get into field goal range, especially with how they're going to play coverages. So I think attack the middle of the field. You're not going to get a deep shot on the sideline. And I think that's the way to go.
Right.
Maybe even a screen pass to start off the drive.
Wouldn't hate a screen. Little play action screen.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hate it. But the part about a screen is that most likely you're using a timeout. You're usually not planning on getting out of bounds on a screen. So you're using one of your timeouts probably no matter what happens.
True. And you'd hate to use a timeout on your own 15-yard line.
Right. Yeah.
So it would have to be like you would have to have 2 plays called in the huddle where you're we're running the screen, and then no matter what, the very next play, this is what we're running, no matter what happens on the screen.
Right.
Unless it's like you lose yards and then you're just going to kill the clock.
Right.
But yeah, some of the intricacies with that type of clock management stuff, the Bucs haven't been great. Like I kind of feel like sometimes they don't think these things through to the level that other teams do. And obviously New England was very good in these type of situations, always very prepared. And whereas the Bucs, like even with like 4th down decisions, they're often confused and like they're not one of those teams that immediately knows this is what we're doing. I mean, opening drive aside where they did,
right?
But yeah, you get the idea.
Yep. So here's the Bucs, 1st down from their own 7-yard line.
I'm still seeing Brady and Ryan.
Yeah, Brady throws quickly to Chris Godwin, who runs into Mike Evans and loses a yard. So that probably will do it. The clock winds, and they're not calling timeout. So you've got 30 seconds here. You wasted a play. You're going to be under 30 seconds by the time it gets snapped.
Oh, but they're lining
Just
up.
run the ball. Okay, they're going to throw. Here's a interception, pick 6. Marlon Davidson took away the screen pass from Leonard Fournette, a defensive tackle. Why would you even call a pass there? There's 20 seconds. You're your own 7. Just ridiculous play call. This team will do anything to beat themselves. It's unbelievable to watch. I mean, the interception luck this team has had. I've never seen a defensive tackle jump a screen pass like that. That's unbelievable.
That's terrible. Holy.
And you cannot throw in that situation. There's 20-some seconds left for your own 7. It's different when there's 40-some seconds left. You didn't use a timeout after the 1-yard loss on 1st down. Now it's 2017 and the Falcons get the ball back coming out of the half.
I want to see a replay of that screen. Man, what a tough, terrific passing first half, and then that's how you're going to end it.
Davidson's literally looking for this screen pass. He makes a one-hand pulls it in with one hand, D tackle Marlon Davidson. You just can't. He can't make this stuff up. Why? What is that play going to get? Like, even if it gets 30 yards, you have no time left.
Right.
Just hate it. And I'm all for being aggressive, but as soon as you wasted 20 seconds, there's just absolutely 0 point to it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that part of it does change the whole equation. Is once you've wasted 20 seconds, right? Like the potential upside is basically gone.
I mean, there's no words, man. This team, what they do every single week is comical. mean, this game should be, we say this every single week. This game should be 30-7.5. I mean, it's just ridiculous what they do. Like, they're just so maddening because this much talent, these things should just never, ever happen. And if they do happen, it should be once in a while. It shouldn't be every single game. Right. I mean, Davidson literally read that the whole way. I don't think I've ever seen a D tackle do that. That guy doesn't even play that much. He's going to play a lot more now.
Yeah, he read it. Yeah, you're right. The whole way. It's like he knew the play.
Oh, my goodness. I've got no words. You're going to kneel it out.
I don't see. I mean, if you're going to call a running back screen there, how's that really different from a handoff?
It's not. It's not in that situation. What are you hoping to accomplish? It's just embarrassing. Like total lack of situational wherewithal completely by everybody.
And what a wet blanket on a terrific first half for the offense, right? Like you're looking at it like, okay.
But that's always right. Like that's every game that they play well in the first half. There's something like the Brashad Perryman drop touchdown, then the touchdown or line, and it's a phantom holding call on Tristan Wirfs. It's always something. Like this team just cannot get out of their own way. And maybe it changes in the playoffs. I don't know. But it's just not good enough, man. They just have no business making these kind of mistakes. Calling a play like that in that situation is just laughable. Like, and I'm the most aggressive dude out there, but there's just nothing to be gained there. Like, there's not. It's just, right. It makes no sense at all. Like,
I don't get it.
Hard to understand what in the world anybody's thinking on a play like that. And
because I think your strategy there has to really change based on the outcome of that first play. Whereas with it's kind of just seemed like they're like, yeah, we're just going to throw it no matter what happens.
I think it lost us there for a second. We back?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. All right, let's bring Scott in here. He's got some thoughts I know on this halftime. Scott, they just can't do it, right? They can't get out of a half of football without making you say, what in the world is this team doing? Because it is unbelievable to watch this team beat themselves every week.
I tell you that these Falcons are pesky, right? We've talked about it, right? For whatever reason, they've scored 27, 27, and 25 points against the Buccaneers in each of the last 3 games. Now, the Bucs have won those 3 games, but last year's game was a different story. The Falcons were up 17-0 at halftime. It took 31 points for the Bucs to beat the Falcons and come back to win 31-27. Look at the score right now, guys. 20-17.
Score should be, you mean? Like 31-7? Oh, no, you're talking about their actual score.
The actual score. It's going to take 31 again, if not more, to beat this pesky Falcons team because, as you said, John, the Bucs just find ways to keep the Falcons in it. You know, Tom Brady was looking like gangbusters, right? I mean, 217 yards, 3 touchdowns, actually 4 touchdowns now, one of which was to the Falcons, unfortunately, with that interception. We've seen Leonard Fournette gain 51 yards and a touchdown. Chris Godwin, 8 catches, 81 yards. Same thing for Mike Evans, winning big time in the passing game, 4 catches, 69 yards. Cam and Gronk, 2 catches, 30 yards combined and 2 touchdowns. And, you know, it's like I have to agree with you guys. You know, Paul said it best. The play on second down, it has to be predicated on what happened on first down. And for me, it's just too risky at that part of the field, even though you have 2 timeouts, unless you get a big gain on the first down play, go ahead and just run the clock out, right? It just seemed like too much of a risk that close to the end zone. I know you have Tom Brady, but this is an instance where no risk and no biscuit backfired, right? And it gave the Falcons life right before halftime, right? That is going to be a jacked up, excited halftime locker room for the Falcons, and the Buccaneers are going to be scratching their heads, and they get the ball, right? So the message for Arthur Blank is
like the Bucs defense has been good either.
No, exactly. The message to Arthur Blank is Cordell Patterson, Mike Davis. We're going to come out. We're going to run the ball. We're going to establish the run in the second half. We're going to take the lead. And we're going to make this a game. And the Buccaneers, instead of being up by 10 points and probably forcing Matt Ryan to throw the ball, which he has not been good at so far, sacked 3 times. And Ndamukong Suh, Cam Gill, Vita Vea got his sack as forecasted earlier against Jalen Mayfield. Yeah, it's now a game. And guess what? The Falcons have rushed for 97 yards in the first half. So they're going to come out and doing exactly what Arthur Smith wants to do, which is his philosophy, come out and run the ball. It was just a week ago. Bruce Arians said, nobody runs the ball on us. I don't care who the hell you are. Well, listen, if they would have given Jonathan Taylor more carries in the second half, they would have run the ball on the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers run defense is part really, really good, John, and part myth, because you can run the ball on anybody if you're successful enough, because the running game is an attrition-based strategy. It is to wear you down so that those runs in the fourth quarter, if you're still in the game, whether you're just trailing or you're ahead, those fourth quarter runs are what really pads the stats. For the Falcons, they've come out and established the run in the first half. I think the Buccaneers can shut this team down, but it's going to take no more turnovers for the Bucs offense. It's going to take Brady and the Bucs continuing to pass the ball, because outside of that last throw by Brady, they've had some serious success completing passes against the Falcons and moving the ball. But right now, they've let the Falcons back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just frustrating because you like to, when you're on analyzing these things, you like to say something different every week. They're growing or they're changing in this way. And they played an awesome first half of football on offense. And then they just do something like that. And it's like, what are you thinking? Like, I just have no idea how that play gets called. And obviously I've been proponent, and play calling in this game has been awesome. I don't know what you're I mean, you let 20 seconds run off, so you have no time, no matter whether that play is successful or not. Like, there's just no point at all to that. It's totally mind-boggling to me that happened, and obviously the result is regrettable. But even just the process is bad. I mean, that result happens. How many times have you seen a defensive tackle peel off a twist?
Oh, it's rare
in that situation. A guy who barely plays, and get a pick six, jump a screen.
Yeah.
I mean, that you get a tip ball or a drop pass into the screen like that.
It's a fluke play. It is. It's a fluke play, but you know what?
But
still
it never
counts for
happens
7.
if your process is better as an offense. That's my
like
you get away from fluke play if you're not doing dumb stuff. And this team's just dumb. Like, they just do too many dumb things all the time. They've allowed 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11. In this game, Falcons obviously rolling. Falcons have dropped the ball. Now the Bucs have dropped the ball too. Again, offensively, schematically, it's been totally one-sided. The Bucs have dominated. The only time before that pick that they didn't score was the incompletion to Gronk, where he kind of short-armed it over the middle of the field, and again, they had him open. Like, conceptually, they've been great, but it's 2017. Like, and this isn't going to fly when you face somebody who it's just not going to fly. Like, the Falcons aren't those dudes, and maybe the Bucs still win this game, obviously, but it ain't going to fly when you're facing the other top teams in the NFC. Like, the Packers don't do this to themselves.
Right.
They don't do this to themselves. You're not going to beat them playing the way you're playing.
Yep. Well, and then the thing too, John, is again, it's like the Bucs run defense. I mean, listen, I'm a defensive-minded guy. You know that. I'm a defensive line-minded guy. You know that. I would love to tout, brag upon, proclaim that the Bucs run defense is invincible. I would love to believe what Bruce Arians is selling, but it's not. The reason why the run defense is so good is because teams elect not to run the ball on this team. Okay. The Falcons are knocking on 100 yards door. They're going to come out.
They already got it. They got 101.
Okay. Yeah.
101. Yeah.
101. So they're going to come out.
I'm not worried. I'll go on the record. Just to be clear, I'm not worried about the Bucs run defense at all. But I hear you. And
well, I mean, we're going to see in the third quarter, because I guarantee you, Frank Reich elected not to do that last week. Arthur Smith will come out and do that this week, because that is in his DNA. That's what he wants to do. And it's not like Matt Ryan's not going to throw the ball. He is. He's going to find Pitts. He'll look for Russell Gage across the middle again. Like, that's coming. But I'm just telling you that with the Falcons rushing for that many yards, Arthur Smith's eyeballs are that big.
What's funny is
he's going to continue to pound Davis and pound Patterson on this run defense.
What's funny is the Falcons, they ran the ball 10 times in the first half. The Colts ran the ball 9 times in the first half last week. So just a totally difference, obviously, in terms of success.
Oh, the big plays are huge.
But Ryan's dropped back 22 times in this half. So they're having some success throwing the football too, not as much, and the sacks have been an issue too. He sacked 3 times. Some of that's been coverage sacks, to be sure, but also got away from a couple other sacks too. So Bucs pass rush is getting home a little bit.
Well, and I'll tell you too, there's been 2 aborted snaps too, right? Two bad snaps between.
I don't think those
center.
kind of sacks, those kind of rushes.
You're correct, but what I'm saying is those were 2 potential pass plays right there.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what they were.
Or runs, exactly. Right. Well, one of those happened down there by the red zone, and that drive resulted in a field goal. Yeah. So it's like those are 2 unforced errors right there by the Falcons that could have been at least potential. Either one was a touchdown, possibly another play could have been anything other than the 1 yard loss by Matt Ryan. So, the Buccaneers have been their own worst enemy, but they're also doing some good things too. I mean, this is one of those games. I'm telling you, this is one of those games where it could come down to the team that has the ball last wins, or this could be a thing where the Buccaneers just come out like gangbusters in the second half, like they did last year.
Yeah.
Where Bruce Arians says, guys, last year the Falcons had 17 points at halftime on us. They have 17 points on us this year. The difference is we have 20. Last year we had to score 31. We need to at least score 31 this game, right? So just come out and do what we did in the first half. I'd
like to see them play offense as if they have 0 points right now.
I'm with you. Pass the ball. Listen, I like the running game. I like the balanced offense. There is no need to run the ball in this game. There just isn't, because the Falcons are absolutely getting gashed in the passing game. That last Brady throw notwithstanding.
Yeah. And some of the frustration, by the way, is not necessarily just this game. It's just the fact that this has been, people are like, oh, overreaction. They're still winning by 3. We get that. We're not saying this game's in doubt. We're not saying that we're going to lose this game. It's just like you're at week 13 of the season. We get on halftime every week and we talk about the same stuff. Like, this has to get better or you're not going to get where you're supposed to go. This is the best team in the NFC talent-wise. It won't matter if they keep playing like this. That's where the frustration comes from. Go ahead, Paul.
I was going to say, I would like to see them run the ball, but by like we always talk about creating the right situations to do it, right? Like they did against the Giants, where they were in all those second and short, second and mediums, because then you have to respect this pass defense and this pass offense,
right?
And defenses play that way, and then the run game just gashes you for first down.
You're right.
It's just, you don't want to see them running into the middle for 2 yards on first down. That's kind of where they're screwing themselves over a little bit.
Paul,
some people go ahead.
Paul, hey, how are your hands when it comes to returning? Because Lost Leisure thinks you're better at doing punt returns than Giovanni Bernard, which I'm not going to suggest otherwise, because I've never seen you do a punt return. But it might be what?
I'm good at fair catching. I can do that.
Okay.
I can take a knee in the end zone. Anything else? I don't know about the rest of it.
Yeah. Boo Radley says Brady has to wave these bad play calls off. That's just an unrealistic way to look at it. But especially in that situation, if you're talking about that last play, the clock is running. The coaches are saying we're throwing the ball, like they're calling a play.
A screen pass is supposed to be a safe pass,
right? At least safe, right? It's not supposed to. Now, is it dumb still? Yes, but at least it's not supposed to result in that.
Correct.
But he's not going to wave off a play call and reset everything with the clock running and they're trying to get a playoff fast. Like
the difference there is Brady. His job is to call off bad plays when it's based on the coverage. But we don't necessarily know that the coverage was unfavorable for the screen pass. It's more of a philosophical thing that you and I, and I think Scott as well, we disagree with just the aggression in that situation.
Yes, it's
not necessarily that the coverage might have been fine and that defensive tackle actually just happened to make a spectacular play.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm with you. And you know what, guys, if this interception happens at the 30-yard line, right? Like if you're out, 15, 20 yards past where you're starting, if that's the case, Leonard Fournette probably tackles Davidson. There's no pick six. Maybe the Falcons get a field goal, right, because of the field position, but it's not like this, like big time, huge play. I don't think that's the case, but I agree with you, Paul. It's where you decided to call this play. At this point in time, you didn't get anything on first down. The clock's running. You've got 2 timeouts. You got a 10-point lead and you haven't played that well on the road this year.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good time to take a knee.
And I like the aggression on first down. To be
agreed.
Fair.
Yes.
Yeah. But the rest of your plan has to be based off of
Yes, based on what you do on first down, how many yards you get, what's left on the clock. Did you get out of bounds? Do you have to burn a timeout? I agree with you completely.
And John picked up on this faster than I did. It's the fact that they wasted the 20 seconds. And it's fine. I'm fine with wasting the 20 seconds. After that first play, just waste all the time. Right? Yeah. But they kind of picked the worst of both worlds, where it's like, if they hurried up, I get it. But they kind of slowed down, then ran a play where they're passing it. Like, why? That doesn't make sense. Like, either if you're going to pass it, you need to do it quick.
Yeah.
But if you're wasting 20 seconds, then what's the upside? You don't have time to get down the field anyway. What do you think?
Right. Second half is underway here. Scott, thanks so much for dropping in, giving us your thoughts on halftime.
Absolutely.
We will talk a little bit more about that first half here in a second, but it is about the start of the third quarter, and the Falcons are going to take over at their own 25-yard line here, and the score is 20-17, by the way. The Bucs are leading after allowing a pick six there at the end of the first half. And I'll change this graphic so everybody can keep up.
And I just saw
but offensively, Paul. Oh yeah, kick went out of the end zone, right? So offensively, there's still the Bucs still did some good things here. Defensively, they rose up after some successful drives. They got some stops. They are getting some pressure that's made somewhat of a difference, but they're still getting gashed. They're getting gashed on third down. There's still so much ugly run defense. 101 yards allowed in the first half. That's insane. I mean, we just haven't seen the Bucs do that in run defense as long as I've been covering the team in the first half. So it's nuts. And here's Ryan throwing, flips it out to Davis, and point blank missed tackle by Levante David. And it's going to turn a 1 yard gain or 2 yard gain into a 14-yard gain. And when Levante David's missing tackles point blank like that, you run out of words pretty quick. As much as I rag on the coaches, players got to make a simple player.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think the offense on the Bucs, they did so many good things, but they're going to have as good of a half as they did in the first half, not including that last play, because I don't see this defense really turning things around. Yeah,
here's a false start. So Atlanta's going to get backed up a little bit here. Jake Matthews with a 5-yard penalty. Mentioned, I think, at the outset or in the pregame maybe, that Atlanta going into this game, they were tied for 25th in the NFL in pre-snap penalties, Bucs 29th. So neither of these teams good necessarily in those situations. So 1st and 15 coming up here for the Falcons from their own 34-yard line. Here's the Falcons. Under center is Ryan. I formation behind him. He's going to pitch out to Patterson. Great job by Dean turning the run up and turn it back outside, and Adams makes the stop. Patterson's going to gain 0. So 2nd and 15 coming up, but Dean is hurt. And this is the 4th time this year Dean's been hurt. And I wonder if it's that shoulder. Again, he came up, I give him credit, man. He came up physical play and run defense.
Yeah. And I mean, Dean's had a really solid season, right? His whole role has been amplified. Mm-hmm. He's had to move up in the depth chart. I think he's been that number 1 corner for much of this year, right?
Yeah.
And he's filled in pretty well.
Yeah, as he was walking there, and he just kind of took a knee and looked like he was in some pain. Didn't look like he wasn't like he was rolling around on the ground or anything. And so 2nd and 15 coming up here, and again, we're just going to keep saying it. At 2nd and 15, like obvious situations, like you cannot. Just can't. You got to get off the field in these spots.
This is where you want to be able to play a conservative coverage and then tackle, right? But that's been the problem. It's like when they play the conservative coverage, they're not able to tackle.
Right. And then they do something more aggressive, they get torched.
Yeah, exactly. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I don't know. I still think if they play, a too high man coverage, something like that, or even cover 1 man, that I think that's their best bet in these situations, but only rushing 4.
Right. Here's 2nd and 15. Ryan from the shotgun drops back to Pats, has plenty of time, throws out to Keith Smith in the flat. Barrett makes a great play on him in coverage. It's going to be a gain of 1 or 2. And so 3rd and 13 is coming up here. He
read that the whole way. He saw that route perfectly. Shaq did. And he was in position immediately. So great job by him. And he's not a natural coverage guy, John. But with the fronts that they play, it forces Bulls to put guys in a coverage where that's out of their comfort zone. But Shaq doing a good job there.
Yep. By the way, Pierre Desir in the game for Jamel Dean right now. Sean Murphy Bunting in the slot. Here's Ryan back to throw. He's stepping up, throwing over the middle of the field, has the first down, caught and punched out from behind by Desir, and then Carlton Davis jumps on it. So he's got a fumble recovery, and the Bucs are going to take over on offense. Desir punched it out for Russell Gage, who had a catch run, big play for Atlanta. And the Bucs defense, man, even when they're bad, they get the break. Good punch out from Desir. That was an intentional punch out.
Another guy who's
made the play.
Desir, I mean, he's really stepped up. Not saying he's like a all-star corner or anything, but just in terms of this is a guy coming from the depth, like the deepest part of your depth chart, and he's been solid, honestly. And another play there, John, where schematically you lose, but then the players make up for it, right? Like we've seen that before with some of the turnovers. And of course, some of the turnovers have been self-inflicted, but that one, that's not schematic. That's, Bulls didn't win that snap, but Pierre Desir and Carlton Davis doing a great job of saving the defense there. And now the offense has to take advantage. If you can get a touchdown here, then you're starting to actually feel pretty good about this game.
Totally dependent on splash plays. It's totally dependent.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. And even when they get them, they're not necessarily getting off the field. but schematically getting worked and having an opportunity to, again, make a play there and making one by Desir and now get the ball back to the offense. Again, it's the same thing last year that happened, really, like splash plays. The Bucs this year are right near the top of the league in terms of takeaways this season. Give players credit for that kind of stuff. Again, the quarterback play they've probably faced, the receiver play they've probably faced helps. But yeah, it's been schematically a struggle, but individuals, again, talent. And you wouldn't think of Desir necessarily in that group, but great play by him getting in the game and popping that one out. That was going to be what? That was going to be to the Bucs. That was in Bucs territory. He was catching a run at the 44, I think, at Tampa Bay. So that would have been pretty close to field goal range and another big third down conversion for the Falcons.
Yeah. It was going to be another explosive play, basically, John, another third down conversion. But yeah, and it's kind of been a similar story as last week, right? I mean, the offense or the opposing offense was moving the ball pretty easily. And then, those self-inflicted mistakes that Scott, I thought that was a really good point. Scott was talking about how those are two potential plays that might lead to touchdowns, especially that the screwed up snap by the goal line. So the offense is bailing you out, the opposing offense, and then a couple of splash plays. But you have to, if you're going to have success down the line, it has to come from a better play-to-play, performance.
Right. And very important now that the Bucs offense responds. They've got it at their own 37-yard line, so we'll see what they can do here.
Well, they're on their own 37. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay.
They're on 37 with the 1st and 10.
So this is where they like to do their play action shot plays, right? I'm curious if they go to it here. And I want to see them not make too many drastic changes from the first half offensively.
Here's Fournette. They pull Jensen, and Fournette's going to get up over the right side, and there it is. A little bit of success on the ground, 6-yard gain, and a 2nd and 4 coming up there.
Yeah, they've been pulling
Bucs are in a good spot.
They've been pulling players a lot more, whether it's on power, where they're pulling the backside guard, or like a center pull there. That's what you talked about, right? You didn't want to see duo as much, where it's just the double teams up front and just kind of running it up the middle. You want to see more of that type of stuff.
And on 2nd down, it looked like Deion Jones jumped and punched it out of as it was about to get to Gronk for incompletion. So
yeah, I think I'd
like to see that play again, but
I think he got there before Gronk even touched it.
Yeah. Good jump by Deion Jones underneath. Oh, we are going to see the play again. Yeah, right as it punched it, right as it got to Gronk's hands. Gronk had already turned to look upfield. Here we go. 3rd and 4. Love to stay out of these spots. Successful run on 1st down. 2nd and 4 leaves a lot in the playbook for you. Bucs go incomplete there, and now 3rd and 4. Falcons showing some pressure. And they drop out and they rush 4. Brady throwing deep down the field, has Mike Evans there, and oh my gosh, Evans. Chief, did you see it yet?
Oh, I just saw it.
You got it. I know he's coming, man, but that's the game. That's the game, buddy. You're going to get popped.
They must have gotten another single high look there.
You got popped anyway. Just go catch the ball, man.
Yeah.
That's the second. It's very similar to that Saints game or the end of the Saints game before the interception, right?
That might have been just too high, and then hitting that whole shot right in that perfect spot.
Adam, gotta go get it, man. You're gonna get popped. Your vertical threat safety's coming over. Go get it when he's off. All right, Falcons are gonna take back over after the punt.
But yeah, they're kind of making it hard where all their passes are drop back, right? Like very little play action. It's because they're in shotgun so often. When they're actually under center, John, their play action rates are fairly high. They're not at the bottom of the league or anything. They're actually using play action a decent bit under center. It's just so many of their passes are from shotgun, like a massively disproportionate amount. And they don't they actually call less play action out of shotgun than anyone in the league. They at absolute bottom. So
they were effective on when they did go play action out of shotgun last year. Like they made some plays. So I mean, I have wished for more of that in their offense for sure, especially because it would catch teams by surprise, I believe. I think they did it a couple times in the Super Bowl, I want to recall, but now I can't remember. But
like the Gronk slide route where he came across the formation. That was a play action from shotgun. Because they create so much of that easy stuff underneath that I've talked about now a couple times, where it's just a chip release from a tight end or even the running back off of play action. Like, whereas if they're just going straight drop back and it's say Fournette on a flat route, he's not getting actual separations. Like, he's not going to beat his guy. But if you can schematically make him win by pushing that defense up the field or getting them out of position with play action and then sending him to the sideline, he's like wide open.
Yeah. Either way, opportunity to big play missed by the Bucs offense there on 3rd and 4. When they've missed 2 third downs, they've missed in this game, and those are the 2 that haven't ended in either a touchdown or the pick 6. Those have been right there for them. They've got to make those plays. Guys got to find a way to make those plays. No question about it. So again, schematically, pretty much doing what they want against Atlanta. Execution-wise, looks like the same team we've seen all season, just shooting themselves in the foot and screwing up at every turn and keeping a far inferior team in the game. And now it's 20-17. The Falcons are going to take over with the football and a chance to tie or take the lead here if they can mount a good drive. So,
yeah, this game really shouldn't be up in the air, right? Just in terms of what the Falcons are, and
but we can't act surprised that it is either, because this is all week 4, and we're like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. Like, it was week 13. This is who this team is at this point, and you are this until you can prove that you're something different. That I think is kind of the big motto of the Bucs season. It was a motto of times last year too. I think it's the motto of the team right now is that until they can prove that there's something different. They did it in the playoffs last year. They proved they were something different. Until they can do that, it's gonna have a hard time believing them at this point. Here's the Falcons on 1st and 10. Ryan from under center is going to pitch to Cordarrelle Patterson. He's going to try to get outside. Bucs string it out pretty well. Can't make the tackle in the backfield, but get him after a gain of about 2 yards. So it's going to be 2nd and 8 coming up here for Atlanta.
Yeah, just gaining 1 yard there. So, I mean, that's kind of what we mean, right? Like, we don't expect, no matter how bad the first half was for the run defense, our priors are strong, right? Like, you just have such a good sample size of with this defense as a run defense that, sometimes they're going to get gashed, fine, but you expect
Ryan
them to go back.
To Patterson in the flat. He's going to have 8 yards. He went out of bounds. He probably could have gotten that first down. There was nobody on him at all. Totally uncovered in the flat. And I think it might be 3rd and half a yard here.
It's basically the same thing that I'm saying the Bucs need to do more, right? Look at like how wide open Patterson got there off play action just underneath. Because everybody else, I bet, had some sort of vertical route.
Yep. Clear it out a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's 3rd and 1, and Patson's going to get the handoff. And oh my goodness, if he got that, it was barely. Sue and Nacho got him right away, but he only needed a couple inches. I think he got it, but it's barely.
It looked short to me, but
maybe.
Are they going to bring out the chain gang? I can't believe this is still a thing, by the way.
First down. First down. The ball is still spotted this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty funny.
They have tracking devices on every single player. Their velocity at any millisecond. And they have tracking stuff in the ball.
Right.
But you'd rather let an old guy.
1st and 10. 1st and 10 for the Falcons. I formation behind Ryan. Patterson is the back. Takes the snap, handoff Patterson, running over the the left side of the Falcons offense. He's not going to get anything. Shaq Barrett, and drops him for no gain.
That side, it is just even side to side. This defense has a lot of speed, especially when you're running towards Devin White, though. I think they were running away from him there. He's so good at just shutting that stuff down if you're trying to run outside. I know he had a rough first half there, but still.
Yep.
It's a great defense just with their speed and how fast they close in on stuff.
Right. 2nd and 9 for the Falcons from their own 26-yard line. Ryan back to pass, has plenty of time, throws over the middle of the field to Gage. It's going to be about 2 yards short of the first down, I think. So 3rd and 2 coming up here.
Yeah, just kind of like a spot route over the middle, finding a soft spot in the zone, settling in.
Yeah. It's tough, though. 3rd and 2, it's tough. It's just a lot of answers for an offense on 3rd and 2.
Yeah, you can do anything, really.
Yeah. Bucs it's been a little bit of a struggle on 3rd down today. 6 of 11 are the Falcons.
Would be a good time for a play action boot here.
Yeah, here's a handoff. Zaccheaus, and they missed him in the backfield. David, that was hard, though. He has to go full speed to keep Zaccheaus from getting to the outside. Zaccheaus cuts back in. Nobody's there. And so he gets not in time anyway. So he gets the first down. So 2 yards on 3rd and 2, I think, or 3rd and 1.5. That's where it just gets tough, right? David's turning him back in there so he can't get outside, and he does his job. They make the tackle, but they only needed 1.5 yards. So, yeah, it becomes easy. Falcons with more first downs than the Bucs. 253 yards to 239 yards. The Falcons have the yardage advantage as well.
That is surprising.
Here's Ryan. Quickly flips it out to Tajay Sharp, and Desir drops him. And so that's going to be a gain of 4 and 2nd and 6 coming up here.
Yeah, those flats are really the weak point of this defense on most plays, just from the way they align their defense and the coverages that they call. I think the Falcons got to continue attacking that more. I know that was only 4 yards there, but this team
Bucs can't cover down the field and they can't tackle. So there's a lot of
exactly. Yeah, they could easily miss a tackle there and give up 15.
Here's Ryan. Quick flip out to Gage. Missed tackle. First down. Another missed tackle. Gage spins off another missed tackle and goes out of bounds. 16-yard gain for Russell Gage.
So there it is. Exactly right on cue. Another pass to the flat, and this time you do see the missed tackles.
Unbelievable.
And the Falcons looking like they're ready to take the lead.
Shaq Barrett, how do you miss that? You're a D end on a wide receiver, like point blank. It's not like he eluded you. You just straight up can't take him down. It's I
and then Winfield trying to just lower his shoulder for that hit, but
Carlton Davis is injured. Carlton Davis is down, and trainers are talking to him, and he's up pretty quickly, so he's going to go off. But it's 1st and 10 for the Falcons at the Bucs 43-yard line.
So no Jamel Dean, no Carlton Davis. Falcons already moving the ball.
Yeah, brutal. Davis went high on that tackle attempt. Very bad form. And then Winfield missed too.
Yeah. Yeah, Winfield just tried lowering the shoulder a bit.
Rough. Here's Ryan. I formation behind him once again.
Extra tackle.
Takes the snap. And Olsen's going to run over the right side for a gain of 3. So it's going to be 2nd and 7 for the Falcons.
Okay.
It's hard, man, because like as soon as you're like, yep, it's scheme, like then the players just start doing that. You're just like, man, I don't even know if the scheme was better. What would I like? Maybe they're just not as talented as we thought they were. Like, I look and I see talent all over the field. Like I know these guys are good. It's just,
but like their best players are kind of getting up there in age, right? Like Levante David.
Maybe that's part of it, but when it's just tackling, it's
JPP's hurt.
Here's Ryan back to pass, has time, incomplete, diving pass breakup by Carlton Davis, who is back in the game. Great play by Davis.
And Ryan missed that a bit. If he puts that further outside towards the sideline, I think Pitts might be able to get that. But yeah, clearly missing there on the replay.
Great play by Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
And now a chance. 3rd and 7. Falcons 7 of 12 on 3rd down. 7 of 12. Here we go. Ryan from the shotgun. Bucs are showing pressure. Joe Trine-Schwenk is out there as well. It's Joe Trine-Schwenk at left defensive tackle on this play. They loop him around. It gets picked up. Sue runs over Jalen Mayfield for the sack. Runs right through his chest. What a bull rush. Picked up Mayfield. And that's even funnier now. Is Sue talking? It looks like he's talking to the Falcons sideline there. I hope he doesn't get a whistle. I don't think he will. Or is that his own side? That might have been his own sideline. But what a play by Sue. And Sue hardly ever plays on the right side. He's only played a couple snaps their last couple weeks.
So you think they're trying to take advantage of that guard?
Yeah, for sure. Especially with Vay off the field.
Right.
Getting Sue a matchup he can win. And he's got 2 sacks today. Bucs have 4 sacks as a unit. It's keeping them alive right now, the sacks. It is keeping them alive in a 3rd down sack too.
Gill's in the backfield there too, making a difference in his limited reps.
Yeah. So getting gashed, but rising up and making some key plays at key times in the game is the Bucs defense. And this, to be honest, even though you can like it or not like it, when Todd Bowles wants in his unit, he wants them to do things like this. Like they can give up yards, you can give up some drives, keep teams out of the end zone and make sacks on 3rd down, get turnovers, whether it's punch outs. I mean, obviously he's planning on it, hoping for interceptions, but that's the way his units, when they've been good in the past, have thrived. And as rough as they've looked today defensively, and as much as the Falcons have moved the ball, They've given up 10 defensive points, and the offense now has to go down and score and take advantage of this, because I don't know how long it lasts for the defense, but the offense has got to get back on track. It's all controllable for the offense. They've got to get back on track with execution.
Yeah, I totally agree. They got to get some play action going. Go more under center. Even if you're going up tempo, just let it be under center a bit more. And just hold the clock. And those outside runs, right? The pullers or the outside zones, you're having more success there than you are just in the A gap. Overall, for the season and for last year, they actually have been really good on duo and inside zone. Last year, the problem was it was just too much of that. And then this year, it's like, okay, well, it's kind of game to game. Like today, it seems like more of an outside type of game, right? Yeah. Now my stream just broke, so that's great.
Oh, no. Maybe you'll be more caught up to me.
I got my backup one going on my computer in the meantime, but I am behind you still. Let me get this one going on my TV again.
For the Bucs, let's run through statistically a little bit, a couple of things. Let's go through defense. So I know we've done offense, not much change there yet. But Devin White's got 9 tackles on the day. Winfield has 7. So those two guys really pacing them in the tackles department. No question there. Desir has the punch out. Gill has a sack. Cam Gill. Vita Vea has a sack. And Ndamukong Suh has 2 sacks. So nothing for Jason Pierre-Paul yet, who has seen his snap counts diminish here last 2 weeks, and including in this game. And then nothing for Shaq Barry yet in the sack column, although Shaq's been dropped out a lot into coverage in this one too. So we'll see if they can get things going on offense again. Looking at the comparison between the two teams, Falcons have 16 first downs. Bucs have 14 first downs. The Falcons are 7 of 13 on third down. Bucs 3 of 6. They did get 1 for 1 on fourth down. Falcons have 267 yards of offense. The Bucs have 239 yards of offense. But other than that that short drive, 2 play, they really haven't had the ball for that much, very, very much either, because they've only had 5 offensive plays since they scored their third touchdown of the game on their 4th drive of the game. So got to get the ball back, got to get rolling again on offense, got to make something out of this drive after the defense rose up again to get a stop. So here they go, 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line now for the Bucs offense. 6 yards this quarter. Obviously, you've only had 1 possession. 6:07 left in the third quarter.
Have you seen the play yet?
Nope. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Gronk in motion. Brady gets the snap, hands off Fournette. He's going to run up the middle, and he's going to get about 5 yards, I think. So 2nd and 5 coming up.
I don't know what's happening, dude. I'm way ahead of you now.
Oh, good. I can skip that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This is much easier when the game's on TV for me. This is all much easier to sync up.
Yeah. I've got a 2nd and 6 coming up here. Let's see if I can add any.
They're still showing the Falcons player hurt on the
Falcons player down on the field. Yeah. So they're going to commercial now. So 6:07 left in the third quarter, 2nd and 5 here. Getting that run going, man. Getting that run going. You want some updated rushing statistics?
Let's do it.
6 carries for 26 yards for Fournette. So he's over the 4 yard per carry average. This means they will pound the rock. Jones has 1 for 2 yards, and Brady has the kneel down.
Oh, geez.
So yeah.
All
right, let's do it. Let's take an opportunity during this commercial break to talk about our friends over at Whiskey Wings and Temple Terrace. For our friends at Whiskey Wings and Temple Terrace, man, they've got some unbelievable food. It's a great place to watch the game. Indoor, outdoor bars. They've got great, unbelievable food. The sliders are amazing. I love their buffalo chicken sandwich that you see on the screen there. It's great stuff. So check out Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. It's whiskeywings.com. We'll show you their specials as well. Maybe you're not watching the Bucs game there, but you're going down watching the other Sunday night games there. Great opportunity to get some great food and have a great time with friends and other football fans as well over at Whiskey Wings in Temple Terrace. All right, Paul, Bucs offense coming out here. What are you looking for?
Let's see some passing attack over the middle, right? Mm-hmm. That's what they've had success with. I think, there have been a few big plays that they've left on the field, whether it's with drops or, just getting one hand on it, maybe a few inches too far ahead. That one sideline hole shot to Evans, which is a tough one for him, but still, I think you got to come down with it. So just got to sharpen up the execution a little bit. You can help your offense out by not getting them into 2nd and longs, right? By calling a few more passes in those situations, and then hopefully getting those runs back on 2nd down. Play action. But those are things that I would like to see. As far as what I think we'll see, they really seem to approach this like a shotgun game.
right? Even the handoff there on first down coming out of shotgun.
Right.
So I don't think we're going to see much play action, which is weird. But yeah, I think we're going to see.
It's true.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quick game over the middle, just more of that. I think they're going to try to get the outside runs going for better or worse. And and I think they everything's there. It's not as if
right.
It's
conceptually this hasn't been a struggle. Execution at times has been a struggle. As Brady goes over the middle to Godwin for the first down. So 9-yard gain to Godwin, and
you're way
Bucs
ahead.
are going to have a first and 10 at their own 27.
What is happening?
No. Oh no.
Oh no.
Bucs going to the line of scrimmage and calling the play at the line. Not huddling up.
I'm not even
Brady's dropping
close.
back. Goes quickly to Fournette, who's going to gain a yard out in the flat. I'll hit pause for a second here and allow you to catch up.
Okay,
but yeah,
I'm just coming back out of commercials here. They're showing the guy on the sideline.
Second and 9, and the Bucs are going quickly here again.
I'm seeing the 2nd and 5. Brady line up, drop back.
We can't share the screen. Ace Killer wants to know why we don't share the screen. We can't share the screen because that would be copyright infringement, obviously. Godwin over the middle for Brady, and he's going to pick up 7 yards. So 3rd and 2 now.
Okay, I'm on the 1st and 10. I'm on the 1st and 10. So they're doing a good job just conceptually with the routes they're calling here. They are attacking that short, middle to intermediate with those levels concepts. I just saw the swing pass out to Fournette, and that was actually a few seconds ago, seeing him get lined up in no huddle.
Yeah, I'm just going to roll here, and hopefully it catches up a little bit. Fournette picks up 4 yards on 3rd and 2 there, and that's a great run by Fournette. Bounced it outside, early penetration right off the bat, and he bounced it outside for a first down. Great play by Leonard Fournette. Creativity there a little bit. And so the Bucs have a 1st and 10 now. They're working from their own 39-yard line. Brady back to passes. Plenty of time, throws underneath to Fournette, who's going to make the catch and run over a man, breaks a couple tackles and picks up 11 yards. Great play by Fournette, and they got him the ball in space with a head of steam turning upfield, and that's the key. If you want to get Fournette going, they're out to midfield.
I'm waiting for that first down still. It's about to happen.
So Brady and the Bucs offense rolling here now out to midfield, and this is a huge drive in this game, obviously. Can they regain some of the control that they had earlier in the contest? That's going to be key. Brady from the shotgun, back to pass on 1st and 10, flips it out. It's Brashad Perryman, I believe, in the flat there with the catch. He's going to pick up 5 yards, so 2nd and 5 is coming up here. Again, they're moving without a huddle, and it seems to be effective for them. Lots of quick throws. Second and 5, Brady. Falcons bring the blitz late from the slot. He goes underneath. Giovanni Bernard makes the catch, first down. He picks up 7 yards. So the Falcons' frustration is they're dropping out trying to prevent the big play as the Bucs move the ball to the 38-yard line of Atlanta.
This looks like the first drive again.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, utilizing underneath options for sure, but again, this is effective usage of them, right? When the defense is dropped out and there's clear space for them to catch and run, that's a great play that everybody would love to be able to hit. Here's Giovanni Bernard on a rare carry. He's going to get 3 yards. So 2nd and 7 is coming up for the offense. Bucs offense in this game, it's interesting. There's definitely a desire as the game's gone on to mix run and pass, despite the fact that they've been very successful throwing the football in this game. Like conceptually, everything they wanted to do has been open in this game. So,
yeah, I just saw the Giovanni run right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that with Gio, that might be a way to maybe create even more favorable run looks. The thing is, a lot of the looks that they get are favorable just from how good the pass game is.
Right.
And that's been a big reason why this run offense actually has been a lot more efficient this year.
2nd and 7, and Brady looked like he tossed it away, but he tossed it away quickly. Interesting. He had Bernard in the flat was not open at all, and Brady just kind of
threw it away. Like he's just getting rid of it.
Yeah. So 3rd and 7 is coming up here.
Difficult down.
So I think I'm about maybe 5 seconds behind you now.
All right. See if we can get synced up. 3rd and 7. 10-play, 52-yard drive for the Bucs.
It's weird. It's a quick 10 plays.
Yeah,
Just
huge
from
play. 3rd and 7. Brady working from the shotgun here. Ball's at the 35-yard line of Atlanta. Brady back to pass, moving around some in the pocket. Throws. Mike Evans caught, and he's going to get the first down, and he'll pick up a big gain. So Evans, for 18 yards on 3rd and 7, gets down to the Atlanta 17-yard line.
Tough catch. That was by his knees or shins. Not a great pass, but Brady doing a great job of staying alive there and coming back to the backside. He's not looking that way to start because Evans has that in-breaker there against single high, but Brady able to work that frontside concept and come back to it while staying alive in the pocket. And great job by Evans making a tough catch.
Yeah,
great job all around by all 11 players.
Godwin with the catch, and he's holding his groin, and he's down. Caught 1 yard gain for Godwin, and he's holding his groin, and he's down right now, and he looks like he's in some pain. Frustrating.
Man.
Just when this team feels like they're getting healthy again, these things kind of creep up. We've seen Dean go off. We've seen Carlton Davis go off and come back. We'll see what his status is, obviously, after the game a little bit, but Godwin down now.
Can't lose him. I mean, if this offense could get ugly pretty quick if they lose Godwin, to be honest.
Yeah, he grabbed his knee. He grabbed his groin, I believe. As he was I'm trying to see something there. I don't see. They just showed the very end of the tackle, which was not helpful at all.
Maybe just kind of tweaked it.
Yeah. Bucs came into this game, and they're going to commercial now. Bucs came into this game. They had 20 of 22 starters were playing in this game. Jordan Whitehead and Antonio Brown, the only 2 starters that were out. But now Jamel Dean has been hurt in this game, and now Chris Godwin. Carlton Davis came back after he got hurt, his first game back after missing everything since week 4 when he tore his quad. So 2nd and 9 is coming up here from the Falcons' 16-yard line, but Godwin's really important player for this offense, right, Paul?
Godwin, absolutely. I mean, there's no one else that fills in that role of all the things that he does. Tyler Johnson just doesn't separate the way Godwin does. I mean, he's the first guy you think of, but there's no he doesn't get it done the way Godwin does at all. Right. And whereas, Evans obviously a very unique player, but there are elements of what he does that can be done by others, not the whole thing. But
right.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult without Godwin if he's not there.
Yeah. So let's get some other scores. We haven't updated you much on other scores around the league. Arizona is up 24-14 on Chicago. Kyler Murray is back for this game. So is DeAndre Hopkins. There's 2.5 minutes left in the third quarter there. The Bengals are, I think, about to kick an extra point. They're down going to be, if they make it, I think they're down 24-23 to the Chargers with 7 minutes left in the third. The Lions are beating the Vikings with 6 minutes left in the third quarter, 20-15. The Colts are up 21-0 on the Texans to start the fourth quarter. Miami's up 10-6 on the Giants with 1 minute left in the third quarter. And the Eagles are up 27-18 on the Jets with 1 minute left in the third quarter. Eagles have a 4th and 1 at the Jets' 34-yard. Just texted me, my wife, and said the Chargers were up 24-0 at one point. So the Bengals are about to roar back here. May wonder if they're going to go for 2 to tie this up. If it's 24-22, they might.
Chargers not really. You kind of thought they'd be better this year than they have been. Stumbled a bit.
Yeah, they are a weird team. They're hard to figure out for sure. No question about it. So the Bucs are going to have a 2nd and 9 here from the Atlanta 16-yard line.
Okay, I'm not.
And again, you mentioned Tyler Johnson. Yet. He has not caught a ball today. Tyler Johnson. Rashad Perry has 1 catch for 5 yards. No Antonio Brown, obviously, for the next 3 games at least. So going to need people to step up, no question about it. And Tyler Johnson is absolutely one of those guys. Also, where's Scotty Miller?
Godwin, I feel like he's going to be back after this play just from the way they showed him on the sideline there. He looked ready to go.
Okay, good.
But
there's Brady quickly to Tyler Johnson, who makes the catch, gain of 5. So 3rd and 4 is coming up here.
Okay, yeah, that's just kind of like that little, almost like a wrap concept where you have like a quick hitch on the inside and then just a kind of an in-breaker behind him. That was
Godwin is back, by the way. Godwin is back. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Say what you're saying about the play.
That was reckless speculation on my part, by the way, but glad to be right.
You went for it. Well, I didn't even see. Was he standing on the sideline with his helmet?
He was just standing there talking to a woman, a trainer, and I somehow inferred that he was going to be back based off of that.
Yeah. Block winding, 33 seconds left in the third. Here's Brady throwing fade route. Gronkowski, touchdown. Laid it out there for him beautifully. Gronk reels in Brady's fourth passing touchdown of the game, and the Bucs are up 27-17.
I don't know what the
26.
Falcons are thinking, John. They're playing that single high again. Bucs go 1-by-3, isolating the tight end, Gronkowski there. He's just got a simple fade. Nobody there to help him. That the defender there is just on an island, and you can't. The Bucs have too many guys. You can't give those type of looks to them. You can't. I don't know what the Falcons are thinking. They've gotten torched every time they've done that.
It's just like, it's so funny that it's 2021 and we're defending Gronkowski this way. Like in the red zone.
What a perfect pass. That pass was on like that. I mean, I know that's a pretty short throw, but that's unbelievable placement. There's no chance. And it's not even one of those where it's like your guy or nobody gets it. Like your guy has a great chance of getting that ball too, from the way it's placed.
Yep.
Holy.
Laid it out there perfectly for him. Brady's fourth passing touchdown of the game. Gronkowski, again, just balling. Like, those couple plays early in the game, regrettable, but absolutely balling right now. And the Bucs offense is, again, when they're beating themselves, this is pretty much the result. So like, you kind of know what you're getting if they're not going to beat themselves. The only question is how many times a game are they going to beat themselves, especially against an opponent like this, So 29 seconds left in the third quarter here, by the way. Go ahead.
You summarized it pretty well there. I mean, they're going to win unless they beat themselves, and there's a really good chance that they beat themselves at some point, and they still might win.
They still probably will win, but
but they're going to give you a chance.
Yeah. Brady and Gronk having a good laugh on the sideline. Like, can you believe they tried to single me up?
Yeah,
it's not wide near the goal line. Like,
just. I mean, I don't get it. Like if it's Tyler Johnson, that's the isolated receiver, I get it. Yeah, then actually it makes perfect sense to go single high because then you can condense the middle of the field and try to beat that concept on the 3 side. If it's Evans or Gronk, like, and especially when they're in that tight split like they were there, they just have all the space to work that fade from that condensed formation. Yeah. I mean, I could see why they'd be laughing about it. I love that the chat, by the way, I was scrolling up a little bit. They're just, as soon as Godwin went down, they're calling for Edelman as if Edelman's not just a completely broken person at this point.
I don't know what Edelman's been doing, but
I love Edelman, but I don't think
he's ready to roll or not.
I don't think he's got much to give.
Yeah. All right. The Bucs are going to kick off. Let's see what the defense can do now. Can they build on it? Can they build on what the offense, can they extend this? You know what I mean? Like both sides playing in unison. They finished off some games strong. You know what I mean? There's some games where it's been ugly. The Dolphins game was an example. They finished it strong. Falcons game was another example. They finished it strong. It was close for a while, and then they pulled away. Both Falcons games last year were pretty kind of examples of that too. I mean,
I'm glad you brought up the ones from this year. You're right, because some of the blowouts, like the Dolphins one and the Falcons one, you're right. They were like actual contests for a lot of it.
Right. Here's Ryan, snap from the shotgun, has all day to throw, gets a quick throw underneath to Mike Davis. Again, a missed tackle. That's Andrew Adams. And Davis is going to pick up 6 where he probably should have picked up 2 or 3. And Devin White finally gets him down. So it's 2nd and 4 for Atlanta.
Just can't give up that type of time, play after play. Like I get you're not going to get in the backfield every play as a pass rusher, but it's just too many plays where the quarterback has all day.
Right. It's just very inconsistent. The pass rush will just show up random times, but there's obviously a lot of plays where it's not going to be the case. And Atlanta Max protects a good bit, so you're going to have that, I guess. Coverage has got to hold up too. But
okay, was that Max protect there?
I don't think it was Max. No.
Okay. But I mean, teams would be wise to often use an extra chipper just because you know that the Bucs are going to send at least 5 on first down, like so often, right?
Right. So 2nd and 4 for the Falcons offense as the fourth quarter is set to get underway here. The Bucs lead 27-17, and Paul, defensively, you've been able to get sacks, and that has basically been that, and the punch out have been kind of the difference so far, right?
Yeah, like, we talked about how they're kind of getting beat schematically at times, but as a whole, with the plays that the defense has made, this is good enough for the Bucs to win because the offense, the expectation is on them to be great, but they should be great. Like, that's just the talent that they have and everything. Right. If the offense can take care of business,
the defense only has to play this well for this team to win, right? It's
against Atlanta, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, against some teams, it will be more difficult. Because other teams, they're not going to hand you mistakes, right? Like the Falcons debatably took 4 points off the board with their screwed up snap at the goal line.
Right.
So that sort of stuff.
Yeah. But you also handed them 7. So
that's true.
I mean, they had the catch and run on 3rd down and they fumble it, I mean, but turnovers happen. I'm not going to get too into it. I'll just continue to say, I think schematically the defense, against better offenses that, and we'll find out something next week, right? I mean, the Bills have kind of been all over the place, but that's obviously a better offense than this one, and the best one the Bucs have faced in weeks, right? I mean, they haven't faced an offense as good as the Bills since like week 3 against the Rams.
Yeah,
I mean,
I haven't watched a ton of Bills tape, but I remember like at least watching a little bit last year, and they were actually really good with quick game, right? Like, is that still something that they're good with on their offense?
Yeah, for sure. They do it all. Yeah. I mean, in terms of passing, they do it all. Yeah. They don't run the ball that much, but they've even started to run it more and better. They ran it on the Saints. Nobody runs it on the Saints. They ran it on the Saints. So,
because to me,
that's
like
gonna be a huge test.
To me, a team that has good quick game offensively, that's kind of the biggest weak. Like that's the worst matchup for the Bucs defense.
Right.
And it's just because all those soft coverages, the quick decision making. So I think that's going to be challenging for sure. There's something you said earlier that I was going to comment on, but I totally slipped my mind.
By the way, JC put in the chat here that Jamel Dean is out with concussion, so he'll be in the protocol. Seems pretty. I mean, again, it's hard to clear in a week. It's not impossible. It's hard to clear in a week. And so with the Bills looming a week from now, you're probably looking at a situation where you don't have.
Oh, they're showing Brady signaled that route to Gronk just before the play. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I'm sure he did, just considering the fact that Golston, good stop there on 2nd and 4. So it's going to be 3rd down for Atlanta. But yeah, I'm sure as soon as he saw that, it was just like, all right, we're going here. Like that's like an auto check no matter what play you got in, I'm sure.
I'm actually really curious. Like I wonder how much of the hand signals that Brady and Gronk use are just like their own thing from New England, where it's not actually like the verbiage of the Bucs, right? Because why not? They have a whole different they have so many options available to them that the rest of the team might not.
Right. All right. So here are the Falcons from the shotgun on 3rd and 4. It's Ryan with one back in the backfield next to him. And now down 10, you're seeing them protect with 5. Here comes Vita Vea right through Jalen Mayfield and brings down Matt Ryan. Vea's got 2 sacks in the game, and the Falcons are going to have to punt.
And he had a guy wide open outside, John, on a quick little square in because they're playing cover 3. That corner is way off. Wide open player there. I know the pressure got there quick, but Matt Ryan has to be able to get that throw off. He's not looking to that side though. So if it might have been a picket side thing where I can't blame him for not looking that way.
Yeah.
But the opportunity was there schematically.
Right.
And I remember what I was going to say now, John. It's the schematic of this team. They make it pretty easy for the offense because they don't disguise. What they play very much to their tendencies, but the picture that they show you pre-snap is more often than not exactly where you're going to get post-snap.
Right. And here's a booming punt. Gio Bernard backs it up and then fields it as 25 and gains 6 yards on the return. That was a 53-yard punt all in the air. That was a monster punt. And so the Bucs now, again, the pressure has been what's worked. It's great to play Jalen Mayfield, man. 5 sacks of Matt Ryan. Been something Ryan's avoided pretty well since the 2019 beatdowns that he had in terms of sacks. They split games that year, but it was pretty rough in terms of physicality. They were getting after Matt Ryan in those games. And so, it's been something he's avoided some of those sacks. But Jalen Mayfield, your left guard, we talked about in the pregame, the rookie has just been atrocious in pass protection this year. So, going to be looking at it. Brady, by the way, 31 of 41 for 292 yards, 4 touchdowns, and of course that pick right before the half. Bucs are up 27-17, and now we see, right, can they add to it? They're going to have a 1st and 10 from their own 31-yard line, so pretty good field position. And can they start stacking drives together to finish off the game? They're up 10, a touchdown here. You feel really good about it. You feel really good about it.
And this is the perfect time to do some more of that under action or under center play action stuff, right? Because sure, you haven't run the ball a bunch all game, but situationally, they're going to have to respect the run in some regards, right? Just because it makes sense from a game state standpoint. So even if you haven't quote unquote established the run yet, you can still take advantage of the fact that you're up 10 points in the 4th quarter and call those underneath easy passes where you're not risking much and you're just trying to control the clock and move the ball slowly.
Yep. Here's Brady from under center, and you can bet that the Bucs are going to try and run some clock, and they do. They pull Smith around, and Donovan Smith kind of fell on that play. Hope he's okay. He's a little grimacing as he gets up there. Fournette's only going to get a yard.
Looked like a counter run, right? Because he went towards that left first.
I think, when you pull that backside tackle, it's usually like a dart scheme type of run. And, that looked like they only gained a yard on it. And Smith he hit the block, but he kind of
are they going tempo? Why are they going tempo?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're going tempo here, but they are.
I love when they go tempo normally, but
wide open over the middle of the field to Gronkowski for 15 yards and a first down. So they go tempo, pick up a first down here. They aren't just trying to put some points up here, but going tempo, in the fourth.
And there's that chip release. Gronk staying in to pass protect before chipping out and just wide open off of that.
Right.
Situationally, though, John, I don't understand. Like, I feel like this team does some head-scratching stuff in terms of situational football.
Here's play action. Brady looking over the middle of the field, and Jones got a hand on it and knocked it down, I believe, in the underneath coverage there. He didn't respect the play action there at all, I think. Deion Jones just dropped straight out, I think.
Okay, yeah, and that looked like 9-8-9, the famous Bucs play. They used it earlier out of shotgun, and it ended up in a Fournette check down for 10 yards. They're actually going to the delta route on Godwin, where he's crossing the safety face against single high, but good coverage there, able to get a hand on it.
I'd love to see that first down play again off play action.
Teams have done a good job of taking that play away from them just because it's something they call so often. So the Bucs have a few counters off of it, but overall they've actually been calling it, it feels like, less frequently. Even their variations off of it, they've been calling less often.
Brady looking, has plenty of time, pulls it down, caught by Gronkowski for a gain of 6. So 3rd and 4 is coming up here. They move the ball to the Atlanta 48-yard line.
Yeah, Gronk was open there for a moment before Brady saw him. It actually looked like he might have had a couple of guys open there with some intermediate crossers and then settling into the zones. Scotty Miller looked like he did a good job there as well over the middle, just finding that soft spot.
This is interesting, though, isn't it, Paul? Like, they're just throwing it. Like, they're up 10, fourth quarter. I don't mind it, but
yeah, I don't mind it. It's just weird, and they're still kind of going quick, and
just like.
Yeah,
they're letting the clock run down a little bit here, but
okay, yeah, they are here. Well, let's see where they snap it.
5 seconds. Brady back to pass. That one looked like it's tipped to the line of scrimmage. Incomplete on 3rd and 4. Looked like knocked down at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you're exactly 5 seconds ahead of me then.
Brady's not happy. Couldn't see who got that ball there. It's Grady Jarrett, I believe, tipped it. Tipped it just off. Bucs haven't had a lot of balls batted down at the line of scrimmage this year, I feel like.
Have had or have not?
Have not, right? Am I tripping on that? Or
I feel like they
haven't, but
really? Well, they had one last week. They've had a couple. I don't know.
I have no clue what just happened on this punt. That looked like it hit a Buck player. I didn't see it hit a Falcon, did it?
Ooh, yeah, it hit a Buck.
Yeah. Bucs are saying it should be their ball, but I don't think so.
No, it's not. It hit a
refs are meeting. No. Well, the refs are still talking. I don't know. It didn't look like it.
It hit
a Buck player first.
Yeah, it hit a Buck.
Keyshawn Vaughn. So Bucs offense can't put it away. Should have been able to put it away. Can't put it away. So they continue to do whatever it is they're doing this game. I don't know what to say. I mean, Brady has 4 passing touchdowns, 312 yards. They've kind of done whatever they wanted. They've also left points on the field. It's every game. Bruce Arians going to say the same thing when he gets in his press conference after games. We left points on the field. The only difference is here, it's only a 10-point lead. So, Falcons go down and score here, you're in trouble.
I actually like the pass-heavy approach still. Like, I think it's too early to shut it down. I just questioned the tempo, and I question not using more play action going under center in this situation. But, that's not really saying anything new. But I think in this situation, it's like particularly like, hey, maybe you should lean that way.
Right. All right, let's look at some scores around the league right now. 24-14, Arizona is up over Chicago. 12:30 left in the fourth quarter. The Chargers still hanging on against the Bengals, 24-22. A minute 37 left in the third quarter there. That's a slow-moving one. Minnesota and Detroit are in the fourth quarter. Detroit is up 23-15 on Minnesota. Minnesota's 5-6. They kind of need this one. Like, you can't be losing to the 0-10-1 Lions. The Colts are up 24-0 on the Texans, 8:46 left on the fourth. Miami's up 17-6 on the Giants, 10:59 left in the fourth. And the Eagles are still up on the Jets, 30-18 now. 14 minutes left in that game, and that's it for your 1 o'clock game so far. So Bucs, obviously, everybody's hoping Arizona, all their NFC seeds are hoping, Arizona loses here, but it doesn't seem likely to the Bears. But in fact, it's 24-14 with 11 minutes left. Maybe they're having a Bucs-like day here in terms of keeping a worse team in the game. And then that's really the only result. I mean, you're looking at Minnesota as a potential wild card team, but they're losing to the Lions right now. So we'll see what happens in the fourth quarter of that one. They're down 8. The Eagles were hanging on. They improved to 6-7, eyeing up a wild card spot if they can beat the Jets here.
Yeah, I think overall, though, John, just commenting on this chat here, but I think the offense has been really good today. They've shown a lot of positive signs in terms of how they've been able to game plan up these open looks over the middle, right? A lot of what we saw in week 2 schematically. And my question is, how come it's only against the Falcons, right? Or not only against the Falcons, but why don't we see more of this against, say, the Giants?
It is so weird. Yeah, it's so weird. They come out so aggressive against the Falcons, but
yeah,
we just don't see that every week. It is very weird.
And the Falcons aren't the only team that plays a bunch of cover 2. Actually, the Falcons, it feels like they're playing less cover 2 today than they did in week 2, oddly enough. But other teams play, this is not it's a very common coverage, right? So I don't, is it just a personnel thing where they really feel like they have a mismatch?
Ryan play action. He goes to Mike Davis underneath. Devin White just even the world just completely blew it as a tackler in space. Davis gets a big gain. We'll see where they mark him. Was that they give him 20 yards on that catch and run?
Oh, jeez.
So the Falcons from 16 get out to 36. Should have been a couple yard pass, but White just straight up just couldn't tackle on the flat. I don't even know what he did. His controller broke.
I think he's leading the defense in Pro Bowl votes for the Bucs, which is just insane.
It's absolutely bonkers what your reputation can do for you.
We
Here's
don't know
Ryan
the rules
under center. We don't know the plays.
We don't know the rules or techniques.
Ryan throws incomplete. Good pressure there by a couple people. I think Sue got in there for sure. Or was that Sue? I don't know if that was Sue or not, but somebody got in there, got some pressure on Ryan. So it's going to be 2nd and 10 now for the Falcons from their own 36-yard line.
Honestly, overall, though, not too bad of a day for the defense after that rough start. Just in terms of at least they've
hung in there, pressure. They've won up front a lot. Here's Ryan under pressure, throws quickly, and he gets the pass off to Mike Davis. There's a flag down. Davis has a big catch and run here, but this one looks like it's coming back. That was a 16-yard catch and run for Davis. But I think there was a hold in the backfield. You could see pretty clearly. I believe it was Nacho.
And that's where that flag was.
Yeah. Yeah. And this one's coming back. So it's going to be 2nd and 20.
Yeah. But these are the type of situations where the Bucs haven't been able to close out, right? Or at least it's the way it feels like when they get in these 2nd and longs, 3rd and longs, they manage to give up it feels like they're just going to give up a 15-yard play here on 2nd down.
It has gone that way very often for this team.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. So 2nd and 20 for Ryan in the offense. Ryan, by the way, 22 of 30 for 212 yards in this game. Second and 20.
Curious how because it doesn't really feel like they've had a cohesive attack in terms of I don't know specifically what the Falcons are trying to accomplish on offense. And
here's a screen to Patterson, and he had some blocks and couldn't do much with it. David makes the stop after a gain of 6. Make it so 3rd and 14, and this is where you want him defensively.
Vita Vea almost got a hand on that, just right off the bat on the pass attempt, but not quite able to get there. But it doesn't seem like the Falcons are attacking anything specific, really. Sometimes it can be hard to gauge these things in real time, and they become more obvious on tape. But so I am curious to see it from that point because this defense has some clear weaknesses, right? But it's not you don't see the Falcons trying to attack the same thing over and over again. They're kind of just doing all sorts of random things. Yeah. Here's Ryan back to pass, has plenty of time, throws one, caught, first down on 3rd and 14. They'll get 17 yards to Russell Gage out at midfield. So there you go. 3rd and 14. This is the final 10 minutes of the game. If you make that play, you probably win the game. Right.
Wide open, too. He's not even close. Russell Gage, by the way, like 108 yards receiving in this game. Russell Gage. Just want to make sure you understood who it was. It is 108 yards on this defense. First and 10 for Ryan from the 49-yard line. And that one's dropped by Patterson at first, and now he gets off a big run around the right side.
Oh.
Picked up 8 yards on the play, so it's 2nd and 2 now. Just drop the handoff straight up, and then...
Oh, you dribbled it.
Yeah. That was weird, but able to recover that pitch and pick up 8 yards anyway, so...
Still in a fine situation as if you can force the Falcons to take at least a long time here, on this drive.
Yeah.
No chunk plays.
2nd and 2 for Atlanta. Ryan handoff Patterson. Nacho got him in the backfield. He leaned forward maybe for no gain, but great play known as Riches.
What are the run game stats for the Falcons now, John?
Well, second half, they've been absolutely wrecked in the run game. Other than that Patterson 8-yard run, they have 118 yards on the ground now. But remember, 3 of those carries were Ryan. So for 2 yards. So, yeah. 3rd and 2 coming up here.
By EPA, the only team that has a worse rushing attack is the Texans, which makes the success early today, at least, particularly weird.
Right. Clock winding, by the way, 7:42 and counting. Here's 3rd and 2. Ryan, and he's going to be sacked, a fumble. Devin White, they going to call that incomplete? Body language on the field is telling me that they're going to call that incomplete.
Well, that's got to be at least grounding then. You can't you can't just throw it like that.
Right. Nunes Roches, they got to call grounding here, right? Like this is.
Oh, Bruce Arians, tomato faced and all, doing the little grounding signal. I'm with you, Bruce. Where is it?
There's nobody.
Dude, it didn't even get to the line of scrimmage or barely. Yeah. He's not looking at anybody. Who's the intended receiver? Devin White?
I don't even know who the intended receiver there is. This is big because 4th and 2 is the player. So
how do you miss that call?
If they don't call this, are they still talking?
Oh my God. Okay, they're huddling.
How are they still talking about this?
At least one of you 4 guys with the pinstripes have to know the rules, right?
This has been like several minutes.
He's like he's halfway to the ground in the midst of deciding if he wants to take another one of his signature sacks or not, and then he just
here we go. Now they throw the flag down. Okay, it's grounded.
Thank you.
That was bizarre. That took so long.
You're about to see a brown guy turn red if they don't call that.
Right. Now it's going to be 4th and 12 from Atlanta. Atlanta's going to be backed up to their own 47. 7.5 minutes left. The way they've converted 3rd and longs, this feels like a good go for it situation if you're Atlanta.
On 4th and 12?
Incredible. Yeah.
Are they going for it? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. They're down 10, 7.5 minutes left. I mean, the way they've gotten these all game, been wide open, so maybe not. Arthur Smith taking a long time to make his decision, but I guess you can do that when the officials are also going to take 10 minutes to make an easy call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So they're going to punt. 4th and 12, they're going to punt. Kevin McDowell says, John Ledyard clearly doesn't know what it was like to cover the old Bucs. LOL. I have a feeling you would have lost his mind. Everybody says that. And people always say that whenever I say like the Bucs aren't playing up to their expectations. But like, you kidding yourself if you think the Bucs ever had a team like this. Like even the one, no disrespect to the one that won the Super Bowl, but like they had a great defense for sure. But like, come on, like this team right now, the Bucs haven't had a team like this. Like, so it's different when that's the standard. Like, not saying the Bucs haven't beat themselves in the past and couldn't have been better, a wild card team more often than they were, but you know, there's still a difference between that and teams like this. And I know, like Bucs fans, you know, this is the Bucs life, and I get it, but it's totally different when your team is arguably, you know, the most talented team in the league.
I think I get it from the fan point where they're like, you know, we're happy to be 8-3. The old team sucked, but it's like in terms of when you're actually evaluating this team, those past teams are irrelevant, right? So and that's where your expectations for this team are high, and that has nothing to do with what they were, you know, in 2018 or whatever, right?
Right.
And I think 8-3 is kind of living like not quite up to expectations for what they should be for this team at this point.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, they should have one loss, at this point in the season, and they should have won other games more convincingly. But it is what it is. Your record is what your record is. It's not that big of a deal once you get to the playoffs, as long as you're ready to play better and clean up the things that you did poorly in the regular season. And the Bucs, after that first playoff game against a clearly inferior opponent where they survived, they were able to do those things. We hadn't really seen that all season long, where they had been able to do that against that kind of competition. And so
right.
I'm going to leaving the door open for that to happen again. I'm not saying that it won't. Talent-wise, you asked me what the most talented team in the league is, it's the Bucs. But that doesn't matter at the end of the day if your execution doesn't reap the benefits of what your talent is. And so that's where I get like, okay, it's 27-17. There's 7.5 minutes left. This game shouldn't be this close. It's probably not a 10-point lead, and it might be a deficit against the team that's a lot better than Atlanta. I mean, they have as little talent offensively right now as almost any team in the league, and Pitts hasn't gone off in this game. They just don't have a lot of guys, and they're taking it to you in a lot of ways. Now, you have done a great job getting in your own territory. They've risen up. I mean, the Falcons have gone to the Bucs territory almost every drive. They have tons of first downs in this game. They have tons of yards in this game, but
you're talking about the Bucs offense, right?
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the Falcons offense. Like,
oh, sorry.
The Bucs defense has risen up in those situations, and that's really how a Bulls unit survives. They'll make you pull your hair out with soft coverage all game, but then they make a play and they get a sack and they get off field. Now, obviously, he's going to be pissed about the third downs. Like, there's no excuse for those. But defensively, this is like kind of what you want if you're Todd Bowles. Like, no points in the second half, so it's more offensively in the second half, I guess. Like, you just like to see them be better than this. Like, they just should have more points against this defense. Should have done a lot more in this, in my opinion, in this game so far.
On offense,
on both sides, but especially offensively. Yeah, like especially in the second. Like they've let 2 drives go because their execution wasn't good enough. And again, the play calling on the pick 6 obviously gave the other team 7 points.
I kind of disagree with that one, but we can get to it after this play.
Brady throws quickly to Evans, who's gonna on the smoke, and he's gonna get 5 yards there, 6 yards to Evans, I think. So second and 4 coming up here.
That's a called run, John. We've seen the Bucs do it a lot, but you just get that off coverage from the corner and you can just decide to throw it. But everybody's there run blocking. But yeah, I mean, overall, John, I mean, I think 27 points, you don't put that up without pretty good execution. I think, they have had a couple of drives end because of execution errors, but at the same time, I don't think you can, even for a team this good, I don't think the expectation can be so high that they should have 30 some odd points halfway through the third quarter.
Well, I mean, in this game, I just feel like the matchups were there, the plays were there, and they just missed plays that they shouldn't have. And here's Brady missing back shoulder to Evans there, wanting him to sit down, and Evans keeps going. And so it becomes 3rd and 4 now as that pass falls incomplete and stops the clock with 6:44 left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Evans, he's actually done that a lot over the last 2 years. I mean, it's where they've had that exact miscommunication where Brady is expecting Evans to just sit down there because he has so much space, right? The corner is way off. So Brady's just trying to hit him quick, but Evans is still trying to run his depth at whatever route was originally called.
Right. Yeah. Frustrating. Should be auto stuff at this point in the season. Here's Brady, 3rd and 4, back to pass, good protection, throws. Evans caught first down. And he's going to be, they say his forward progress is stopped inbounds here, so the clock will keep running. 6:34 and counting. They're ripping it, man. They're not running the clock.
Back to that tight man blitz on. They've shown that look basically every third down. Sometimes they've dropped out of it, but the Falcons, they keep going to this tight press man, sending 5 look on third downs, and it's not working for them. I don't know why you would. I think they're trying to maybe get the Bucs to take a deep shot and hope for an incompletion instead of giving up something easy underneath. But I don't know. This is just not the team you can really do that against.
Right.
Especially when Evans is isolated.
Yeah, here's play action. Brady's back to pass again. He's looking deep down the field. Pats it, goes down the field. Got Chris Godwin wide open, crossing midfield, getting down to the 43-yard line of Atlanta. A 1st and 10 for the Bucs, and a big gain for Chris Godwin, who I believe on that catch solidified the 100. He was flirting with 100 yards before that. He is 135 now on 13 catches.
That's the exact same play, John, that the ball got batted on before. That's 9-8-9 again. This time they're doing it just out of a slightly different look. Or actually, sorry, no, it's not 9-8-9. I think they might have a go up top, but then Evans on that side actually had an in-breaker. But it's that same delta route from Godwin where he's got that crosser middle read route. So they came back to it. This is kind of their signature play.
this time off of play action. So well executed there.
Yeah, huge game for Chris Godwin, obviously. 13 catches, 135 yards, has not scored. Evans was 7 for 99 yards and has not scored either.
I actually love that version of it instead, where you have a go on one end, but the side with the crosser, you actually have that dig behind it, because then you create more of like a Y cross or dig.
Yeah.
Like the read is a little bit different. And yeah, I like that design.
I might need to see it again. Here's Fournette on a run to the outside, ran into Jensen, who's a little slow to get up there. And 2nd and 7 is going to come up here after the 3-yard gain. That clock should be running here under 5 minutes to play, I believe, unless we've got a stoppage here. What's the holdup here? Do we know? Oh, first timeout. Atlanta has used a timeout here. Sorry, one of the benefits or one of the drawbacks of watching it on mute. You're a little bit about like, why are we stopping here? We're doing Deron Harmon's cleats, you know? Yeah, does Scotty Miller not exist? This is a good question. Has he played on offense?
Yeah, I've seen him out there on a few snaps, not a lot.
Okay, because I've seen Rashad Perryman out there, even on plays he wasn't targeted. Obviously Tyler Johnson, but it's funny. They obviously don't love Scotty. I love Scotty for what he is, and I think this team can use what he is. I struggle to see, now he'll probably catch a touchdown after this, but I struggle to see how Rashad Perryman's a better option than Scotty Miller.
Right.
Doesn't
Yeah,
make
that's
sense
what it
to
comes
me.
down to, right? Like for all the limitations that Scotty has, he's still got to be better than Rashad Perriman, right?
Right. All right, here's Brady from the shotgun.
From empty.
And quick throw to Godwin. He leans upfield and is going to be knocked back by several Falcons. So it's going to be 3rd and 2, 5-yard gain. 3rd and 2 from the Atlanta 35. So you're right outside field goal range here, probably. 2 yards.
Why are you an empty? You have the threat of the run is so credible here. Why would you go empty?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either. 14 catches for Godwin, 140 yards.
No issue with passing. I don't care. Fine. But why are you an empty?
Right. At least present the illusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 3rd and 2 for the Bucs.
If you want to go empty, then just take Leonard off the field.
Yeah, it's possible too. 3rd and 2 here for the Bucs, and yeah, you can see that Brady's going to call timeout here. He wanted to run that clock down all the way. Now he's going to call timeout, get something that he really likes. So got 4:25 left in the game, and the Bucs are up 27-17. They got a 3rd and 2 at the Falcons' 35-yard line. They can convert this. I'd like to see how they finish the drive, obviously. But here's the stats for the game. So people asking Brady stats. Here we go. Brady, 38 of 51, 368 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. The one right before the half, has not been sacked. Fournette, 9 carries, 34 yards, 3.8 yards per carry. Bernard has 1 for 3. Jones has 1 for 2. Godwin, 17 targets, 15 catches, 143 yards, and has not scored. Just the 1 drop, so they've only misconnected. I'm trying to think of the incompletion now.
To Godwin?
Yeah, I can't think of what the incompletion was. Here's the 3rd and 2 now.
Was it the one on the crosser where he just couldn't on the 989?
Was that it where Jones knocked it down? Was that to Godwin?
Yeah.
Here's Brady. Quick throw to Godwin, and the flat has caught the catch and the first down. He's going to get about 4 yards on 3rd and 2, and so the Bucs will move the chains, and he stays in bounds.
Same defensive play call, John, and the Bucs knew it was coming. That's why they designed a pick play where they motion Godwin across, and then they basically have 2 guys running quick little in-breaking pick routes for Godwin, and he just comes underneath. And you can't just call the same play every single 3rd down, because that's what happens. You know, the Bucs it doesn't matter. That could be Rashad Perriman for all it matters. Even he can get the first down there. That's just winning with scheme. So great job by Leftwich, but come on, the Falcons, you can't just call. It can't be that predictable.
Right.
And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. So what are you doing?
Yeah. 27-17 is the score. There's over 4 minutes left in the game, but with that first down, the Bucs at the Falcons 32 probably do try to run some clock here now, would be my guess. And we'll see what they opt to do. Obviously, the pass game has worked for them all game long, so not going to hate on if they go to it. But again, you're one fluky mistake away from a difference in the game. And here's Fournette for 4 yards off the left side. So he's going to go down to the Atlanta 28-yard line.
Yeah, I would love to just run the ball here, because now you're in field goal range. Kill as much clock as you can.
I'd love a touchdown to be scored here.
That's true.
I hate the whole run out the clock and kneel down at the opponent's 1 yard line.
Oh,
1
yeah.
point.
I know, right? The EPA,
The red zone stats go
Yeah.
down. Drives me crazy, Paul. I got to get in the red zone first.
And Brady should be the MVP favorite, man. But that one pick and the fact that Kyler's doing his thing now and, whatever.
Let's see what Kyler's numbers are today. Let's look.
Cardinals want him to win that MVP.
Oh, Kyler's 11 of 15 for 123 yards today.
And he's got a rushing touchdown, too.
He did throw 2 touchdowns, and he ran for 2 touchdowns.
Oh, yes.
But he's only thrown for 123 yards. And he ran for 59 on 10 attempts.
And he's missed, like 3 games?
He missed 4 games. 3 games. You're right. They had the bye in there. Here's Chris Godwin on an end around. He's got the first down. 9-yard carry for Godwin. They are not caring about whatever his injury was at all. He's 16 touches today.
And they were in 13 personnel there.
Yeah.
And, is he hurt again?
No, I don't think so. Brady just ran down to pick him up, though.
Oh,
he's hurt because he's exhausted. One rush for 9 yards and 15 catches for 143 yards.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened when you play too high all day. It's got to be Godwin's day, but you just have to scheme it up for him a little better than, he's going to be open in the middle of the field. So as long as you can design it up for him, he'll come down with it, and he has today.
There's a 1st and 10 and quickly winning inside of the Falcons defense, and this is going to be a loss. Leonard Fournette's going to get dropped for a loss of 3 or 4 on that play. So 2nd and long coming up here, and you wonder if does that make them go back to the air here? 3:15 and counting. Falcons don't have any timeouts.
So the interesting thing here is this is like a 2nd and 14 where, again, you can actually go under center and call play action and have it be credible because for all the reasons already mentioned. But that was interesting. They looked like they were running split zone with Gronk coming across the formation. But I'm guessing one of the guards got beat just based on what happened there. I'm not totally sure.
Looked like it. Yes, they swam. They were running zone and somebody backdoored it and got in clean. Brady calls timeout on 2nd and 14. When I say that, I mean like they blocked down, like they're scooping, and somebody went around the scoop before the other guy could get him. It's hard to do without being able to show you, but he went around and he got through that way and then made the tackle too. Sometimes you can backdoor it against zone runs, but you're not going to necessarily be in position to make the play. But Fournette stopped his feet there. I'm not sure why. I'm not saying it was his fault at all. I'm just saying I'd like to see and see what made him stop his feet back there and try to cut back right where that guy was.
And that reminds me, by the way, anyone in chat, if you want to learn more about the run game and the Bucs game, you got to check out John's All 22 video that he put out a few days ago.
Yeah.
Very informative, awesome stuff, especially because the Bucs are doing so much different stuff now. It's not just the 2 plays that they're running last year. You're going to get to learn about all sorts of different run types, why they worked last week. I mean, if you're a nerd like me, I recommend watching that video with a notebook. But even if you want to sit back and put it on, I promise you'll learn something. It's very well done. So look forward to seeing more of those.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Paul, and appreciate everybody in the chat for the kind words for sure. This is, that video is fun to do. The Bucs run scheme evolution has been fun to see. I haven't necessarily seen much of it in this game, but here we go. As the clock winds to the 2-minute warning, Leonard Fournette got 1 yard there. So it's going to be 3rd and 13 for the Bucs offense from the Falcons 22-yard line when we come back for this 2-minute warning. So, this is, 3rd and 12, you can't, so you got to go, right?
You think they'll drop back, right? Like this is just going to be a straight drop back.
Yeah, man. Get a touchdown on the board here. The fact you only have 27 points in this game, you just should have way more. Be a little pissed about that at this point and take a shot here,
Yeah, I do hear you. Yeah, you're right. Like the way they've played, they've earned more than 27 points.
Yeah, they have like 500 some yards. Don't they have how many yards of offense they have? No, they haven't run it at all. So they have 416 yards of offense. They're 8 of 12 on 3rd down. They have 368 passing yards. I just feel like they again, it's it's enough to beat the Falcons, no question. But
right.
I just like to see them go in and just put up 40. My prediction was 44-17, I think. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. It should be less for the Falcons, honestly, but it should be 44-17, that type of game.
I totally agree. But you know what? Seen a lot of good things in this offense, right? Just so many positives to feel good about moving forward. Defensively, not so much. Because with the offense, other than the play action stuff, which it just is what it is. There's no point in hoping for it to change. The only actual issues have kind of been execution things. And if you're going to tell me that I just have to worry about the players playing well,
yeah. I'm sure the Bucs players, these players, are going to play well. I'm not worried about that moving forward. So if Byron Leftwich can continue to, if the game plan today, it looks really good. I'm looking forward to seeing the tape. But if he can continue putting together solid game plans, this offense is going to be awesome. And yeah, I think 27 points does kind of undersell just how good they've been today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. Like, it should just be a 40-point game. I think everybody who watches the whole thing knows that, but I mean,
my thing is, like, I'm not mad at them for not putting up more today, just because, like,
I want to see blowouts.
But I do want to see blowouts, yeah.
Let's see what they do here, though, because it's 3rd and 13, and let's see what kind of approach they choose to take here from the Falcons' 22-yard line. Biggest thing, I guess if you're looking at incompletion, you're like, oh, stop the clock. But does that even matter at this point? I mean, I guess it does, but the Falcons have no timeouts.
Yeah, I don't care about stopping the clock here. Because what you lose from it is not proportionate to what you gain from picking up the first down.
So I don't care about the risk involved with passing is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because, like, you can
get a one-score game, different story, but
right. Yeah.
All right. I mean, they are in field goal range. We don't even care about field goals, but we could talk about that too. But maybe they choose to just run the clock here a little bit. 3rd and 13. 2 minutes left in the game. Bucs are up 10. Handoff, Fournette bounces to the right side and gets around the edge, and it's going to have a decent run there, but it's not going to get the first down, and he goes out of bounds. So he stopped the clock. That's that situation. You just don't want to stop the clock there at all. Like, 1:53 left. Now, it probably doesn't matter with a 10-point lead, but yeah.
But
I mean, you can take the risk of passing to stop the clock, but you don't want to stop the clock on a run. That's not going to make the first down anyway.
Oh,
you're already in field goal range. You don't need every inch. That's just a straight.
And that's got to be one of those things that's just communicated in the huddle or on the side. You have a timeout there. You had all the time to talk about it. He's got to know not to go out of bounds. And oh my God.
Yeah, this field goal is very important to some people, as Al Michaels would say.
It's very important to Scott because then he gets to talk about how when they score 30 points, they win.
That's right. Oh, that's true. Yes. Let the results dictate. Yeah, here it's 30-17. Suckup makes the field goal, and it's also very important to other people's pocketbooks, I believe, that field goal was good. So the Bucs lead 30-17. Now there is 1:40 left in this game. Falcons don't have any timeouts, but they are going to have the opportunity with the football to try and drive here a little bit in hurry up mode. So see what that looks like.
So they have no timeouts, under 2 minutes. All right.
I mean, the Bucs have played a little bit better on the road lately. I should say that. Like, this is a road game, and to finish off the season here, what they're going to have, their road opponents are the Panthers and the Jets, I think, the rest of the way. So home games against the Bills and the Saints and the Panthers. So again, a team that should run the table this season, in my opinion. We'll see what the Bills look like. They're going to play, obviously, on the short week. They play Monday night against New England. So we'll see what they look like coming out of that game. Here's Pinion. He's going to send this one deep. This one's going to be fielded, though. Run back chance. It's not Patterson back there. But Avery Williams got a chance here, and he's got a crease. This is unreal. He got that return out pretty good to a pretty good spot, but it's just funny. Like, the Bucs coverage group get like maybe one opportunity every other game, and they still allow it to go past the 25 with regularity. So we'll see the Falcons approach here now, down 13 with about a minute 40 some left, I think, in the game.
Yeah, I'm also curious about what personnel grouping the Bucs put out there. Do they take Vita Vea off the field, or do they leave him out there? Do they go lighter?
Yeah. And, this defense, it's been interesting, interesting game. The Falcons are running the football. Defense has been at an interesting game for the Bucs. Horrible first half, but it didn't necessarily show up on the scoreboard. They allowed way too much in the run game, but they've held when it mattered. They've held a goal. They've had a goal line stand.
They've given up 10 points.
Yeah, they've given up 3 points the rest of the way. I mean, that part of it's huge. As Winfield blows up Russell Gage, that looked like a fumble to me. Winfield crushed Russell Gage. He dropped the football. They're going to call that incomplete.
But I think he was down either way.
He was down already. Oh, I didn't see that at all.
I could be wrong.
I thought he might have been down.
He was down, maybe. His leg completely twisted underneath him. That was a huge shot by Winfield. Yeah, Bucs versus Bills next week, for those asking in the chat.
Huge game.
Bucs versus Bills. Let me change this.
And that's
real quick.
It's kind of like, so when's the last time they played like a legit good team?
Well,
Would it be,
unless you maybe you could count the Saints, right? Did you count the Saints?
I count the Saints, yeah, just at least against the Bucs.
Okay,
they're real. The Saints are a real team against the Bucs.
I mean, the Colts are, they did some things well. Again, I don't think they matched up well with the Bucs.
They mostly just beat up bad teams, the Colts.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, I guess like if you're talking about actual contenders, I guess it's the first time since the Rams, unless I'm forgetting somebody.
Actual contenders. Well, yeah, now once the Saints fell off, I mean, they played the Patriots, but there wasn't before the Patriots look like they do now. Although I guess that might have been the start, but I don't know. I mean, they played pretty well defensively well enough defensively against the Patriots.
And we've already talked about this. I thought the Bucs had a better day on offense against the Patriots than it looked like. It took a monsoon.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Probably the most deceiving game in terms of points. They had so many. I mean, penalties were a huge issue and drops were a huge issue in that game. I mean, AB literally dropped a touchdown at the end of the game. Like that. That 19 points was not indicative of how New England played against them, in my opinion. Completely agree.
So, I mean, in that sense, I mean, they did pretty good against New England. They pretty solid against the Rams, but obviously didn't win. I think if they're able to like somehow convincingly beat the Bills, that'll undo all the doubt created by Washington, in my mind, to be honest.
Yeah, if they can convincingly beat the Bills.
If they convincingly beat them,
Great sign if they can convincingly beat Bills. Obviously, the Saints are completely falling apart right now. The Panthers have looked pretty lost since their 3-0 start for the most part. They're on a bye this week.
Which take your victory lap, John. More. You called it. I remember texting you after week 3. You were like, I don't think the Falcons are anything. And I was like, really? And you're like, no, they're
Panthers. You mean the Panthers?
So go ahead. Take your victory lap.
The Panthers, after the 3-0 start, I was not buying at all.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it with Sam before, with Darnold.
Right.
He is what he is.
Before it was, this is what happens when he gets away from Adam Gase. And it's like, no. It's just what it is.
Both can be bad. That's a great both and situation for people.
It's like the reverse. It's like the reverse Belichick Brady. Both can be good,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Let's go through some scores after that. This booth review is not going to be successful for the Bucs. He was down, I believe. So Arizona is up 33-22 on Chicago. They are about to run out the clock on that one, I believe. The Chargers are up 38-22 on the Bengals. So they took control of that one back in. 7 minutes left. Chargers have the ball. Seems like they're in control there. Minnesota is up on Detroit, and they have the football. They're up 27-23. Unbelievable. The Lions, an epic run toward 16-1 or whatever it is. The Dolphins are up 20-9 and about to finish off the Giants, who are going to fall to 4-8. The Eagles are going to improve to 6-7. The Colts have already won 31-0 over the Texans. So good bounce back win for the Colts. Got the Washington football team playing at 4 against the Raiders. The Rams are playing Jacksonville at 4 or 5. Rams have lost 3 in a row, trying to get back in the dub column with a game against Jacksonville. Baltimore and Pittsburgh at 4:25. San Francisco, Seattle, 4:25. And tonight, the Chiefs and the Broncos, and tomorrow the Bills play the Patriots. I'm sure lots of Bucs fans will be watching that one closely to get a look at whatever version of the Bills shows up. It has been hard to figure out which team they are. So it's not just you Bucs fans. It's just frustration all over.
It's just a weird season all around, right?
Weird.
Call reversed. Wait, does that mean that – what did they call it originally?
Oh, they called it incomplete on the field? So now it's complete, and he's down after a gain of 8 yards. That's what it should have been from the get-go.
I'm so confused. Well, if it's reversed, then they must have originally called it a fumble, right?
Right. Must have. Or maybe they called it incomplete.
So what would
they
the
called
call
it
be
incomplete.
now?
That's what happened. They called it incomplete.
Now it's complete and down. I see.
Right, now it's complete and down, yep. 8-yard gain to Zacchaeus there, so that'll move the ball out to the 47-yard line of Atlanta. They'll have a 2nd and 2 there.
By the way, I love the fact that the Falcons came out on this drive and they just ran the ball to start because why not?
Yeah, that's hilarious. And now they're throwing. What's the point of ever throwing? And Sean Murphy-Bunting just took a shot, and now he's down.
Oh no!
So now all 3 corners have been down for the Bucs, and you're about to face the Bills.
He's holding his head.
Davis has come back to the game, but we'll see what his injury is then after the game. Dean is in concussion protocol. Feels unlikely that he would clear before the Bills game. And now Murphy Bunting is down, and this could be a head or a neck thing. Somebody hit him. I think a teammate hit him here. Might have been Desir. I'm not sure. Well, either way, the Bucs are going to improve to 9-3 in this season. Lord Jimbo says, John, can you do an analysis of any and all changes the Bucs made at the half to take away the run? Yeah, I'll try to look at it for sure. Definitely something that we'll look at and evaluate and try and get a feel for. Here's Ryan back to pass. Schwenka almost stripped him. They try a lateral play. Levante David sniffed that out, and he drops Russell Gage, points at his helmet.
I don't think the Bucs, if that person in the chat was talking about this game, I don't think the Bucs made huge changes in the second half, at least from what we've seen on TV.
Golston is hurt. Yeah, sorry, Golston is hurt, and he's limping off the field. Falcons going quick. Ryan throwing short underneath to Russell Gage, who's going to be pushed or stepped out of bounds with 25 seconds left.
Why didn't the Bucs get an injury timeout there?
I am not sure, but Golston was not putting any weight on his right leg. So defenders dropping like flies. Brady and Donovan Smith with Golston on the sideline right before the biggest matchup, arguably of the season, against the Bills next week. And yeah,
you got to put in the backups at this point. You can't have any of your best players out there right now.
Yeah, defensive line wise, a lot of backups are in. Here's Ryan
David and Winfield.
Kias caught the ball around Carlton Davis somehow. I have no clue how that got completed.
Oh, whoa.
What in the world was that? 30-yard gain.
Kind of just lucky.
We're down to the Bucs 7. 5 seconds. If here's Ryan throwing front corner of the end zone. Oh, Carlton Davis had a clean pick right in his hands and he dropped it. 2 seconds left.
He deserved it too. Welcome back, Carlton Davis. Really solid game from him.
I don't know what happened on that Zacchaeus throw, but that's a hard one. The Zacchaeus throw.
I think that
really
one,
random.
That big one, I think it just got underthrown and he didn't get eyes on it.
That's right. It was so badly. It was underthrown and behind him. It was
right. Whereas the receiver was looking back and able to track it. Yeah. So I don't blame Carlton Davis for that one at all. Man,
2 seconds left. This will be it from the Bucs 7-yard line.
I love Carlton Davis, man. He's just such a beast.
Yeah, really good player. Really important player. Here's Ryan looking, has plenty of time, throws back in the end zone, dropped by Russell Gage. Would have been a touchdown probably. Andrew Adams was there in coverage. Let's see if Adams got a hand on it. And that's going to be a final. 30-17.
You see Adams looking over the receiver and just giving him the incomplete, staring straight at him. That's got to be taunting, right? I bet he'll get fined for that or something with these dumb rules.
30-17, the Bucs win there. Man,
all right.
We'll have a lot to break down and to talk about. Good and bad. From a 30-17 victory over the Atlanta Falcons. Good to be 9-3 though. No question about that. Good to be moving in the right direction on the road. Back-to-back road wins. Now they get to go back home for a couple games against the Bills and Saints. Big ones, man. They can get W's in those games at home, but they've been much better this season. It's huge for them in terms of the trajectory of where they could finish this season and their chances even at maybe a 1 seed or something like that. So lots to think about, lots to break down. Paul, great stuff. We'll be back. The post-game podcast is going to be tonight. We're going to go live with that tonight around 7:30 with the post-game podcast. And so we'll look for that popping up pretty quickly on the YouTube channel. For everybody who's in the chat, hit the thumbs up if you haven't yet. There's over 500 people watching. Leave right now, and they're going in and out. So if you're in, hit the thumbs up button. We've got a lot of likes on this. Y'all have been helping us out a ton, spreading the word, sharing the link. We've been awesome to be on the show with y'all and see the numbers pick up even lately. So appreciate y'all like crazy. Thanks so much for tuning in. Make sure you stay tuned and check in tonight for the post-game show, going to be before the 8:25 Sunday night game. So make sure you check in for that and make sure you're subscribed to Pewter Report TV so you get notified when we go live. Thanks, everybody. Thanks so much for listening. Bucs win 30-17.